we'll see if that should affect their times and not put them towards the top of the board.
Tillich slipped his way past Juan Pedro Hita there in turn 1. Both of those drivers looking for some speeds. It's Herta, Kaiser, Jameen Kellett, and Urrutia, the top 5. A couple reports on pit lane. We'll start with Rob Howden.
Yeah, to follow up on the 2 sticker set strategy for Team Pelfrey, I did a full sweep all the way down pit lane. Every other team, Nick, only with that 1 set of Sticker Cooper tires out. It looks like everybody's just going to do the 1 fresh set. Team Pelfrey potentially could do 2 fresh sets as they do have those tires laid out. Could be interesting, Joel, to see what happens if Team Pelfrey tries to get popped onto the top of the charts. Over to you, Joel.
Yeah, well, it's about that time. Juncos Racing going on to their sticker sets now, too. They have 2 of their cars pulled in, the 18 of Kyle Kaiser and the 31 of Nicholas DePiero. Kyle Kaiser hoping to get his car up there as well. If you recall, he was actually on pole, his first career pole here at St. Pete 1 year ago, up at the top of the session yesterday, battling his way onto the front row. So Kaiser, somebody who hopes that he can earn that Mazda scholarship this year. From talking to him yesterday, he said, I have enough experience at this point. I've been here for 3 years. It's all about taking what I've learned and just go out and dominate. There's only so much learning that you can do. Now I just have to put all that stuff into action. So we'll see what Kyle and the rest of the Juncos guys can do. But they'll be back out on track in a second, guys. New set of fresh Cooper tires.
Rob, Joel, thank you very much. Kyle Kaiser currently sits P3. Only Colton Herta and Santi Urrutia are faster. For Kaiser, Davey, year 1 with Juncos was all about learning. Really wasn't a factor in the championship or for race wins. Year 2, he goes to Victory Lane a couple times, finishes 3rd in the championship. Here in year 3 for that team, I would anticipate that his goals would be to win the championship.
His goal is to get that scholarship, right, to win that championship and go to the next level, which is the Verizon IndyCar Series. And so that's for sure. That's all. He wants nothing less than that. So it's a big challenge. There's some new young guys, but right now he's sitting 3rd. He's been consistent all weekend. He does have the speed. We'll just see how the year lays out for him.
Some big news about a month ago from that Juncos team, that Ricardo Juncos, who really started in karting and then made his way up, owning teams and funding and fielding cars throughout the Mazda road to Indy. He's going to go Verizon IndyCar Series racing at the Indianapolis 500 this year. Obviously, the goal for that organization to become a full-time IndyCar team, but that's exactly what you wanted to see, Davey, isn't it? If not only if you're Dan Anderson with the Indy Lights program, for him to be involved, but ultimately, for I'm sure Verizon IndyCar Series execs are pretty happy to have a new car owner.
Well, you know what? He's a good guy. He's a very honest guy. He's worked from the bottom really up in all divisions and worked his way up. And I actually sold my Indy Lights team to him years ago, and he was just a class guy. He did everything he said he was going to do, and the opportunity that he has right now and what he's done in this sport is really amazing. And the new shop he has down in Speedway, right across from the track, basically, is just amazing. And so the guy works hard. He's put a lot of effort into it, and it's all paying off for him.
More on pit lane from Rob Howden.
Yeah, Nick, we've got some action down here now. A number of drivers come in. I think we're going to have the entire Carlin crew in here. Matthias Laced has already headed out. He's got his new tires on. Shelby Blackstock in. The entire team for Andretti is in. Santi Urrutia here as well. And Dave, you having a quick look here at the aero setups on these cars. First time I've really had a really good look at it here this weekend. Kind of a mid-aero in the front wing, but they've got that rear wing stacked all the way up as high as they can, as much downforce as they possibly can get on the back of these cars with a mid-downforce out front. So that seems to be the way. Everybody essentially standing the rear wing right up.
Right, and absolutely all the downforce you could get on these street courses, especially because there are no real long straightaways to worry about the drag that you have in the car. You just want max downforce, and the front, it's just a balance of the cars and how they have it. So they don't have maximum front because it probably makes the car a little too neutral, too loose. They can't get power down, so a little more rear grip than front right now in these conditions.
We wondered about Aaron Tillich. Wonder no more, because he has jumped to the top of the charts. The pole sitter for race 1 has just laid down a big lap at a minute 7.507. He jumps to P1 and then immediately takes that Bilardi machine to pit lane. Colton Herta is now relegated to second, although Herta has just gone back out on the racetrack. His fast time is at a minute minute 7.624. Santi Urrutia is third. Kyle Kaiser fourth. Nico Jameen, Rob Howden, rounds out the top five.
Yeah, just, looking at these guys, they're rolling in here. Not a lot of adjustments being made. Some tracks we go to, we see these guys going to work on, whether it's the dampers or whatever it may be, a minor rear ride height adjustment for Urrutia. The only thing they've done to the number 5 machine. We do have now the number 9 of Aaron T. that's here in the pit lane. As you said, P1, they're going to bring him in here and go to work on it. They're actually going to take the front cowl off of the car of Telitz. Just as I said, they were doing a lot of work. There goes Bilardi Auto Racing. They're going to go to work on the front of that suspension.
And Davey, if Telitz wants to get that pole again for race number 2, he's going to have to go back out on the racetrack because he only held on to that top spot for about 30 to 45 seconds. Here comes Pato O'Ward, and he clips him by 2 1/1000ths of a second. A minute 7.505 now for Pato O'Ward, who's trying to kind of redeem himself for making a mistake yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah,
we're going to see
wow.
some speed start to drop here.
How close are those times between the first and second guys? And you're right. If Telitz is going to do it, he needs to get back out there because so close it was. But O'Ward got by him, and Herta still finds himself in third with a good number. And really, you look at these top, top 8 guys,
yeah.
Man, the times are close right now. So the rest of them have a little catching up to do, but the top 8, man, they're on top of each other.
Top 8, sub a minute 8, which is awful impressive. Those drivers include Pato O'Ward, Aaron Telitz, Colton Herta, Santi Urrutia, Kyle Kaiser, Nico Jameen, Dalton Kellett, and Juan Pedrohita. I have a feeling, though, those aren't going to be the only 8 that go sub a minute 8 because there is a lot of talent and a lot of speed in this field. And, David, the nice thing is there's still plenty of time, 11 minutes. I mean, you can get a good fresh set on those Cooper tires, good run on those.
Oh, absolutely. And we see one car off the pace a little bit. He's actually slowed up. I've seen that some of the guys up to speed, and here comes another one that he's really slowing up going down into that final corner. I don't know if he has a problem or what's going on, but boy, he's slowed a lot of the guys up. Yeah, coming to pit lane. I can't tell who that is right now.
Yeah,
but
it looked like it was one of the Carlin machines. Yeah,
it is.
I believe that might be the 22 of Neil Alberico, so we'll have to check. Let's get a couple reports down on pit lane. We'll start with Joel Sebastianelli.
Yeah, I'm in the Pelfrey pits right now. Juan Pedrohita pulled in. Pato O'Ward still out, but they're going to that second set of sticker tires for the 2 machine. So they're kicking on to that new strategy that you mentioned a little bit earlier, Rob. What's going on down on your end?
I'm right here still with Aaron Telitz. As I said, they brought the car in, pulled the front cowl off. Guys up in the booth, you can comment on this. They are going for a spring change for Aaron Telitz, but Davey, no tires yet. I think they want to get a different feel of this car. Aaron's asking for a little bit more front grip. Nothing too over-aggressive, just asking for a little more front grip. They're going to make that spring change and send them back out, get a feel for the car, then come in for the sticker Cooper tires.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of time. There's 10 minutes left, so he can go out, get a feel for that spring change just to make sure it's better. Don't waste those new tires right now. Make sure it's better. Then come in and put the new tires, and he can still get a couple laps in. So good move, but they do have to go to work and make sure they get him out.
Where will that help those race cars the most around this 14th third quarter?
You know, it all depends. So, like, if it's front grip issue, it's mostly the high speed. Normally, the high speed stuff, it's really difficult. And the final corner coming onto this front straightaway, it's really hard to get the cars to carve around there. They tend to want to understeer really bad down in that area. And, by the way, that's coming on the longest straightaway of the circuit. So if you lose time coming on that front straightaway because of understeer and you just cannot get the thing to turn, you know, that affects that whole long straightaway. So that's probably the most key place of where it's going to hurt you.
Plus, as we heard from Rob Howden, with the high downforce setups they have on those cars, with those wings all the way up, you're already sacrificing quite a bit of speed down the front straightaway anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. That's where the drag's going to hurt you. Now, like I say, most of this course doesn't. That's the one place that could hurt you. But the payoff for the rest of the tight corners is definitely have more downforce and give up a little bit. Now, if you can get lucky enough and you get a little teeny bit of draft from somebody down that straightaway that doesn't affect you on the rest of the course, that's the best case scenario. And a few of these guys are still running pretty close to where that draft will help them down that front straightaway.
Plus, we're going to see a brand new push-to-pass system in Indy Lights this year that's kind of similar to the DRS system that Formula One has had for a couple years, where if you're a driver chasing after somebody, you're within 1 second, you're able to get on that button. The car in front's not able to defend. I think that could make a lot of the racing down the
Well, I think that's going to be exciting. I think that's something good as well, just because of, you know, the higher divisions are doing that. So as these kids climb the ranks, going into the Verizon IndyCar Series, we have push to pass. And so kind of gives them an opportunity to look at it. They know they have to be within a second, and they know they have to play it right at the right time. So could be interesting if you had that on that last lap coming down that front straightaway, how much it really helps them.
For sure. I think it's going to be absolutely fascinating. The fact that the car in front is kind of a sitting duck, I think, is just going to magnify the impact of that push to pass. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it plays out here in weekend number 1. 7.5 minutes to go in qualifying session number 2. Pato O'Ward leads the 15 cars. Aaron Telitz is second. Colton Herta third. Santa Urrutia fourth. Kyle Kaiser is in fifth. Back to pit lane and Joel Sebastianelli.
Pato O'Ward, top of the charts, 107.5, quick in and out. Didn't make any other changes to the car besides putting on that second set of fresh Cooper tires. I saw Pato nodding in the cockpit. He seems pleased with everything, and he should be right now. They're currently in P1.
Had a bit of an incident for the rookie driver, Matthias Leist, who is currently 12th on the charts. He got off in turn number 4. The report is, though, no major issues for him, though, and did return to the racetrack. So he will continue on with qualifying, and the racetrack, most importantly, will stay green. Because, Davey, with 7 minutes to go, that's always your biggest fear. You've got some heat in the engines. You've got your sticker sets on. You're trying to get some grip into those tires. The last thing any of these guys want is for a full course red flag.
Yeah, see, that's another thing. Some of these guys making the changes, haven't put their stickers on yet, or putting their second set of stickers on. If you wait too late, it happened yesterday. We seen it. The last 3 minutes of the session was gone because of an incident on track. So, you got to have a little bit of luck as well, and it's a bit of a gamble to do that. We've seen it time and time again in the IndyCar qualifying setup. Remember back in the day, guys would wait to go out and not go out till the very end where the track conditions were going to be the best. And then all of a sudden, a yellow or red would come out and completely mess up their qualifying. So these guys have been on track the entire time. So more than likely, they're going to get their best lap out of it.
There's a new name at the top of the speed charts, and one we haven't seen quite a bit this week. Nico Jamin has jumped to P1 at 1:07.454, so that bumps Pato O'Ward to second, Aaron Telitz to third, Colton Herta to fourth, and Santi Urrutia to fifth. Impressive run, Rob Howden, for Nico Jamin, the driver for Andretti Autosport.
Yeah, Nick, I talked to both Nico and Colton Herta yesterday, and they said that there was room to improve in both of those race cars. They knew they had a good baseline, but they knew what they wanted to do, and not surprising to see now 3 of them, I believe, in the top 10, Nico, Colton, and Dalton Kellett in the top 10. But, guys, here's a very interesting development down here right now. The guys for Aaron Telitz have put the fresh rubber back onto the pit cart. They are not going to go to fresh Coopers here. I don't know if he's going to hold on to second right now, Davey, but I think they want to keep that one set of tires so they can go fresh rubber for both races this weekend.
Yeah, that's interesting because if you only take a couple laps, good qualifying laps, I don't feel it hurts you for the race. I think it's sometimes good to make sure the tires are balanced right, they feel good, you got good grip. I just don't. I think that you're better off to have track position if you feel you could get it with the sticker tires and not go sticker in the race. I don't think a couple laps hurts you. So interesting decision on those guys' part.
And here's the issue for Aaron Telitz with that strategy. He already had lost the second position with Nico Jamin's big lap at 1:07.454, and just seconds ago he got bumped by Kaiser, and now Dalton Kellett has gone to P1. So the sophomore Dalton Kellett jumps to the top of the charts at 1:07.407. Boy, that would be a surprise and certainly a delight for that driver for Andretti Autosport, as Michael Andretti's teams currently sit 1-2.
Changes back.
And Kellett didn't get to keep the pole very long because Jamin just took it right back from him, Davey.
Yeah, how about that? 1:07.28. So he's dropped that time right down there, and he looks strong, for somebody who wasn't really in the game yesterday, so to speak. He came out hungry. Oh, now Kaiser, the guy we've been talking about, has a lot to prove this year. Barely clips him off for the pole right now.
Yes, 13 ten-thousandths of a second. As all the difference now is Kyle Kaiser jumps to P1 with just a little under 4 minutes to go in this qualifying session. It's changing in a hurry. Now Santi Urrutia, he'll go to P1 at 1:07.068. Davey, we're threatening to get sub-minute 7 here.
Yeah, how about that? They're getting the tires up. Here we did. 1:06, right? Colton Herta to the top. How about that?
So how about that, Rob Howden? Aaron Telitz with that strategy was sitting second. And lo and behold, we're seeing big laps laid down here in the final moments of qualifying. Telitz has dropped all the way down to 8th now as Colton Herta is your provisional pole sitter.
This is certainly a risky strategy, of course. He's going to start on the pole for race number 1, as we know. Back to 8th now. I talked to a couple of the Cooper guys down here. One of the things we don't know yet is what the tire degradation is going to be like for a full run. No one has done a full race sim here at this facility. We can't test here. They don't know how long it's going to run. This new pavement they've laid down, I know I talked to Will Power yesterday, and he believes there's going to be big tire degradation in the IndyCar series. We may see it here as well. A risky move for Bilardi, but later on tomorrow when we go to race number 2, we are going to find out whether it works or not.
And the coolest thing about this, Davey, is it's not just a couple different guys trading the top spot in qualifying. We're seeing 4, 5, 6 different guys jump up there. That speaks and I think gives us a lot of hope that we're going to have a competitive season.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you have right now 11 cars within that 1 second, almost really 12 cars within that 1 second group, and it is now. Wow, impressive. They're laying them down. It's very, very close, and impressive because all the different teams as well up top.
A little over 2 minutes to go in qualifying, Rob Howden. Everyone chasing Colton Herta at the top.
Yeah, Nico Jamin just came into pit lane. He walled it, white-walled the right side of the car, broke the right rear rim here. But yeah, he both right front and left front contact on the wall for Nico Jamin. His qualifying is done.
Davey, these boys are pushing so hard right now, aren't they?
They're pushing hard, and a small mistake, but he made it back to pit lane. There wasn't a red flag, so no harm, no foul for him. He's finds himself in that 4th spot right now, so still in the 2nd row, still good starting position, and they're all laying it down. What a different lineup than yesterday, though, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Rob Howden, you're standing down there and looking at that number 27 Mazda for Andretti Autosport. Nico Jamin, he'll do no better than 4th in this qualifying session.
Yeah, Nick, it was hard contact. I had a good look at the front and the rear. I'm going to say probably every suspension piece on the front and both the right side, the front and the rear bent. That was big contact, no doubt about it. Not just a small hit for Nico Jamin. They got work to do to get that car ready for the race this afternoon.
And he's very lucky that he did not bring out a full course red flag. Well, Colton Herta is P1, and Davey, he just bettered his lap in a big way. Now down to a minute 6.631. He's got 4/10 on the entire field now. That's a big final lap here with a minute to go.
Yeah, how about that? Good for him. I mean, you know that he's been in Europe racing, a lot of experience. He came over here, kind of a big jump to the Indy Lights, but boy, he's showing that he can handle it right off.
And he's 16 years old.
Yeah, how about that?
Just 16 years old, and I'm sure his dad's got to be smiling because, hey, his new driver that he's doing the strategy for, Marco Andretti, showed quite a bit of speed in the practice session yesterday for the Verizon IndyCar Series. In fact, he was P1 when that all shook out and has the chance to possibly see his son sit on the pole for race number 2 here in the Indy Lights Series. Just 20 seconds to go. It's Herta, Urrutia, Pato O'Ward has gone to 3rd, Kyle Kaiser 4th, Nico Jamin is 5th. But Kaiser and Jamin are both on pit lane. The rest of the top 10, Albarico, Pedrohita, Kellett, Clayman DeMello, and Telitz, as we have just 2-1. Now the checkered flag is out, Davey. All of these drivers that are on the racetrack going to get to complete one final lap and hope that they hit the sweet spot with the engines and these Cooper tires.
Yeah, both. I think most of them are pretty maxed out. I watched their 2nd, 3rd laps falling off. Other than Colton, he stepped his up on his 2nd lap on that run. Everybody else kind of stayed the same, so I think it's going to stay the way it is.
Neil Albarico has seen the checkered flag. He'll do no better than 6th. Aaron Telitz and Shelby Blackstock, they have also both taken the checkered flag and gone back to pit lane. They look poised to start in row number 5, waiting to see the rest of the field come through for the final time. As you mentioned, though, Davey, in the last minute or two, we didn't see a lot of change in the leaderboard as a lot of these drivers had probably found the max grip on those Cooper tires, and then we're just going to make their way back to pit lane. Zachary Clayman DeMello has seen the checkered flag. Santi Urrutia and Pato O'Ward have both seen the checkered flag. They will not improve on their times of 2nd and 3rd. Juan Pedrohita comes across the line. It looks like he will do no better than 7th. And Colton Herta on his final lap of the qualifying session, Davey, he goes even faster at a minute 6.546. He sees the checkered flag, as is the rest of the 15 drivers. Colton Herta, the 16-year-old, is going to start on the pole for race number 2.
Yeah, how about that? Urita did put a little bit of a challenge, knock that gap down, but then Colton comes back and knocks it down a little bit more, so good job for him. It just showed that 3rd lap was a sweet spot for him and his fastest lap.
And that Andretti Steinbrenner effort, boy, they timed it perfectly, laid down some big laps, and the 16-year-old is on the pole for race number 2. All the drivers making their way back to pit lane. We'll hear from them in just a bit, but here is how qualifying ends up. Colton Herta grabs the pole for race number 2. Santi Urruti is going to start to his outside in row number 2 for race 2. We'll see Dalton Kellett and Pato O'Ward. Kyle Kaiser and Nico Jamin will be in row number 3. Starting 7th will be Neil Alberico. 8th, Juan Pedrohita. Zachary Clayman DeMello will start 9th. Aaron Telis in 10th. Shelby Blackstock will start 11th. Matthias Leist will finish in 12th. Nico DePero will start 13th in race number 2. Ryan Norman 14th, and Garth Ricards will start in the 15th position. Boy, a spirited and fun qualifying effort and qualifying session there for the Indy Lights Series. And Davey, again, boy, the competitiveness that we've seen so far just in qualifying, I think sets up and bodes really, really well for some of these drivers in the IndyCar Series. I'll get your thoughts as we turn towards race 1 later this afternoon in a moment. But first, let's hear from some of the drivers after qualifying. Santi Urruti and Joel Sebastianelli will start to the outside of Colton Herta when we go racing tomorrow.
That's right, second place by a nose. How important is it? You know, you're starting in 6th for race number 1, but on these streets of St. Pete, you feel like that gives you a good shot to win tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure, yes. It's really competitive. You know, yesterday my teammate was in Poland, today he's 10th, so yeah, you know, it's really good place to start the race, but today we start in 6th, so we have to take as much as point we can for championship. It's really important to stay on top 5, and yeah, now we focus on race 1. It's a good, was a good qualifying. Shame that we lost pole position, but yeah, it's good for starting front row.
First race of the season in Indy Lights with your new team and working with Brian Velarde. How smooth has that transition been so far?
It's a great team. We're working really good. Yesterday we put the car in pole with Aaron, and today we put the car in second place with me. So yeah, his team is working really good. We have a strong team, strong teammates, and I hope we can maintain this pace for all this season long.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Rob Howden, over to you.
Yeah, I've got Colton Herta here. Colton, you know, you come into this program here as a 16-year-old, as a rookie. Getting that first pole kind of makes you feel good, gives you a bit of confidence. Talk about the session a little bit and how that car kind of came alive at the end of that session.
It was nervous the whole time, really on edge, but we made a few tweaks when we came in for a new set of sticker tires from Cooper. And yeah, it all came together. It's pretty cold right now, so the tires had to come up to temp. It took a little bit longer than yesterday, but we did the business in the end.
Were you surprised by the way the tires came in, or were you exactly what you expected in terms of the way the tires were going to play out once you got rolling?
I mean, we haven't run new tires this early in any testing or anything, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. But yeah, they came in perfectly. Everything was fine, and it shows on the timesheets.
You had the pole going into your final lap. You ended up going about 0.3 of a second quicker, but you just told me you actually slowed up a little bit in the last lap, knowing you already had the pole, but you still went 0.3 quicker.
Yeah. My engineer told me in turn 9 that we had it, so it wasn't really any need to push and cause a red flag and lose my lap. But yeah, it slowed up a little bit, but I don't know how much quicker I really would have gone.
A couple of great qualifying sessions. Have a good run later today.
Thank you very much.
Colton Herta, Nick, what an impressive young kid, 16 years of age. We all wonder what he was going to do when he rolled here into the series. Well, we know this kid is going to battle for the championship here in 2017.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Rob Howden. Davey, impressed with not only how fast that young man is on the racetrack, but he sounds like a professional at just 16.
Well, it sounds just like his dad.
Yeah,
I mean, if you told me that was Brian talking, I would have believed you, right? So, you know, very educated kid. He has a lot of experience, went over to Europe, came up the proper way to go really IndyCar racing, and so he's got a great race team. I mean, Andretti's really kind of their home. Same with his dad and now him, and so they have a lot to look forward to, and the kid did a great job.
Hey, great job by yourself as well. We'll talk to you a little bit later this afternoon. Cool. Davey will be with us for the Lights race later this afternoon at 5:10. Before that, the Verizon IndyCar qualifying session at 2:50. Up next on IndyCar Radio, we've got Verizon IndyCar practice number 3. That's at 10:50 local time. Great job by Rob Howden and Joel Sebastianelli on pit lane. Great job by Davey Hamilton in the booth. My name's Nick Yeoman. Congratulations to Colton Herta, the pole sitter for Race 2 in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
AJ for
some of the pit crews as they do their work here on pit lane. So a great spot, and be sure to stop down at some point today and visit the Budweiser Party Pit. Well, getting ready for our first race of the day, the USF 2000 Series, race number 1. Robert McGinnis will bring the field down. And we welcome you, race fans. A beautiful day today. Looking forward to our first race of the day. It's day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to sunny St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Tony Laporta, and I'm your host of Road to Indy TV, and we are excited to kick off our 2017 Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires season. I'm down on pit lane for the High Tide Boat Lifts USF 2000 Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, and we're with the pole sitter here in race number 1, Robert McGinnis. Robert, coming down from the northeast, but you're pretty fast down here in Florida. Congratulations on the pole. How hectic is the first race of the season about to get?
Oh my God, I'm just so thrilled to be on pole because I know it's going to be pretty exciting going down to turn 1. Every year, St. Pete race 1, it's always the same. There's always a lot going on, and you have that funnel effect going to the corners. So it's going to be pretty hectic. It's going to be pretty exciting. I'm just hoping I can get away from it all and get a good gap on the start.
Yeah, turn 1 is definitely going to be stressful. This track, unlike so many others that young drivers on the Mazda Road to Indy race, concrete walls, not a lot of runoff, and you go from basically a runway width on the front stretch to coming out on a sidewalk. Why is Mazda Road to Indy racing so important, Robert? You guys are climbing the ladder. You hope to be in the IndyCar series one day. Tell people in the crowd why they should be watching this USF 2000 race coming up.
I mean, to start, some of the most exciting racing you'll ever see. Low downforce cars, lots of young, talented, aggressive drivers. It's some pretty fun racing, and you know you're watching. I mean, I bet some of the kids in this field they'll be racing an IndyCar someday, and hopefully I'm one of them.
All right, now the big question I got for you in the last one before we leave is turn 1 here is obviously very tight. It gets real hectic. Can we make it through the first lap without a caution in this High Tide Boat Lifts USF 2000 Grand Prix? What do you say? Can we make the first lap clean?
I certainly hope so, but there's a history of that not really working out, so I guess we'll just have to see. It should be exciting.
All right, Robert McGinnis again driving for Team Pelfrey here in the USF 2000 Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you back to the racing season. We're getting ready to kick off the 2017 Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires. This is the only ladder system of its kind in the world designed specifically to promote young drivers from karting all the way up to the top level of American motorsport, the Verizon IndyCar Series. Get ready. It's going to be a great race and a great season of racing here. You can catch it all on roadtoindy.tv.
Well, thank you, Tony Laporta, getting ready for our first race of the day and the first race of the season for these drivers. The first rung of the Road to Indy program, the USF 2000 Series. We heard from Robert McGinnis, the pole sitter. His pole lap time, minute 15:37:08. Calvin Ming will start on the outside of row number 1. Scholarship winner Oliver Askew on the inside of row number 2, and Dakota Dickerson will be along on the outside. Working our way through the third row. Kalen Frederick, Parker Thompson. Parker his sophomore season in the USF 2000 Series. Andre Castro, Moises de la Vera, they make up row number 4. Row number 5, Luke Gavin, Corey Enders. And in row number 6 is Cameron Doss and Ricky Donison. Row number 13, Isla Ogren and Rhinus VK. Row number 8, Devin WOJCIK and Chandler Horton. Row number 9, Lucas Cole, Chris Wright. Row number 10, Colin Kaminsky and Bruna Tomaselli. And the sole car in row number 11, Dev Gore. There is your field. 21 cars making up this USF 2000 field. Exciting morning, and we look forward to seeing these 21 cars making their way around this 1.8 mile, 14 turn circuit. And as you heard our pole sitter Robert McGinnis say, turn one, going to be a very tricky corner. And hopefully these drivers will keep their wits about them and not find themselves in any kind of incident, because they will be racing again later on this afternoon. So a busy day for these drivers. Race number 1, green flagging in just a little bit. Race number 2 will green flag at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Robert McGinnis on the pole, driving for Team Pelfrey. Palo Alto Networks, the sponsor on that car. And for the 22 of Calvin Ming, young man from Miramar, Florida, driving for Pabst Racing, Ming's Products and Services, the sponsor on that car. There you see our pole sitter on the video screen, getting set to fire engines in just a few moments. We'll be joined by the voice of this Mazda Road to Indy program, Rob Howden, making his way from pit lane for that Indy Lights qualification session. We thank Tony Laporta for joining us down on pit lane, giving us a glimpse of the drivers and the mindset as they get ready to embark on this 2017 campaign, the USF 2000 Series, race number 1 about to get underway. Such an exciting day. We have so many things in store for you race fans today. We'll follow this race up with the Pirelli World Challenge. So a busy, busy morning as the crews talk to their drivers, give them instructions, and the drivers getting in the mindset of taking the green flag for the first race of the season. Certainly exciting not only for we race fans, but I can't imagine what's going through those young drivers' minds. Rob Howden joins us, the voice of the Road to Indy program. We're about ready to get underway. 2017 in full swing.
Yeah, let's go wheel-to-wheel racing finally here in the Mazda Road to Indy. One thing about these young kids, this isn't their first race. It's not their first rodeo. They've come through karting, national level, regional, some international karting. So they've had the pressure of starting a major event. It just wasn't in St. Petersburg. It wasn't on an IndyCar weekend, and it wasn't surrounded by concrete.
There's a lot of concrete.
Let's throw some variables in there on these guys as we're just about 2 minutes before we go green. Fire these guys up. But, yeah, it's for these young kids, all we ever hope for is they get out of this opening weekend without having any major damage. They need to get in here, gain some experience, move on to our next race, which is Barber Motorsports Park. It's just all about I don't want to say surviving the weekend, because you got to get that experience. You want to push. You want to make sure that they're racing. They're trying to get some positions, but you got to be smart. You want to get out of this weekend, go on to the next one. As we've said before, the 2 guys that won here last year didn't fight for the championship. You don't need to win here to win the championship. You need consistency. If you get a couple good finishes here, you're going to position yourself well for later down in the season.
But winning here on the streets of St. Petersburg, a pretty good notch in the belt. But the key to race number 1 is surviving race number 1, because race number 2 will be later on this afternoon at 2 o'clock. If you damage that car, will the crew have enough time to get it prepared for race number 2? That's the big question. So you really need to keep your wits about you. In race number 1, advance as best you can, be as competitive as you can. You still have to be smart. And sometimes when you're being competitive, being smart's a tough thing to do.
You're exactly right. That's the thing. These guys, got to remember, they have another race later on this afternoon. You cannot make a mistake here. You may risk starting that second race. Your team's going to have to go to work, get you back on the track. You want to get through this one cleanly. Folks, we're about set to go here, and I believe I get to give the starting command today, Michael.
Do you really? You've done this before.
I've done this before.
Are you going to really give it your all? Because we're ready to go.
We're about 30 seconds away from really lighting things up here for the 2017 Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. 21 beautiful, brand new USF 17 cars on the grid. Robert McGinnis and Calvin Ming on the front row.
And now for those most famous words in motorsports. Ladies and gentlemen, we will give you the voice of this Road to Indy program, Mr. Rob Howden, to get these USF 2000 cars fired up. Rob, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your Mazda engines!
You've done that before. Well done.
That felt pretty good.
That sounded very good.
I'm not going to kid you. I felt good. Drivers getting set to go. I love this. Let's do it.
Here we go. The field of 21 cars make their way at the end of pit lane. The crews now moving back to the pit wall as we will see the field begin to roll away. Robert McGinnis on the pole, the first race of the 2017 campaign. I checked back at home. It's 23, so it's beautiful down here in St. Pete. I will take whatever temperature we are right now. We're going to go race it. It's day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, and the USF 2000 cars are about to go away.
I'm not much for one-upmanship, but I checked back home in Canada. It's 10 degrees. I don't think I'm going to leave.
No.
I think we'll just stay there.
I'm moving here.
I'm coming to St. Petersburg.
I love St. Petersburg.
It will be a very vibrant front row as Team Pelfrey on there with that Pelfrey yellow. Robert McGinnis on the inside. He's going to look good. That yellow car in the number 80, very impressive. On the outside, the black of Pabst Racing, Calvin Ming. He's been one of the drivers that's really impressed me. The Pabst Racing pilot. The black number 22, Calvin Ming. He'll start on the outside of the front row, but it'll be that vibrant yellow of Robert McGinnis on the inside. You know, we've talked about the fact that the veteran drivers here, Michael, come into this program so comfortable. They know this track. They've been here before. They've gone through all the stresses of the first time being here, and that's what we saw. We saw those guys go to the front, whether it was McGinnis or Dickerson or Parker Thompson qualifying on pole for race number 2. McGinnis, Rookie of the Year last year. He was so impressive last year. He battled it out with Dakota Dickerson. He knows he's coming in here. This is my year, especially with the brand new race car as well, because you get guys like Gabbard and Thompson in their 3rd year. They really have the experience. For McGinnis, year number 2, he's ready to fight for the championship and try to get that scholarship. Because that's what we have to remember. We have to remind everyone, you win this championship in USF 2000, it's a scholarship to run the brand new PM18 Pro Mazda next year. This is huge for these young drivers.
Indeed it is. The field's starting to make their way down Bayshore. That's turn number 9 into the kink in turn number 10 as the pace car works the field through turn number 10. Again, 21 machines making up this field. Robert McGinnis, Team Pelfrey Racing. And Calvin Ming on the outside of row number 1. Keep an eye on Oliver Askew. He will be on the inside of row number 2. The young driver will have an opportunity to potentially take the lead in turn number 1. It's going to be an exciting start to this 2017 campaign. The field making their way into turn number 13. Now turn number 14 as they start to work their way down the front straightaway. The pace car is off the track. The 2017 USF 2000 season about to get underway.
Green flag's going to be thrown by Gianfranco De Bellis from Tatis in honor of the new race car. And ladies and gentlemen, we are green, green, green. Racing down into turn number 1. Will we get a clean start? Did they talk to these drivers? Just get through cleanly. Good so far. Further back, nicely done for the drivers of the USF 2000 Championship. They are clean and green through turn number 1. We did not see that last year. We had carnage all over the place. These drivers clean through 2, 3. Now over to turn number 4. Michael Young, that is what we were looking for.
Well, what I really like, and the change in turn number 3, it really caused these drivers to get single file early, and they've done a great job through the slowest portion of the course. Now turns 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now they're working to the north end of the track, turns 8, and now down turn number 9. The long back straightaway down Bayshore, the fastest portion of the course. Potential for passing. We'll see how the field makes their way down into turn number 10.
Being told possible trouble for Corey Enders stopping in turn number 2. We'll get an update on that. Enders in the DE Force entry. Very impressive early this year in testing. The team has been strong as well in qualifying. Let's come around here to complete lap number 1. Let's see who's got the lead out of turn number 14. It is that beautiful striking yellow of Robert McGinnis. Stretched it away. Calvin Ming goes to 2nd. Dakota Dickerson up to 3rd in the Newman Watts Racing entry. Oliver Askew in the Soul Red Mazda speed car, the scholarship winner, in the 4th spot. So Askew goes P4. Newman Watts driver Andre Castro in 5th. Kaylin Frederick 6th. Parker Thompson 7th. De Oliveira 8th. Couple of lockups coming into turn number 1. Well, the drivers decided to test the braking zone in 1, Michael.
Well, I'll tell you, Dakota Dickerson, it looked like he was trying to get around Calvin Ming down in turn number 1. We'll see as they make their way through, but Dickerson with a nice move, unable to get around. It looks like Ming, but boy, Dakota Dickerson on the charge.
Well, he's got Oliver Askew in that Cape Motorsports Soul Red Mazda-sponsored car right behind him. Askew, widely considered one of the top kart racing drivers in North America, was able to win the scholarship through Mazda last year at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. and now finds himself running for Cape Motorsports, the winningest team in USF 2000 competition. Askew has been a very impressive rookie out of the box, topped the spring training testing times at Homestead last week. Let's see what he does here. Does he have anything from a potential podium as we're just underway in the opening USF 2000 race of 2017?
Oliver Askew started third. Dickerson able to get around him, but Oliver Askew all over the rear wing of Dakota Dickerson. The field making their way out of turn number 14. What a great start for Robert McGinnis. Already gapped himself by 20 car lengths. Great start for Robert.
Kalen Frederick's able to get by Andre Castro. So Kalen Frederick, who had a huge moment, a big wreck on Thursday, coming back here showing that he is not affected by that incident. He goes to P5 in front of Castro. More moves. Rinus Van Kamphout, Rinus VK, who started deeper in the field after the issue in qualifying, able to work his way now up into 8th spot. Cameron Doss coming with him. He gets by Moises de la Vera. So again, as Michael mentioned, a fantastic start here for Robert McGinnis, the Rookie of the Year from 2016. Stays with his team's Pelfrey crew and looking to get that first career USF 2000 victory. He leads now comfortably, about 2 seconds last time by the stripe here. McGinnis, Ming, Dickerson, Askew, and Frederick. Your fast five.
2 laps, 2 seconds. Robert McGinnis checking out. That's a heck of a start to the season. The young man, as Tony Laporta talked to him as he got ready to fire engines, just very confident. He was excited. You could tell he was ready to go.
Well,
doing a great job.
When you start up front, when you have the ability to go quick on cold tires, that's the key. Able to jump out quickly, able to get into position. Looking to battle further back. Here comes Rinus VK in the number 21. VK in the past racing jumbo spots the machine. VK to the inside. Side by side through turn number 1. Book it. He's through. Rinus VK gets by Andre Castro, I believe. He is into the 7th position. Another driver on the move, Parker Thompson, in the exclusive Auto Sports entry. The number 90 at Thompson, the driver to Red Deer, Alberta, Canada, runner-up last year, the USF 2000 Championship, has now worked his way up to 6th position.
Expect big things from Parker Thompson this year. He's got a lot to prove, and I think he showed in the sophomore campaign that he was a dominant driver, and he's one of those guys we'll keep our eye on. Again, a Canadian, great young man, well-versed, well-spoken, and heck of a shoe.
One thing about Parker, which may be the variable with a brand-new team as well, the Canadian team exclusive Autosports, they have championships in F1600 racing, F2000 championship race wins. Brand-new team, though, and they're going to have to meld together quickly when you're going against the Capes and the past races and Team Pelfrey, who have been in this program for a long time. Big lead from McGinnis. He continues to pull away here. Calvin Ming having a stellar run in second. We're watching Rinus VK now close up on the number 37 of Andre Castro. It was actually Cameron Doss that he got by last lap. VK now into the 8th position. He's now up into the draft of Andre Castro. Castro, the 37 for Newman Watts Racing. A good debut for Newman Watts as well. All 3 drivers in the top 10 right now. The Brian Hallahan run operation.
Seemed like they struggled a little bit yesterday, but once they started qualifying, and all that matters is how you do in the race. The team is coming together nicely.
Yeah, I really think it was just the kids to a certain extent. You know, they made a couple issues on those tracks. They're young drivers. They had a minor technical issue with one of their engines actually going into limp mode. There was an issue with some wiring they got dialed in, and once they got that handled, now they're running. They've got a driver in 3rd in Dickerson, Castro 7th, and Doss in 9th. We'll hope to see Cameron Doss for some more races this year. He'll be running in the British F3 Series. Ideally, we'll see him run more with us here in 2017. And indeed, Rinus VK gets by Castro to 7th spot.
Oliver Askew now trying to get around Dakota Dickerson. Nice run out of turn number 14. A couple of car lengths.
Let's look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. 0.8 of a second last time. By this time, half a second. I thought so. Dickerson and Askew are closing up now on Calvin Ming. Ming in the number 22 for Pabst Racing. Calvin was a top runner last year in the F1600 Championship Series. Such a fantastic driver development program. The best way to get dialed in. Just so many drivers have come through Formula. At one time it was Formula 4, now Formula 1600. So McGinnis with a 2.4 second lead. Remember, you said it. He jumped out to that 2-second lead. Now he's backed off into race pace. I'll hold this 2.5 second gap all race long.
Doing a great job. Robert McGinnis through the kink and now entering turn number 10. That left-hander and one of the fastest portions of the course, the fastest portion of the course, as the second, third, fourth, and fifth positions really bunch up at the exit of turn number 10. Oliver Askew looking at Dakota Dickerson again. I think Askew's got a good car. He's just trying to find a spot to get around Dakota Dickerson, but closes in nicely.
Dickerson's been really good coming out of turn number 14 as well, and that has stopped all of us from going by. And you know, one thing we need to mention, this is a brand new race car. Oh, hold on, let's look out. Here goes Askew. He's going to look to the inside. Here comes Oliver Askew for second to the inside. Side by side coming out of the corner. They are side by side coming out. And Askew able to get by him. Oliver Askew goes to third. Dickerson wisely lets it go in turn number 2. A couple young go-kart racers going at it right there. Wow. So Dickerson back to fourth position. Oh, here's a lockup there for one of the Pelfrey cars. That might have been Kalen Frederick. I think he got aggressive. Yeah, Frederick's getting stacked up. He's got Thompson and VK behind him. Oh, this race just starting to kind of unfold here for us.
Well, I think Frederick was trying to catch Dickerson. Once Dickerson got passed by Askew, so Frederick's like trying to take advantage of it. He nearly got himself in all kinds of trouble there.
Dickerson was on the outside of 1. He had to get off the gas a little bit, couldn't get on the throttle quite as quickly, had to step up a little, check up in 2, and of course Frederick was trying to pounce on that. But that's where you make a mistake. Kalen Frederick, I just want him to bring it home in one piece here.
Settling down just a little bit, but for Robert McGinnis, he is on cruise control right now. A 2.5 second advantage. Ming, second. Then Askew Dickerson.
Here in the number 82 of Isla Agron. Slow on the racetrack. Potentially stops now in turn number 9. A local yellow in turn number 9. Isla Agron stops on the racetrack.
That's an odd spot to be, and we don't have a visual of it.
Is it not?
That's turn number 9.
No,
that's when they
10,
come
11,
out.
yes.
But that's a blind corner there, so if she's at that exit, that's a tough spot. That may potentially bring out a caution depending on where she is. You can't see her right there. There's turn 8 and then turn number 9, so she's already through that turn. Can't really get a visual back up through the kink as well.
Just in a blind spot of our cameras here right now. We're not able to see where she is. They're rolling it through here now, though. So Isla Agron in the number 82, the Team Pelfrey driver, will fall to the tail of the field here now. As we said, Corey Enders had trouble early. He's got going again. So Isla off the racetrack. We're going to stay green, just a local yellow at this point. And that's one thing that our race director, Scott Elkins, has tried to do. If we can keep a driver, if we can inform everybody and the driver's not actually in a bad place, they're going to leave her out there because obviously what the thing they don't want to do is they don't want to go yellow right now. They want to see if they can't keep going, give these kids the track time they need.
So the thing I'm thinking, and we didn't quite see it, and maybe just with the visual, it's hard to see with the sunshine, potentially she got to the inside at that exit, so she's not in the racing line as everybody sweeps wide. Hopefully that's where she is.
Way wide. One thing I wanted to mention, and we talked about the fact that Oliver Askew had a lot of trouble closing up on the back of Dakota Dickerson to make that pass. Last year, that pass would have been done quickly because it would have been a big draft behind the cars. They got rid of a lot of the aerodynamic efficiency of the cars. There's not near as much aero downforce on these cars as there was last year. It's more mechanical grip. That's going to allow them to race closer together. Yeah, you're not going to be able to make that draft pass, but you're also not going to get in the sweeper behind the guy and have the aero wash and you lose the air up the front wing. So we believe that this new car design with less aero downforce and more mechanical grip is going to give us a lot closer racing here in 2017.
Kalen Frederick all over the rear wing of Dakota Dickerson as they make their way down the back straightaway. Wow, really closing in that Team Pelfrey driver on Dakota Dickerson after passing Askew getting around Dickerson. Now Dickerson has to worry about Kalen Frederick.
And look as they come out of turn number 14. Look at Oliver Askew on the rear wing of Calvin Ming. Askew trying to go for the second position, but you're right.
DK's now on the rear wing of Frederick.
Exactly.
Great battles all around this field.
Renus DK in number 21 able to get by the 90 of Parker Thompson. And we got a battle of Moises De La Vera as well going at it with Andre Castro. De La Vera to the outside. Castro to the inside. He'll crisscross him coming across. What a beautiful race that is. That is for, I believe, the 9th position. That's Cameron Doss, not Castro. Cameron Das and Moises de Oliveira fighting it out for 9th and 10th. Das in the Newman Walks white and orange number 38. De Oliveira in that striking blue number 12 for DE Force. But the race right now, a 2.7-second lead for McGuinness. The storylines now see Calvin Ming and Oliver Askew in second and third. Dickerson, Frederick, and VK now battling out for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And yes.
VK started 14th.
Remember, he tapped the wall
That's
in
right.
qualifying. Little issue in the back of the car, hit the wall, had to come in. He was 14th position. Rinus van Kampout out of the Netherlands in the Pabst Racing number 21 jumbo sponsored machine finds his way now up into the 6th spot. And I think he's going to get more. VK is rolling.
Oliver Askew with another nice run out of turn number 14. Can he catch Calvin Ming? Starting to make his move, and that's when he got around Dakota Dickerson. Right down here in turn 1, he looks inside again.
No, not doing it. Not enough. But he does look to the inside because you know what? He wants to fill those mirrors.
He's letting Ming know, hey, I'm right here.
Well, and again, Oliver Askew, I'm telling you, top 5, top 10 go-kart racers in North America. You put him in anything, he's going to win races. And he has that racecraft, and he has that patience, and he knows he doesn't need to win this race. If he comes home second or third, it'd be a great start to the season. McGuinness, your leader, though, 2.8 seconds, stretches it out by a 10th. But it's Calvin Ming and Oliver Askew in the middle of a battle. Dakota Dickerson, the biggest thing he's got for him right now is the fact that he's able to get out of 14 so well they can't draft by or get by him in turn number 1.
So the field coming down in the kink. Boy, Ming all over. Here comes Oliver Askew at the entrance of turn number 10. Ming, Askew. Askew had to check up a little bit. He looked to the inside to get around Ming, unable to do so, and now he's got to worry about Dakota Dickerson.
Yeah, look at Dickerson right back in it. He went to the inside in turn 9, and you know you got to check up if it doesn't work. Dickerson trying to close up. BK's right there. Kaylin Frederick, Parker Thompson, Ariel Castro, and Andre Castro starting to come back. VK gets by.
Yeah, VK around Frederick. Good pass for VK. Rinus VK.
Rinus van Kampout. Definitely a driver to watch. Dutch karting champion. He's got a lot of seat time in this car. He's been testing aggressively. He was actually at the announcement when we rolled out the new USF 17 at Indianapolis a year ago. He was there, had the suit on. He goes, I'm ready to race this thing now. And he got some good testing time in. So he really is prepared to battle here. The other drivers kind of trying to catch up a little bit in terms of seat time behind the wheel of these cars. Don't tell that to Robert McGuinness because he is handling things at this point. Robert McGuinness, your leader. Oh, here comes the battle. Here comes Askew to the inside of Ming and turn number 9 again. No.
Oh, VK around Dickerson.
VK around Dakota Dickerson to the inside of 9. So VK goes into 4th. Dickerson back to 5th. That will hurt his exit out of the corner. Let's see if anybody else pounces on Dickerson.
Oh, Askew's there too. Askew's ready to pounce as well. Calvin Ming under attack from Oliver Askew. The battle for second.
Coming down the front straightaway. Askew gets into the toe. Here goes Oliver Askew to the inside. To turn number 1. Side by side again. No, I don't think he's got it. Coming through turn number 2. He does around the outside. Once again, around the outside goes Oliver Askew. First he went by Dakota Dickerson. Exactly the same move to go to the inside of Calvin Ming.
What a great pass. Patience, too, and he set himself up for turn number 1, lost at turn number 2, but able to get around right there at turn number 3.
Right, and if you hold the outside at 2, it may not sound like it's a place to be, but then you're coming back around to 3, you've got that inside move into that hard braking zone now. Oliver Askew, guys, putting on a show here to start off the 2017 Cooper Tires USF 2000, powered by Mazda. What a great start for Askew. Let's see if he's able to pull away from Ming. I would expect he probably will. He's got good speed. Indeed, he's left Ming in his tracks. BK's coming, so is Dickerson.
So last time by, Robert McGuinness's advantage over Ming was 3.4 seconds. Askew able to get by. Let's see if he can close that gap.
I want to say one thing right now, because this is what's important. When they built this new race car, when they designed it, we wanted good racing, and we're getting it. Here comes VK down to the inside of Ming. Rinus VK, he'll take it into the apex.
Great pass.
Wow. Rinus then Kamphout now into third.
14th.
From 14th on the grid.
To third.
From the outside of row 7 to the podium right now for Rinus VK. What a great run for the Pabst Racing Services driver, Pabst Racing rather. And it's interesting because he had tested at Sebring just 10 days ago for Pabst Racing. Last week he tested for Newman Walks. Elected to go with Pabst, and he's trying to bring them another win. Remember, Pabst Racing swept the weekend here last year with Jordan Lloyd and Yufeng Luo. They won both main events.
12 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
12 minutes remaining in this race. The advantage for McGuinness over Askew, 3.2 seconds.
Dickerson, Frederick, and Thompson not done. Look at them stacked. I believe that Frederick's got by Dickerson.
Oh, we got a battle through turn 11 and 12.
That's Parker Thompson by Dickerson as well. Dakota Dickerson going backwards now. He has gone back. In fact, all three Newman Walks cars are stacked up. Dickerson, Castro, and Doss. Whatever the setup they put onto that Newman Walks machine for Dickerson, it's starting to go away here in the late going. Cameron Dawson looked to the inside of his teammate in turn 1. They're side by side. No, not enough.
Careful, boys.
Careful.
Don't want to take each other out.
So Dickerson, Castro, and Doss together. That's the Newman Walks team. Brand new squad here this year. Dickerson ran as high as 4th or 3rd, but has fallen down the order. Oliver Askew is closing on Robert McGuinness. Last time by 0.6 of a second quicker, Michael. That's a lot. Askew closing.
Now, McGuinness obviously in cruise control. He's commanded this race from the start. Obviously, as Oliver Askew starts to close in, I think McGuinness may pick up the pace, but boy, Oliver Askew is coming. Great race for Oliver Askew, and you just can't say enough for that young man, what he's been able to do. Hopping in with that scholarship, giving him an opportunity in this USF 2000 series. Starting on the inside of row number 2, and now finds himself P2 on the podium.
He fell back a couple of spots at the start, but has raced his way back forward. This is so impressive. Moises de Oliveira, the number 12, and the number 7 of Devin WOJCIK trying to close up on that three-driver battle of the Newman Walks pilots who run now 7th, 8th, and 9th. It's still McGuinness out front, though. Askew closing again. Quicker by 0.4 of a second last time by 2.2. With how much to go?
10 minutes.
10 minutes to go. Wow, that's going to be probably, 8 laps? 7 laps, potentially? 6 to 7 laps. This could be interesting. Oliver Askew chewing into that lead. 2.2. 8 laps. 0.4 of a second.
Catching's one thing. Passing.
Well, let me tell you this right now, and I will speak to Oliver Askew. I've watched him in karting for the last 5-6 years. When he gets there, he will make the move. That's what Oliver does. He will make them. He'll pull the trigger. He wants to win this for Mazda. You know it. He's got the Soul Red Mazda colors after winning the $100,000 scholarship. He got a bit in his teeth, and he is on it.
Wow, visibly closing that gap is Oliver Askew to Robert McGuinness. Let's see how it is. Last time, 2.2 seconds. This time by 2 seconds. So he's shaved 0.2 off. It's going to be tough to catch him.
Yeah, he'll need more time. McGuinness turned it up a little bit there, but back-to-back 115 flats for Oliver Askew. So he's got a car he trusts right now. 2 seconds back, though. McGuinness trying to hold on. 9.5 minutes remaining.
What we need to speak about is how well-behaved, if you will, these drivers have been. How it's been, you think about this race, no incidents, nobody's really had a couple of lockups, but you think to yourself, some great passing, no contact. It's been a great race for the first race of the season.
And you mentioned it earlier. You know that the guys are in their headsets saying, "Bring it home, bring it home. We got another race today. We're not rebuilding the race car here right now. Bring this car home."
So the passes that were made, smart passes, good passes.
And the guys that were getting passed were smart enough to let it happen, not force the issue. That's the key. A pass is a two-way street. Watching Oliver Askew.
I'll give him another 10th.
You think so? Just
I think another 10th. 2 seconds was the gap.
1.6. He was quicker
by
4/10
of a second.
4/10 of a second. He only needs to do that 4 more times. We got 8 minutes.
He can do it.
He's got time. Oliver Askew has time to catch the leader. We may find ourselves with a battle here in USF 2000. A big shout out to everyone listening live on the Mazda Road to Indy app or on roadtoindy.tv in the race control segment of the website. If you're listening, we're thrilled to have you guys with us. If you're potentially on the race control of IndyCar.com as well, you're waiting for the IndyCars to roll on here. This is the future. You are watching the future stars of the Verizon IndyCar Series, so take note. Write some names down. These are the guys you're going to see in that series in 4 to 5 to 6 years.
Oliver Askew, Rob, that time by has closed the gap to about 10 car lengths. He is coming and coming hard. Oliver Askew on the rear wing, potentially in about 4 more laps as they come out of turn 14. Wow. Visibly closer is Oliver Askew to Robert McGinnis. That'll be less than a second. Less than a second gap between first and second. Let's see.
You've got to give props to Dominic and Nicholas Cate. 1.1 second the gap. They put a race car together that's really starting to come in. His collapse. Look at McGinnis continues to turn 15-2.
14-7.
Oliver and VK both down into the 14s. 14-7 for Oliver
So the
Askew.
leader, 15-2. Oliver Askew, 14-7. So a half a second faster consistently each lap.
This is big. Impressive run right now for Oliver Askew in the Cate Motorsports entry. The sponsored driver by Mazda, winning that scholarship last year. He would like to pay them back here and say, yes, I am worthy of the support. And he is coming out of turn number 9. It's down to about 6 car lengths into turn number 10. Michael, we got a battle here. Out
nice,
of 10.
Yes, nice exit for Robert McGinnis, but Oliver Askew has closed that gap, as you said, Rob. 6 car lengths. Let's see. This has been his corner, too. 13 and 14, the final stretch. Down to 3 car lengths. Really broke late. Gets a nice run out of turn number 14. He won't be able to get him this time, but he's going to let Robert McGinnis know he's coming.
Now, that's one of the things. Robert McGinnis is a virtual rookie in terms of racing. He's only been racing for about 4 or 5 years, 3 or 4 years. Not like Oliver Askew, who's come up through the ranks, was a top driver in Supercars USA and Rotax competition. This guy can get the job done. Maybe that poise, that experience, that maturity will help him get by McGinnis here.
Half a second gap between the leader, Robert McGinnis, and Oliver Askew, who's running second. It's McGinnis, Askew.
Another 14-7.
Wow. Half a second faster, 0.6 faster that time. McGinnis, Askew, VK, Ming, Frederick, your top 5. Thompson, Dickerson, Das, Castro, and De La Vera, they are your top 10.
Great run here for USF 2000. These drivers performing very well. We have, 5 minutes to go? It'll be 5 minutes to go, but I'll tell you, they're going by Bruna Tomaselli, the only driver we have, the young lady in the national category. That's for the older race cars, the car we ran last year. They're coming up here. Michael, you know it. Coming through turn number 14. Will we see a pass this time by?
He's going to get him.
Within a length.
He'll get him in turn 1.
Within 1 length as they come on the front straightaway.
Now, next time by, he's coming, though. He's got it down to 3 car lengths.
Here comes the draft down the front straightaway. He's staying to the inside a little bit. Letting McGinnis know he's right there. 1 car length coming out of turn number 1. We wanted a battle here in USF 2000, and the USF 17, this new Petersburg race car, has delivered. Good fight up front. Oliver Askew trying to tiptoe his way around, getting it by McGinnis.
So each pass he's made has been down in turn 1. He gets close in turn 10, gets a nice run out of 14, and it'll get him in turn 1. If he's within a car length, he'll get him down into turn number 1. They make their way to the north end of the course. And down Bayshore they will come. Robert McGinnis, who has led every lap of this event.
Right there.
And now Oliver Askew, right all over the rear wing, looks to the inside, will not make the pass, but he's setting him up. If he gets that run out of 14, he'll get around him.
No doubt. He is right on the rear wing, folks. Right with him here now. We're going potentially. There's an issue on the racetrack potentially. Here they come onto the front straightaway. We're good to go so far. Oliver Askew right there. They're working their way down the straightaway.
Oh, McGinnis moves to the middle of the course, trying to keep Oliver Askew at bay.
Again.
Making that run down into turn number 1. I don't think he's going to get him.
Michael, you said it straight up. He's got to get out of turn number 14, and he's not doing that. He cannot get out of 14 quite well enough right now to be able to get that move down into 1. Askew right with McGinnis. Now this is where he's trying to force him. He just can't get out of turn number 14. McGinnis way better out of that corner. 3 minutes to go. 3 to go. Couple laps you got to expect here. The drivers now working their way into the north section of the racetrack. Again, McGinnis doing everything he can to hold off a determined Oliver Askew right tucked up under the rear wing. It was an easy-going opening half of the race from McGinnis. He was out for a Saturday cruise. Not so much now.
Well, you think about it, too. Robert McGinnis hasn't had to use up his tires at all.
That's true.
And Oliver Askew's really been racy this entire event. So at this latter portion, Robert McGinnis just might have some better rubber. Hence why Oliver Askew can't get out of 14 as well. McGinnis really getting back into the throttle. Let's see how they fare down at the east end of the course, the final turn. Oliver Askew again within a car length. Yeah. Robert McGinnis sweeps all the way to the inside of the track. A car length separates first from second. Done into turn number 1. Will Askew look to the outside?
Askew to the outside. McGinnis to the inside. It'll be a crisscross. No, Askew's going to try him on the outside. He's got him on the outside. No, has to check up. So McGinnis in full defense mode now. Down to the inside of the racetrack. They'll see the white flag next time by. The white flag will fly when they roll back around here. McGinnis in full defense mode. Drove the car to the bottom of the racetrack, coming all the way up the front straightaway. Renus VK has arrived on the scene. VK right there as well now. A 3-driver fight for the race win.
VK from 14th to 30 finds himself on the podium and potentially battling for second and a win.
Team Pelfrey, Tate Motorsports, Pabst Racing, all on the scrap here. They'll work their way again down the back chute here, turns toward number 10, turn 10.
Oh, VK is going to be all over the rear wing of Askew
He's
now.
ready to attack, and you know he will as well. Here they come. They'll see the white flag this time by. Oliver needs to go by quickly. White flag will fly as they come across the line here.
Be smart, gentlemen. We have 1 to go. Robert McGinnis sweeps out of turn number 14. Oliver Askew now about 5 car lengths back. It's VK coming. Renus VK from 14th to the rear wing of Oliver Askew for the final time. White flag out. It's McGinnis, Askew, VK to turn number 1.
He's just not close enough right now. I don't know what's going on with Askew. Wasn't able to pull the trigger. They'll work their way out of 1. Top 3 drivers separated last time by just 7/10 of a second. I got to think that VK being there has got Oliver thinking, I don't want to lose second here now. He's in his head. Oliver's going to try to hold on to the spot. VK looking for more. This is one of those times you might just want to relax and take the position and get out of the opening race without an incident. Indeed. A little bit of a gap, a little bit of room here now for McGinnis to work with. Coming down the back straightaway once again. McGinnis has got about 3 car lengths. Askew would need to do it in turn 9. He's not close enough. VK trying to get in there as well. They'll come out of turn number 10. Over to 11, 12, 13 complex. McGinnis with a lot of room. We're going to cap off the opening round of the USF 2000 program right now. Out of 14. Askew right up on him. Askew's on the rear wing. McGinnis will go to the bottom of the racetrack. It's going to be Robert McGinnis winning in St. Petersburg. His first win on the streets of St. Petersburg. First win in the USF 2000 championship. McGinnis wins by 2/10 over Oliver Askew. Renus VK in the 3rd spot. Kalen Frederick in 4th, and Parker Thompson rounds out the top 5.
6/10 of a second separate the podium. First to 3rd, 6/10 of a second. Great race.
Dakota Dickerson ends up in 6th. Calvin Ming in 7th. Cameron Dawson 8th. Moises de Oliveira 9th, and Andre Castro rounding out the top 10. Wow, Michael, that was a battle. I'm going to run down to victory lane right now. I'll let you wrap things up.
Thank you to Rob Howden, the voice of this Road to Indy program. And the USF 2000 Series, their first race of 2017. Letter flag to flag. Robert McGinnis on the pole, coming home with the victory this morning in the USF 2000 Series. They will be back for race number 2 at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Again, it's Robert McGinnis, Oliver Askew coming home P2, and Renus VK P3 Frederick, Thompson, Dickerson, Ming, Das, De La Vera, and Castro rounding out the top 10. Then Gavin, Cole, Donison, Wright, Enders, Kaminsky, Gore, Tomaselli, WOJCIK, Horton, and Isla Ogren, who had the issue in turn number 9. Rounds out the 21-car field. Great start to the race weekend, the first race of the year. And there is your victor coming down pit lane, Robert McGinnis. Team Pelfrey Racing, Oliver Askew in that Mazda Soul Red Racing entry. Driving for Kate Motorsports. And Rinus VK coming home third. Driver for Pabst Racing. Great race, and we will celebrate with our top 3 finishers. There is a stage where it has been for the last several years, and we invite you to join us for our Victory Podium celebration right behind grandstand number 7. So as you make your way to Gasoline Alley, we'll make a right. You'll see the stage there, and that's where we'll celebrate with all of our top finishers this race weekend. And we invite you race fans to come on down and join us as we celebrate with Rinus VK, Oliver Askew, your winner of this USF 2000 race number 1, Robert McGinnis. We welcome you, race fans. It's day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. There he is. Winner of race number 1. Tony Laporta spoke to him before the race. You could hear the excitement in his voice, but calm, cool, and collected out on the race circuit. Masterful drive from young Robert McGinnis as he climbs out of that Team Pelfrey machine. How about it, race fans? Robert McGinnis. A great drive. Congratulations around from the team. And we will celebrate in just a few moments with race number 1 winner, USF 2000, Robert McGinnis. The schedule for the remainder of the day. Pirelli World Challenge, GT, GTS, and GT Cup race number 1. That will green flag at 9:35. So we have some time to do some celebrating. Then the final practice for the Verizon IndyCar Series. A couple of incidents yesterday. Will Power in the first practice session, Takuma Sato from Andretti Autosport in the second practice session. Their final practice session at 10:50 this morning. And then the drivers we saw bright and early this morning, Pro Mazda drivers, will be back for their first race of the weekend. That will green flag at 11:50 this morning. Then the Pirelli World Challenge machines will be back for GTS race number 2. USF 2000 race number 2 will green flag at 2 o'clock. And Tony Laporta has the winner, Robert McGinnis. Tony.
What a difference a year makes. A new car, a new season. Robert McGinnis, first of all, congratulations on your first win here at the Mazda Road to Indy. You can't even contain yourself right now. Tell me about how excited you must be.
I mean, this is a dream come true, and I can't believe it's all happening. And I was getting pretty scared at the end of the race. Oliver and Rinus were right there, and I was having to block. But yeah, I mean, I can't thank Mazda, Cooper Tires, Tatis, High Tide, and my sponsors for helping me get here, Palo Alto Networks. I can't thank the team enough for getting the car as perfect as it was, and everything just worked today, and I'm just so happy to get this first one.
Now, before we went green, I was interviewing you, and I don't always like to interview the same driver from before the race and after the race, but when it's the pole sitter and the winner, we got to talk to you. I asked you, I said, what are the odds we go green and not have a caution in turn 1? Well, the whole field made it through cleanly. What were the odds of that going into it? That had to surprise you to not see a yellow flag once you got out of turn 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't have bet on that, but, I mean, I was kind of relieved because I know we had the pace to pull away, which is what we did at the beginning of the race. It was yeah, I couldn't believe it, to be quite honest. I was in the car coming down the straight like there are no cars stuck in the wall over here. So, yeah.
It's a pretty young podium. 17 years old, you just turned. You're the victor here today. So what are you going to do to celebrate at 17 years old? Anything fun? We're going to go hit Toys R Us or something after this is over?
Yeah, let's go to Toys R Us. Get that bike my parents promised me so I can learn how to ride. And, yeah.
Awesome. Robert McGinnis, your round 1 winner here at the 2017 Mazda Road to Indy. We're going to head over to Victory Lane where we're going to meet these 3 drivers on your podium.
Thank you, Tony Laporta. Our winner, Robert McGinnis, rolling through the rest of the schedule as we left off the second USF 2000 race number 2 at 2 o'clock. The drivers you just saw will be celebrating with Robert, Oliver Askew, and Renee Speak momentarily, but they'll be back for their second race at 2 o'clock. Then we go qualifying with the big cars, the stars in the cars of the Verizon IndyCar Series qualifying, including the Firestone Fast 6, gets underway at 2:55. Stadium Super Trucks, race number 1 at 4:25, and we'll wrap up the day with the Indy Lights. They were the second on-track activity this morning, and their first race will happen at 5:10 this afternoon. Looking at our video boards, there's the remainder of the schedule for today. A beautiful day, very windy, breeze coming off the bay, but a beautiful day nonetheless. We welcome you. Continuing on, again, the Pirelli World Challenge GT, GTS, and GT Cup race number 1. It's coming up next. We welcome you to day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Thank you, Rob Howden. And there they are, our top three finishers of USF 2000 race number 1. Renus VK, Oliver Askew, your winner, Robert McGinnis. And again, they will be back at 2 o'clock for race number 2. On the docket next, the Pirelli World Challenge GT, GTS, GT Cup race number 1. That'll green flag, and we'll begin our pre-race festivities in just a few moments. Again, race fans, a beautiful day, and we welcome you and thank you for coming out and joining us bright and early. It's day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
From the streets of St. Petersburg, Florida, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Oh, we're inching ever closer to the season opener for the Verizon IndyCar Series, the Firestone Grand Prix at St. Petersburg. I'm Mark Janes. Welcome to the Firestone broadcast booth. Here on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network, happy to be joined in the broadcast booth by Nick Yeoman. Nick, you've already been busy today.
Yeah, we already had one Indy Lights qualifying session in the books this morning. A very spirited qualifying session, in fact. That set the grid for race number 2, which will green flag tomorrow morning at 9:45 Eastern. Young Colton Herta, just 16 years old, Mark, grabbed the pole for that race. That last name, if it sounds familiar, that is the son of Brian Herta, IndyCar veteran, did a great job this morning. Herta and Urrutia on the front row for race number 2 tomorrow.
Well, we're going to use these sessions. Normally we save race day to talk to winners of the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire, but we're actually going to use our practice and qualifying sessions to get to know these stars of tomorrow as we go green here. Happy to have Aaron Thielitz in the booth with us from Bilardi Auto Racing, and interesting weekend. Aaron, first of all, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, happy to have you here. Of course, you joined us in the booth last year, but P1 for race 1, P10 for race number 2. Talk about the difference in the qualifying efforts in the two sessions.
Yeah, the Bilardi Auto Racing guys gave me a great car for both sessions. Really, the big difference was hitting a ton of traffic in Q2 on my second tire run. So I think on my first tire run, I was P1 or P2 when I pitted, and then when I went back out, never got another clean lap in, and everybody else improved. So slid down the grid to 10th, but I know my car is fast, so I think I'll be able to battle from there.
Now, Nick Yeoman and I went around this course in a golf cart and a construction lift. I'm guessing your car feels a little different when you go around it. Tell us about some of the more challenging portions of this fabulous layout here at St. Petersburg.
Yeah, definitely. This is my 4th year being here. The big difference this year is they completely changed how turn 3 is, as you guys know. So there's a huge bump there, and now they've basically rerouted us around the bump where it's much more narrow and tight, still fast, but very technical. And then the track's got some really good high-speed flowing sections over in turns 11 and 12, nice and high speed. So, yeah, it's got a little bit of everything, which is great.
The most important portion in terms of your setup, we've talked to drivers over the years, and they have differing views and differing philosophies, but do you want to be good off of that final turn so you can use the momentum of this long airport runway straightaway?
Yeah, definitely. St. Pete and most street courses are all about power down, so how quickly you can get back on the throttle and shoot down the next street to the next braking zone. That's pretty much all it is here is, 90-degree corners, lots of 90-degree corners, 180-degree corner coming onto the straightaway, and just getting the power on as early as you can.
Well, Nick Yeoman, a couple of sessions yesterday. Marco Andretti fast in P1 for the Verizon IndyCar Series, and after the second session, Scott Dixon was P1. Interesting to note, this is one of the trophies Scott Dixon doesn't have on the mantle at home, even though he's been the bridesmaid, if you will, here a couple of times. But they have, I think, caught up nicely in terms of going back to that Honda power plant, because Dixie with a time of 1:02.55.91.
Very few racetracks that Scott Dixon has gone to that he hasn't won to. 12 career starts here at St. Petersburg and still looking for that first win. Really good day for that Chip Ganassi crew yesterday, as you mentioned, switching from Chevrolet to Honda. They put 3 in the top 4 when it all shook out yesterday. Dixon was the fastest. Kanaan was 3rd. Charlie Kimball was 4th. No surprise to see Will Power up there in the top 5 as well. How about Sebastian Bourdais, though, Mark? He makes the switch over to the Dale Coyne Racing Team with Honda. They paired him up with Craig Hampson. That combination yielded a lot of success in the old Champ Car days. Off the truck, fast for Sebastian Bourdais. So, pretty interesting day. Joseph Newgarden was fast as well in his maiden weekend driving for Team Penske. That was one of the big stories of the offseason. But most importantly, Mark, just awful impressed with the speed the Hondas showed and the Ganassi camp in their first weekend back with the Honda logo on those race cars.
If you like a decent breeze, sunshine, and temperatures in the 70s, you will love this day at St. Petersburg. Let's get more specific about the conditions and welcome in Jake Query.
That breeze, actually, Mark, kind of pushes those cars into turn number 1. It is at their back as they work their way away from the water here in St. Petersburg. As always, it is a spectacular day in terms of the sunshine. Now, earlier yesterday, I noticed that it wasn't as humid. Sometimes we've seen a lot of humidity here. I think that air will thicken up just a little bit as we get set for the race conditions tomorrow. There is speculation and some chance of a little bit of rain tomorrow. You always have a chance of a pop-up shower here and there in St. Petersburg. We'll see if that affects conditions for the race tomorrow. But as for today, it is 74 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Track temperature, which will inevitably heat up, is at 91 degrees. So off to a great start here on this day that ultimately will end with qualifying for the Verizon IndyCar Series in St. Petersburg. Let's go down pit road to another of our pit reporters here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. It's Katie Osborne.
Well, one of the new faces in Andretti Autosport is Takuma Sato this year, trying to convert the consistency, the speed that he's had, into really those consistent results. Well, unfortunately, yesterday in practice number 2, he ended up hitting the wall. I talked to Ziggy with Andretti Autosport here this morning, and he said they really put the car back to normal. They made normal adjustments, but they're really still working through that brake package. It's the 3rd setup of the weekend for Takuma Sato. He said actually the whole Andretti Autosport team, they're really trying to get a feel for that brake package. It's really something that's causing them some issues here throughout the weekend already.
Again, we're happy to have Aaron Telitz from the Mazda Road to Indy, the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire, in the booth with us. And so, Aaron, talk about the change. We talked about the change in the format in terms of shortening the sessions for the Verizon IndyCar Series, giving them another set of tires, the Firestone Reds, 45-minute sessions instead of minute 15 sessions. How do you feel about the changes they made to the structure of the Indy Lights in terms of having 2 full qualifying sessions now?
Yeah, I actually really enjoy that. I think it's great the way they're doing it now, where you've got separate qualifying sessions for each one of your races, where before it was kind of a combination of your times in qualifying and maybe your best lap in race number 1 that set the grid then for race 2. The big change is that we don't have a lot of practice before we go qualifying. We had 40 minutes or so of practice before we headed into qualifying, so it's really important to be fast straight away right off of the truck. The IndyCar guys getting quite a bit of time to do some extra practice. That's huge for them.
Just an overall observation. There are many, many things that separate you guys from us, but I got to ask it, when you get to a place like this and maybe on an install lap or maybe when on a parade lap or something, Do you ever just look around and think, man, this is a cool place when you're in the cockpit? Or are you just so focused you don't have time? Certainly can't do that during the race, but are there times you look around and think, man, this place is cool?
Yeah, not while I'm in the car. I don't really look around too much and think, man, this place is cool. But, I like walking around and watching from different sections of the racetrack, and that's when you really get to see how awesome of a place it was. Yeah. Last night I was up on top of an apartment building, AER downtown, and you could see the racetrack and out into the bay, and it's just it's an incredible setting here for a race.
Not a bad way to make a living, is it?
No, it's awesome.
Good. Let's go back to Katie Osborne.
Here in Hinch's pit. He actually just pulled in here right now. But one thing to note is in practice, too, they thought they were having a gearbox issue. But they found out that it was actually an electrical issue that was causing it to stick a gear. It's fixed now, and right now, it looks like he's going to get back out and run.
Nick Yeoman, an issue in turn 10, the spot that you'll have throughout the race weekend.
Yeah, I've been watching that here the last 4 or 5 minutes as the 18 car of Sebastian Bourdais has tested one of the runoff areas here on this 14-turn, 1.8-mile street course here at St. Petersburg. But watching that area turn 10, those drivers, of course, love to get up on that curbing. It's a tight left-hander, can be awful fast as well, very tricky. That's where we saw Will Power crash yesterday. But there are some blue banners up against the outside wall of turn number 10, and I don't know if somebody got a hold of those banners at some point or if they've just, the force of those cars getting so close has pulled some of those banners off the wall. But they've been shredded, and we've seen bits and pieces of that stuff flying up in the air. Not big of an issue, Mark, to bring out a full course caution, but when vantage points mean everything in these race cars, those banners hanging off the walls there certainly going to be a little distracting.
45-minute session, the final one before we go qualifying at 2:50 Eastern this afternoon. Third member of our broadcast crew on pit road today is celebrating a birthday. I won't sing to him. But happy birthday nonetheless. Hello, Dave First.
No, you can sing.
No,
that's
I can't.
fine. No, go ahead.
Can't. No, that's fine.
Oh, wait, we have to pay ASCAP fees
we'll
or something like that.
We'll find another way to
don't
celebrate your birthday.
Okay, well, we'll take care of that later on tonight. Hey, great to be back. Good morning, everybody. Back here on pit road, and I'm in the 28 pit of one Ryan Hunter-Ray. A lot of work yesterday on the calipers, the brake calipers on this Honda. A lot of Hondas, in fact, up and down pit road are dealing with some brake issues so far this weekend, and I think that's going to be a storyline that's going to be interesting, something to really watch throughout the course of the weekend. Remember, this year they've switched to PFC brakes, a lot different from the Brembo that the IndyCar used for years and years and years. So really there's a lot of adjustment not only for the teams and technically what they do to these race cars, but the drivers are driving a little bit differently because of these new brake calibers, rotors, pads, and whatnot. That is something that a lot of these guys are paying big adjustments to, really paying attention to. And that's why Ryan Hunter-Ray yesterday was only able to do 8 laps or so because they were changing some brake calibers as well. I've said brake caliber more in the last minute than I think I have the rest of my career. But anyway, I think really this is going to be something we need to keep an eye on this weekend.
Nick, let's take a look at time and scoring. For now, Marco is P1.
Yeah, and how about that Honda once again showing some strength. They've got 4 of the top 5. Marco Andretti, Max Chilton, Scott Dixon. They go 1, 2, 3. Simon Pagenaud is 4th quick. Tony Kanaan is 5th. Rest of the top 10. Elio Castroneves, Will Power, Alexander Rossi, Takuma Sato, and Joseph Newgarden. Quickest lap of this session, again, by Marco Andretti, Mark, at a minute 2.569.
Let's go back to pit road. Katie.
Sebastian Bourdais returning to Dale Coyne Racing this year. I talked to him earlier this morning, and he said, wow, it's just so great to get the gang back together. He said everyone's in that frame of mind. They're getting their expectations all at the same level. And he just wants to go out and race, not think about it, and not set the bar too high. He said he's really exceptionally excited to be working again with Craig Hampson and Oliver Boysen from the engineers that are on number 18 car. But a lot of these members are the same that he won championships with Newman Haas Racing, guys.
About 34 minutes remaining in this 45-minute session before we go qualifying a little bit later on today on the streets of St. Petersburg for the Firestone broadcast booth. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
The finish line, the victory lap, the trophy. I'm Mario Andretti, and I know there's nothing sweeter than winning an IndyCar race. And that feeling doesn't stop at the finish line. Because when you drive on Firestone tires, the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series, you'll realize that you don't need a track to drive like a champion.
Whatever you drive a Firestone.
just what is the Indy experience?
It's 80,000 screaming fans.
It's 11 exciting races over 3 days.
It's the Ferris wheel and the interactive fan zone for the kids. And it's wine tasting. Yes, wine tasting for moms and dads.
This is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union at Barber Motorsports Park, April 21st through 23rd.
Don't miss the Indy experience.
Purchase your tickets today at barberracingevents.com.
Zoom Motorsports, the phenomenal promoter for the race at Barber Motorsports Park. Their CEO and President Gene Holman will join us tomorrow during this Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. We look forward to not only visiting with him during the race tomorrow, but certainly visiting that fabulous facility just outside of Birmingham, Alabama. Mark Janes, Nick Yeoman in the booth. Happy to be joined by Belardi Auto Racing's Aaron Telitz, and getting ready to go racing today and tomorrow. Aaron, let's talk a little bit about 2016. Things worked out pretty well, that Pro Mazda Championship. Pretty dominant season for you.
Yeah, it started off with a bang here at St. Petersburg. I qualified on pole for race 2 and ended up winning that race. Came in second place in race 1, but then my teammate Pato O'Ward went on a huge run, winning 6 of the next 7 races, I think it was, and I found myself in a pretty big points hole midway through the season, but turned it around at my home race at Road America and brought it home from there.
Yeah, that was quite a weekend for sure. Now, F2000 prior to that, so we've asked Zach Veach and others that we've had in the booth over the years, where does the biggest jump from in terms of adjustment and the difference in the race cars, from F2000 to Pro Mazda or Pro Mazda to Indy Lights?
Definitely for me, it's been Pro Mazda to Indy Lights. That's been the biggest jump. Just based on lap times, it's a huge step compared to USF 2000 to Pro Mazda. Just the Indy Lights car does everything so much better than the Pro Mazda or USF 2000 car does. Tires are more grippy and bigger. Engine's got more horsepower. The chassis got better grip. There's more aero grip. Just does everything better.
So being a Wisconsin native, how cool is it to be running for a fellow Wisconsinner in Brian Belardi?
It's awesome. Brian's a great guy, and it's a lot of fun driving for someone that is from Wisconsin as well. There's always a good connection there. We're big Packer fans, so that's it's a great way to build a little bit of trust in our team.
Pretty good operation for sure that Brian Belardi has put together, and Nick Yeoman, has some pretty significant trophies on his mantle in the race shop.
It's pretty impressive. Got an Indy Lights championship with Gabby Chavez a couple years ago. They scored the most race wins a year ago with Zach Veach and Felix Rosenquist going to victory lane 6 times, and then of course, and Aaron can attest to that, they have on the outside of where they set up their paddock, they've still got the picture of that 4-wide finish that Peter Dempsey pulled off that incredible win, the Freedom 100 a handful of years ago. But, the operation that Brian Belardi has built in a very short time, I mean, it is first class. They show up, and those race cars are fast. I mean, it's proof of what Aaron and Santi Urrutia and Shelby Blackstock have done so far this weekend. It's an awful, impressive organization, and they very quickly, Mark, have become a powerhouse in the Indy Lights Series.
What about that organization has impressed you the most in the amount of time that you've been with them?
Just their level of preparation. The guys are always working on the cars back at the shop and getting them ready to go. You know, they're a full-time Indy Lights team. That's all they focus on, where some of the other Indy Lights teams maybe have other series that they run in, where with Belardi, all their focus is just on Indy Lights and doing the best they can there. So I think for us, that's an advantage.
Scott Dixon has gone back to P1. Will Power, Alex Rossi, Marco Andretti, as we say that. Charlie Kimball slots into P3. Power is P2. Rossi, Andretti, the top 5. The top 10. Castro Neves, Chilton, Rahal, Piggott, and Pagano. Connor Daly, currently 19th quick. Let's get an update on the driver of the 4 machine from Katie.
Yeah, he just got back out on the track. I talked to him earlier today about really how he was feeling in the car. He said, well, we're definitely working on a lot of things right now and getting comfortable. He just really wants to get out there and see how it comes together. He was just in the pit there for quite some time with the umbrella over him, and they said they were changing their rear springs. A lot of things that this team is working through to get Connor out on top.
21 cars set to roll off the grid, and James Hinchcliffe now goes to P1. So the mayor of Hinchtown with a time of 101.7415. Back to pit road and Jake Query.
Checking in on Charlie Kimball's team. Right now he finds himself 6th quickest on the charts. He has Dario Franchitti in his ear. Of course, Dario Franchitti kind of rotates through for Chip Ganassi at times, advising with Max Chilton, also to Charlie Kimball, who now is up to 2nd quickest Kimball is at this time. One thing about Kimball that's interesting, if you're looking at his car, we became so accustomed, Mark, I know, to becoming familiar with that Novo Nordisk paint scheme, that blue and orange for Charlie Kimball. This is his 9th year with the company, his 7th with them sponsoring him in the Verizon IndyCar Series. His paint scheme this weekend, as we have seen at times, including at Indianapolis, is Trasiba. It is a black and green, kind of a fluorescent green paint scheme. That is a product produced by Novo Nordisk. It is an insulin that simply has a longer lifespan once he takes it. So Charlie Kimball, a diabetic at one time, would have to take insulin twice a day. With the Trasiba insulin, he actually can take it, and it has at times lasted for him more than, say, just one full day. So it obviously decreases the amount of times that he takes the insulin. Kimball has become a spokesperson for the company. Mark did a worldwide tour, did Charlie Kimball, going around and speaking about his experience as a diabetic and how Novo Nordisk allows him to continue throughout his day-to-day operations. He went to 3 different continents in the off-season around the world. Told me the best place he went, he enjoyed Copenhagen, Denmark. It'd be a pretty cool thing to do.
Top 10 in points a year ago, finishing 9th. And Nick, a guy that we see in the top 10 right now in timing and scoring, finished 19th in points a year ago. I know Max Chilton's hoping for a good year here in 2017.
I think last year was a huge learning experience for Max Chilton, and I think he would tell you that firsthand. Not a lot of great results to show for that rookie season, but you have to expect that in year 2. Again, he's got a couple guys to learn from, 3 guys really, with a ton of experience as Charlie Kimball has quickly become a veteran in this sport, and then certainly 2 of the best in Tony Kanaan and Scott Dixon. So I think expectations are pretty high for Max Chilton. Certainly needs to show some improvement from a year ago. But, Marcus, we talked about it before. If Max Chilton's going to improve and he's going to consistently become a top 10 guy, then you got to take someone that's in the top 10 and then bump him out. And with this field, the quality of these drivers, it's really hard to find a spot, find a weakness for a guy that's at the bottom to rise towards the top.
Yeah, Aaron, as you look up and down these 21 cars here, boy, you win this championship, you've done something. There's some pretty talented drivers there. It's a pretty stout field, huh?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. From top to bottom, all those guys have done incredible things with their career. So to be knocking on the doorstep of getting in there and going wheel to wheel with some of those guys is pretty exciting for me.
Do you find those drivers very receptive to you guys in the Mazda Road to Indy? I mean, if you want to pick their brain, do you find them to be very, very approachable?
Oh, definitely. All those guys are really approachable. I mean, most of them, I think, have gone through the Mazda Road to Indy, or at least Indy Lights. Most of them, I think, at the top right now, James Hinchcliffe's in Indy Lights, Charlie Kimball, Joseph Newgarden, obviously. Max Chilton did 2015 in Indy Lights.
Sure.
So, all those guys have kind of came up the same way that we're working on right now. So they're receptive. If you want to talk to them about something or pick their brain, they're totally okay with that.
Nick Yeoman, the 26 crew, going to have to take a look at the rear of that car after he brushed the outside retaining wall.
Yeah, it's already been a pretty interesting and rough weekend for Takuma Sato, who has made the jump from AJ Foyt Racing to Andretti Autosport in the offseason. Yesterday, he had a big off in turn 14, tore up the front of that race car, and then just moments ago, we saw that car go a little wide and get the left side tires up against the wall. Looked like he white-walled the tires, Mark. Immediately he brought that Andretti Autosport Honda back to pit lane, and certainly the crew's going to pour over that race car. Not been a very good weekend for Takuma Sato, only 18th fastest, turning 8 laps so far in this session.
Defending series champion Simon Pagno, currently P14. An update from his pit box from Katie.
Real quick, the question is how would you determine chasing the championship again? Well, for Simon Pagno, he says he's not defending it, he's actually attacking it this year. And for him, that really begins this weekend.
Let's go to Dave first.
Well, if you have children, you might be familiar with the hit TV show Mickey and the Roadster Racers. I know I've seen it a couple of times. It's on the Disney Junior channel. Doug Bresnahan is the chief marketing officer for Andretti Autosport, and over the weekend announced a new program, a partnership with the show, with the network. This is a lot of fun. Tell us about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Dave. Great partnership with Disney. great collaboration with IndyCar as well, and we are really fortunate to have Disney Junior on board and Mickey and the Roadster Racers. It's going to be a great activation, not only St. Pete this weekend, but also Long Beach and the Indy 500. Disney's going to have an activation zone, a lot of unique things, programming for families and kids. And, for us to be part of it's really great. I mean, Michael and Ryan both have young children. And, I know their kids are active fans and watchers of the show. So it's a great tie-in.
All right, so you got to check out the Kids Zone with your children, of course. What do you find when you come to it?
Well, they're going to have a lot of interactive activities. I think a little photo booth. There's going to be special autograph sessions with Ryan Hunter-Reay, and occasionally might sprinkle in some of our other drivers there. Mickey's going to be showing up, and I think some other maybe surprise guests as well. But, really just really bringing that family-oriented focus back to IndyCar there.
I'm sorry, you had me at Mickey.
Yeah.
Mickey's going to be here this weekend.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing. Yeah, I think Mickey will be here tomorrow. That's
cool.
Yeah,
and as well as Long Beach and Indianapolis. I mean, we often talk about in the sport connecting with the next generation. This is a great way to do that.
Yeah, and that's what we were so intrigued with the program as well. I mean, one thing about IndyCar, it offers a little bit for everybody, right? Older folks, younger folks. 20-somethings, and now we've got this great program with Disney and IndyCar where we're really going after the family atmosphere and young kids, young families, and I think we're all fans of Mickey anyway, no matter how old we are, right? But
yeah. Who's most excited? It has to be Hunter-Reay's two kids, right?
They're over the top, and in fact, what's crazy about this is one of their kids just celebrated a birthday over the weekend, and it was actually Mickey and the Roadster Racers themed, and that was before any of this was coming online. They had already had it planned, and so this program's really taken over, and I think everybody's really excited about it.
Here's the thing: if you watch the TV show, and who hasn't if you haven't had kids? But anyway, it's a great show. Mickey drives a yellow and red number 28 in the show.
Yeah, that was another unique coincidence, I guess you could say. The 28 is really interesting, of course. For Mickey, 28 represents 1928, which was the first time the first Mickey Mouse cartoon ever aired. And, of course, with Ryan, 28 represents the 28 million people that have survived cancer. So two different message points there, but definitely a great common tie and link.
Somehow it all comes together. Congratulations on the announcement this weekend.
Thank you for that. And, be sure if you come to the race, check out the Kids Zone within the IndyCar activation area, and I'm sure it'll be a great place to go.
Doug Bresnahan, again, the Chief Marketing Officer, Andretti Autosport. Great program and a great show. Mickey and the Roadster Racers at every Verizon IndyCar Series event this season.
Good stuff, Dave. And Nick, this comes at the same time that the New York Times publishes an article in which it says that the Verizon IndyCar Series no longer spinning its wheels.
Yeah, it seems like that the New York Times and their reporters have noticed certainly the momentum with this series. I love this partnership with Disney, Mark, because you talk about the demographics you got to hit. For IndyCar, the 40 or 50 and older crowd can really bask in the history of this sport. When we go to Indianapolis and celebrate the history of open wheel racing in America, of course, the sleek look of these race cars, come in and see those cars flying past you, that's going to grab that 16 to 30-year-old crowd. And then to have something like that, the partnership with Disney, to get them while they're really young, is it's only going to pay benefits, Mark. So it's a pretty cool partnership. Excited to hear about it.
Aaron Thielitz from the Indy Lights joins us here in the booth. Aaron, we'll get to your comment in just a minute about sponsorship. Give you a minute or two to think about that. Before we do that, let's go to Jay Query on pit road.
It's interesting when you run into people on pit road and you start to think to yourself, I wonder if this means that perhaps something is brewing. I'm walking around and I find Bob Lazier, of course, father of Buddy Lazier, former racer yourself, and Lazier Racing Partners. Now, I'll be honest, this isn't to say that you weren't here, but typically in years past, it's around May when we start to see you guys putting together a package for the Indy 500. Where do things stand right now for Lazier Racing Partners in the IndyCar Series?
Right now, we're doing all of the tough items that take a lot of time. Like we're having everything crack checked and getting everything ready to go that way, and we're kind of hoping to keep things together with Tom Burns as well, from last year, and but we're fully committed to going and getting into Indy.
Okay, so with that, in the years past, let's take the last 2 years, Bob. It seems as though you guys now are getting the ball rolling even easier, or even earlier, I should say. Accurate to say that?
It is very accurate to say that. We have maybe a few more hurdles this year than we had last year, but we certainly started very quickly. But also last year in the race itself, our car was terrifically good. Okay, that was very, very competitive, and so we're starting at a higher level this year than we ended last year, or at that same level.
Is there ever the thought, in terms of the team and Lazier Racing Partners, yourself and, of course, your son, Buddy Lazier, the Indy 500 winner from 1996, is there thought to eventually getting a team that would run races outside of Indianapolis, perhaps with another driver in the cockpit?
Oh, absolutely. No question about it. That's what that's what we're hoping for, okay? And one of the drivers that we have on our list is Buddy's son, Flinney, who was second in the runoffs last year at 16. Wait a minute, he was 17. Okay, and so things are going very well with him as well. And we would really love to run the entire series.
I appreciate the time. We wish you the best of luck. Look forward to seeing you in Indianapolis.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, that's Bob Lazier, guys, Lazier Racing Partners. And it looks as if, Mark, it happens each and every year that Buddy Lazier comes back. And again, this is a guy that's in the top 8 in terms of all-time laps turned at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Buddy Lazier.
96 Indianapolis 500 winner, but a former series champion, Buddy Lazier. Ryan Hunter-Reay is P12. An update on him from Katie.
Well, of course, there's ongoing conversation about the brakes here at St. Pete, especially for this team. They are still continuously working on this brake package to optimize it for the race. I was talking to some of the guys here, and they said obviously they want to get all their drivers up in the top 6, fast 6. Now, one thing to note, Ryan Hunter-Reay is improving today. He's running quicker, more laps in, and it's something that the team is definitely feeling some positive vibes for.
16th quick in the combined speeds of the practice sessions yesterday was Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's bumped that up a couple to P12. Now, let's get back to Aaron Telitz, who joins us in the booth today. Let's talk about your efforts. Which is more difficult, throwing a race car around the streets of St. Petersburg or finding that badly needed sponsorship?
Oh, it's definitely finding that badly needed sponsorship. That's got to be the toughest part of any up-and-coming driver's job, is just to find the funding to go racing. It's so expensive working your way up through the levels, and to have faithful sponsors. And in my part, I've gotten both faithful sponsors and Mazda scholarships, which has really helped me to work my way up into Indy Lights.
Well, mention their name, young man.
Absolutely, yeah. My longest running sponsor is Rice Lake Weighing Systems from Rice Lake, Wisconsin. They're a worldwide scale company. If you guys ever fly Delta, you're weighing your bags on a Rice Lake Weighing Systems scale. They make truck scales, rail scales, crane scales, medical scales, you name it. Actually, Belardi Auto Racing's race scales got sent up to Rice Lake to get recalibrated, new load cells put in before the race weekend here. So there's some advantages of having a scale company as a main sponsor as well. Another one of my main sponsors is MOISES Mazda, which is an auto group out of Minneapolis, and they've got Mazda stores over in Wisconsin as well. So they're a big one. We do some fun events before Road America usually. And then another one of my partners is Styled Aesthetic. That's a screen printing company owned by Steve Welk, who also happens to be my driver, coach, and manager. So that helps things out as well. He prints a lot of the Nomex, I think, for most of the IndyCar guys, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's a good partner as well.
Yeah, we do what we can to help you in that regard for sure. Nick Yeoman, update us on timing and scoring.
I'll tell you what, Mark, the most staggering thing about this practice session with about 15 minutes to go, in the top 9 spots, 8 of those are made up of Honda drivers. And I don't really know how to read into this, because we've seen Honda show some speed over the previous years, and then we get to that Verizon, the Fast 6 qualifying, and the Chevrolet start to flex their muscles. But, boy, what a practice session so far for all the drivers in Hondas. James Hinchcliffe, the fastest at a minute 1.741. Sebastian Bourdais is second. Marco Andretti third. Alex Rossi is fourth. Charlie Kimball fifth. Scott Dixon sixth. Ryan Hunter-Reay is seventh. Then you see the first Chevrolet driver. That's our defending Verizon IndyCar Series champion, Simon Pagenaud. Graham Rahal with another Honda in ninth. Elio Castroneves is 10th. The rest of the drivers, Power, Newgarden, Chilton, Kanaan, and Aloshin in the top 15. Hildebrand, Piggott, Daly, Sato, and Jones in 20th. Carlos Munoz, 21st in the field.
Let's go back to pit road, day first.
Yeah, an opportunity to catch up with Dario Franchitti, a 3-time Indy 500 winner, the winner here at St. Pete back in 2011. Back sign another contract with his old team, Chip Ganassi Racing, as a what would you call it? A consultant, a coach? What the heck is your title anyway?
Whatever Chip wants it to be. Yeah, I mean, just I guess advisor or whatever. I don't know. The titles aren't important; it's what you do, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
I get the fun job of working with a bunch of people here at Chip Ganassi Racing that I got to work with when I was driving. Work with the drivers, the engineers, and just try and help them in any way I can, make them go faster and be more successful if I can.
How's that process going so far this weekend?
Yeah, so far it's been really good. All 4 cars have been pretty good. Max is a little off with his tire when he put new tires on there because he chose to run a long run on Reg yesterday. But all 4 cars look really, really quick. Scott in particular is really in a groove this weekend, and he's one of those situations I watch him and I think I'm actually glad
Scott taking off right now behind.
As I'm leaving, I'm glad I'm not competing against him when he's in this frame of mind and this mood, and the team have got the cars working so well. So it's hopefully it'll continue. We were quick in practice yesterday, but as we've seen, as Chip's fond of saying, practice doesn't pay anything.
Well, here's the situation. I mean, Scott's up big time this weekend in speed. Obviously, Kanan as well yesterday. Is it the Honda power plant? Is it the new season? What is it right now?
We did a lot of work as a team over the winter. The guys back in Indy from engineering right the way through the organisation, they worked hard. Obviously, the change back to Honda, I think re-energised everybody too. Chevy were a great partner, and we didn't as a team get the job done last year. So the Honda stuff is very good, and the team's working hard. So hopefully, this is a sign of things to come this season.
We expect to see Tony Kanaan back here on pit road momentarily. The guys are getting ready. Last thing, we talked a lot about brakes. It seems like the Hondas especially are chasing the ability to keep their brakes cool out there. Is that something we should be watching the rest of the weekend?
I think it's been a discussion up and down pit lane. We're working very hard to find ways to keep the brake temperature under control. It's difficult when you come in and you heat soak a bit as well, so you'll see everybody removing tires, just trying to cool the brakes as they sit here and heat soak. But being a little gentle on the brake pedal will pay benefits tomorrow, I think.
All right, I'm guessing 2011. It wasn't that long ago. You got fond memories of this place, right?
Oh yeah, loved racing here. Only won it once, but always loved coming here.
Great to see you. Welcome back. Great to have you back in 2017, too.
Good to be here. Thanks, buddy.
Dario Franchitti, 3-time Indy 500 champion. James Hinchcliffe remains P1 as practice rolls on here to kick things off on this Saturday morning on beautiful streets of St. Pete. Katie.
With Hinchcliffe in first right now, you got to be very excited. Taylor Kyle here, the youngest team manager in the entire paddock here for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsport. Now, this is a new accomplishment for you. Why does this mean so much?
I think it means a lot. The responsibility is great. The challenges are great, but to me it shows the commitment from our team ownership to promote from within and build goals long term, keep crews long term, maintain some continuity across the board. I think that's a huge deal for us.
Now, he said literally to promote within. He has been here his entire career, Taylor has, which is absolutely incredible that you're right. They do promote within. What are the expectations for the team this year?
I think the expectations for us are very clear. We need to win. We were at the doorstep a couple times last year. We've got all the support we need, all the equipment we need. We've got the right people. It's time for us to win on a consistent basis now.
You heard him. It's time for them to win, guys.
Yeah, Aaron, interesting thing. Aaron Thielett's our guest in the booth. And, Aaron, not only is this Mazda Road to Indy program designed to help promote drivers and further their careers, but it's a benefit to the crew guys as well.
Oh, definitely. Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, unfortunately, their Indy Lights program shut down this year. But, crew guys get to work their way up through the ranks, and it looks like, obviously, they're promoting from within there at their organization. And I know that I've watched one of my crew members when I was in USF 2000. He's now actually a mechanic for COLIN right now. So he went from USF 2000. He's up into Indy Lights now. It's great to see that the Mazda Road to Indy not only helps out the drivers, but pretty much everybody in the sport.
So with about 9 minutes remaining in the session, Scott Dixon P1, then Hinch, Kanaan, Bourdais, Andretti the top 5, Newgarden, Chilton, Rossi, Pagano, Kimball the top 10, 11th Hunter Ray, 12th Power, 13th Ray Hall, Carlos Munoz 14th, 15th Elio Castro Neves, Sato is 16th, Piggott 17th, Mikel Alosian 18th, J.R. Hildebrand is 19th, Connor Daly 20th, Ed Jones, 21st. Practice continues in preparation for the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg from the Firestone broadcast booth at St. Pete. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Just what is the Indy experience?
It's 80,000 screaming fans.
It's 11 exciting races over 3 days.
It's the Ferris wheel and the interactive fan zone for the kids. And it's wine tasting. Yes, wine tasting for moms and dads.
This is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union at Barber Motorsports Park, April 21st through 23rd.
Don't miss the Indy experience.
Purchase your tickets today at barberracingevents.com.
A place down there in Leeds, Alabama is not a bad place to hold an IndyCar race, isn't it, Nick?
No, really looking forward to getting down there. That is one of the most picturesque, beautiful racetracks in America there at Barber Motorsports Park. And tell you what, Mark, the racing's been phenomenal. Last year we had Simon Pagenaud and Graham Rahal slugging it out over the last 10, 15 laps. It was a great race and really is one of the greatest trips we take all year.
Let's talk about this one. Scout.com naming the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete number 2 in their list of top 100 stadium experiences in 2016. 7th year in a row it's been the IndyCar Series opener. I couldn't remember, did a little research and found that out. 14th year open wheel racing has been held here. It takes 250 workers, 32 days to build the track. This, of course, St. Pete, the 5th largest city in Florida. How about the economic impact? $48 million and more than 1,000 special events held here in this wonderful city. And every time we come here, the skyline continues to change. Growth continues. And I hope that we add to that number in terms of starting the season here. I hope we start the season here for the foreseeable future.
It's become a destination race for any IndyCar fan all across the country to come down here, whether it be for spring break or for a week early, and to experience the birth of a new season. You talk about the track building efforts. It's pretty amazing the way they set up these street course events, and it's absolutely perfect, and the weather's been great. It's a fantastic event. The fan support is certainly there, and I know we've enjoyed coming here for many years.
I've had the chance to be here at Christmas time when the facility is not set up for racing, and it's amazing the transformation that takes place. If you ever get the chance to get down here at a different time during the year, maybe on summer vacation or whatever, come take a look, and I think you'll get a full appreciation for the task. But don't you think it's so very important that the promoters of this race, Green Savory Promotion, I mean, those guys were racers for a long time. They understand the sport, and I think that's paid huge dividends in terms of the success here, Toronto, and at Mid-Ohio, where they're now the track owners, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. And that type of date equity that we talk about from time and time again, it's always very, very big. And speaking of, Mark, Jake Query's
on
got
cue.
more.
Yeah, let's go to Jake Query, who's standing by with Kim Green, as a matter of fact.
Well, here's what's funny. I walk up to Kim Green, and you've been standing like a statue trying to film video with your cell phone for about 10 minutes now. I mean, this is getting hands-on from the very top, right?
You know, my wife has told me to do it because she's very actively involved in our Instagram for the Grand Prix, and she's doing all the posts. So she sent me to pit lane to get some videos that we could send out to all the fans. So I'm working for my wife, which feels kind of difficult, but I'm just doing as I'm told.
There you go. That's a smart guy, right? Okay, let's talk about this event. I remember, some decade and a half ago, seeing the very first blueprints and plans here. And having family in this area, Kim, I know that people here say, hey, it's race weekend. It's become that much of a kind of a date equity within the community, even moving it a week. Where are we now compared to where you would like to see this event from where it was when you first started?
Well, yeah, certainly. We thought we knew a lot about racing when we took this race on in 2005, and we realized we didn't. But we've learned a lot, and what we've certainly found is, it's a great venue. just from a racetrack standpoint, and it also shows so well on air. And this area has embraced the race. And we get fans not only from obviously the Midwest and all over the country, but fans from drive all the way from Miami, all the way from Orlando, and come and enjoy the week here. So it's having built, this is the 13th year, we've got equity of the race being in March, around spring break time, and so it's been exciting to help it grow and see it grow. And the last few years we've just seen steady increases in attendance, and I think we put on a good show. I mean, IndyCar is obviously so exciting, so competitive, but then there's the other series, the Road to Indy as well, the Pirelli World Challenge, and the Stadium Truck. So there's something for everybody, along with great food on the infield, lots of different general admission areas to watch, plus the grandstand, plus the suite. So I think we can sort of fit every price bracket, every affordable price bracket for an event. And, we're just excited to be a part of it. And working with the city of St. Petersburg is so good at assisting us and helping organize and put the race on.
In terms of just the evolution, always finding new ways to improve, what areas are still a challenge for you, or what areas are you excited about that fans can maybe experience this year that we haven't seen in years past?
Well, we're certainly always trying to create new areas for the fans, and on the east end of the grandstands is a new general admission raised standing area that's a cocktail bar. It's a bit hidden. The fans haven't found it yet, but I know they will. Just like our floating yacht club bar over on the water. It took a couple of years for the fans to find that. Now they have. That's a popular spot. We can still grow grandstands here, which is a great thing to be able to do, and suites. And so I think there's lots of things that we can help to grow the event. We're always looking for those certainly unique things to have here that are entertainment just beyond the race cars. So the race cars are the main attraction, but people are also looking for other things. It's more than just a race, it's an event. And as you said, people start realizing it's race week, and they recognize it's race week. And they look, and they certainly all the drivers, when they talk to me months ahead, they're ready to go racing again. So it's great to be the leading start-off race for the season, and it's great to work with IndyCar and being a part of that.
Kim Green, your wife, just texted and said the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg Instagram account needs more video to get back to work. I'll let you do it, all right?
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Appreciate it. Kim Green, Mark.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, to show you the level of intelligence of Kim Green. As we mentioned, they own the track at Mid-Ohio. They promote the race in Toronto, but he chose to move here to St. Petersburg and make this his.
You think that was a tough call?
Again, a very smart man. That's just another indication of it. As the time starts to wind down, 60 seconds left in this session. In fact, let's go back to Katie Osborne on pit road.
Scott Dixon just had his last pit stop of this practice. They said they're adjusting certain things in the front and the rear of the car, but one thing that they said that they're not as worried as they thought they maybe would have been coming into this race with that Honda package. They're really excited to see as TK's in second and Scott Dixon was in first in practice yesterday.
45 seconds left in this session. Dixie continues P1, then Hinchcliffe, Rossi, Chilton, Bourdais, Andretti, Hunter-Ray, Kanaan, Newgarden, and Power. Got to admit, it's somewhat satisfying. We're supposed to remain neutral, but it's good to see Marco having a pretty good weekend. Question is, will it transfer over to qualifying?
Well, and again, that is the biggest question mark that I think I'm going to take away from this practice session, because Marco and 7 other Honda drivers make up the top 8. Will that carry over to qualifying? We'll see. A lot of times you strap on those alternate red tires and those Chevrolets come to life. But boy, I think there's at least got to be some confidence in that Andretti Autosport camp. Hasn't been a good weekend for Takuma Sato, but for Hunter-Ray, Andretti, Rossi, all their mark in the top 7 as the checkered flag flies on this session.
We'll have more comments about this as the weekend progresses, but Nick, your thoughts on the announcement over the weekend coming in here that now all of the major manufacturers associated with this series, Dallara, Firestone, and those all have re-upped multi-year extensions. Tell you what, hold that thought. Let's go to Dave first on pit road. You have Elio. He finishes P15 in the session, Dave.
Yeah, 15th quick here in the session as we get set for qualifying later this afternoon. Of course, Elio, a 3-time winner here on the streets of St. Pete. So it brings you a smile when you come here. In fact, you got here early this week, extra early. Is that right?
That's right, Dave. I was so excited to come back and start the season, and I came here on Tuesday, and I realized, bad planning, but I realized that not even the trucks were here. So I'm like, whoa, well, you know what?
You realize the race is Sunday. You got here on Tuesday.
Exactly. So it's great. It's great to come here to St. Pete. I mean, the warm welcome of the fan is always fantastic. And I tell you what, everyone here in the series is excited to start the season now. So we're really looking forward to qualifying and the race tomorrow. Hopefully the weather holds up. And but I'm really excited to be here.
Tell me about practice here today.
Really good. We have some issues that we have to stop early, but I felt really good. And right now I just gotta wait and see with the red tires.
Do you care to offer up what those issues were, why you stopped early today?
Well, that's you ask my boss here. He's right beside
Roger's
me.
right behind you. I probably shouldn't ask that. I don't know.
Exactly. But in the end of the day, that's why we have a great team here. We're just going to obviously take a look and come back strong for qualifying.
Right. We'll see you in qualifying. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Elio Castroneves, three-time champion here on the streets of St. Pete. To Jake Query.
Sebastian Bourdais is out of the car that he is now piloting for Dale Coyne. So I want to begin with this. Obviously, you're like a duck to water, man. You get in one of these cars, and I think your talent is pretty obvious. But is it difficult with a new team? And just take me through working and acclimating with Dale Coyne Racing.
It's just a little difficult because we didn't have much testing, but, you know, it's back home for me. With obviously Olivier carrying over from last year and Craig that, you know, I know and he knows me better than anyone as far as racing is concerned. So, yeah, it's working out pretty good. Just got to keep on tweaking it and work on that car and trying to get the 18 to the front. You know, it's obviously extremely tight up front, so a tiny bit of a difference is going to make a big position swing. So we better get our A game this afternoon.
How difficult is it, or is it at all, to go from one engine to the other? A year ago, piloting a Chevrolet and now to a Honda. What are the differences?
You know, they're two great partners. You know, very happy with what we're getting right now with Honda, but, you know, I didn't really have anything to say about the quality of the opposition. So, no, just really happy that we've been able to put a great group of people together, and hopefully all the hard work is going to pay off.
Impressive session for you today. We'll let you get back and debrief, and best of luck to you the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
That's Sebastian Bourdais. Katie?
Scott Dixon finishing P1 in that practice. Yesterday you were coming off of a practice where you also finished P1. What is working for you guys today? Because obviously something is.
I think, you know, the off-season has definitely been a lot of work for everybody at Ganassi, but, you know, we seem to have found a few different things. I think the reset for us, we made a lot of mistakes last year and needed to, you know, look deep inside the team and try and regroup a little bit. And I think that's definitely played dividends, but, you know, it's practice, so it doesn't mean anything, doesn't pay anything. Hopefully we can have some good momentum later today in qualifying with the GE car, and hopefully we can remain up front. But definitely the Hondas seem to be running well quite now. We'll have to see what the competition does later.
For you, that confidence coming into this near season with Honda, walk us through that.
Yeah, it's been, you know, a seamless transition, really. Obviously, it's a lot to learn. You know, we're trying to play pretty much a 2-year catch-up with the aero kit that the others have had, but it's a lot of familiar faces. You know, we've this team and Chip have achieved a lot with them, you know, in the past, and lots of championships and 500s and things like that. Lots of familiar faces, as I said. So it's been pretty seamless so far. We'll have to see how it, you know, transfers into race runs.
All right, Scott Dixon, thank you so much. Guys, you said seamless already.
So, Nick, we'll get you a final comment from you about the announcement yesterday. Dallara, Firestone, Chevy, Honda, they've all re-upped.
That consistency tells everything you need to know. You talked about that New York Times article that I urge people to check out. It shows you a lot of people are on board, and I think, Mark, you and I can both agree a lot of credit deserves to go to Jay Fry, certainly to Mark Miles, and to all these companies that see the value in Verizon IndyCar Series racing. And, boy, it's a great way to start 2017.
Yep, and one of the guys we hope to see in the Verizon IndyCar Series in the not-too-distant future joined us in the broadcast booth for this session, Aaron Telitz. And, Aaron, getting ready to roll off P1 for Belardi Auto Racing. You know, I said in my years of coaching, I tell kids, you know, all we got to do to win is just outscore them. So all you got to do to win a race today is just not let anybody pass you in turn one. Easy as that, right?
Yeah, seems pretty easy. I think I'm going to go take a nap, get all rested up, and we'll be ready to go later this afternoon.
Is turn one a bit of a concern because of how everyone fans out on the approach?
Yeah, you know, I'm not too concerned about it being on pole position. Maybe in race 2 I might be a little more concerned when I'm more back in the middle of the field. But being on pole, I get to choose when I accelerate to get going, and I can't control if the guys decide to go flying down and run into the back of me. If that happens, that's too bad. But I'll just run my race and hit my marks.
We know race days are very busy for you. We appreciate you spending time with us, and that door to that booth is always open no matter where we are. We'd love to have you anytime.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yep, glad to do it. Again, P1, Scott Dixon, Hinch, Rossi, Chilton, and Bourdais, your top 5 next up for us. It's one of the most harried qualifying sessions anywhere in motorsports. It's the Firestone Fast Six and the knockout qualifying formula. We'll have guys out on the course, everybody on pit road. Join us at 2:50 Eastern. And then, of course, lights race number 1 at 5:10 Eastern this afternoon. I want to thank Dave First, Katie Osborne, and Jake Query for their outstanding work on pit road. Nick Yeoman joined me in the booth. The director of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network is Wally Levitt. On-site engineering and production by Rick Evans. I'm Mark Jane. So long for now from the streets of St. Petersburg.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Flag is in the hands of Paul Blevins. He's waiting to see Alexander Rossi come out of turn number 4. Tom Hansing is in the stand with him, and there he goes. And Danny, he may be out of fuel. Pankey's very slow in turn 1.
He is indeed. It doesn't sound like he's under power. Left side wheels below the white line. Now with the short shoot. Now in turn 2. He may be done.
That car rolls through turn number 2, and it is under power. He has backed it down big time. Here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to more exciting Mazda Road to Indy racing. My name is Tony Laporte, and I'm your host of Road to Indy TV this season. We're down on the grid getting ready for race number 2, but it's race number 1. It's the High Tide Kids on Track Pro Mazda Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Anthony Martin, he was your champion in USF 2000 last year. He's in the Soul Red Mazda, which means he is racing with Mazda scholarship money to get one step closer to racing in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Anthony, coming all the way from Australia, racing here in the U.S., got to feel good coming in here with the Soul Red car and that Mazda championship money.
Yeah, for sure. The Soul Red car has been great all weekend. The Cape Motorsport boys have given me an awesome car, and I thank them enough. And I can't wait to get out there and do some racing.
Now, I just explained it briefly what the Mazda Road to Indy is. It's a ladder system designed to take young drivers out of the go-kart ranks, move them up through 3 levels of Mazda-powered racing cars, and then spit them out eventually in the Indianapolis 500. Anthony, how cool is it to know that you are one step closer now to realizing your dream of being a professional race car driver in the IndyCar Series?
Yeah, it means everything. You know, that's the dream for, you know, all the drivers on the grid, and it really means a lot to receive the scholarship money from Mazda, and I'm very happy to be driving their Soul Red car.
So keep your eyes, folks, on the car starting on the pole position. It's that Soul Red, the Mazda-inspired Soul Red race car of Anthony Martin. Again, he's coming off the championship in USF 2000 last year. He's leading the field with the first green flag of the season here in Pro Mazda, and he comes all the way from Kalgoorlie, Australia. He is Anthony Martin. We're getting ready for the High Tide Kids on Track Pro Mazda Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. It's Mazda Road to Indy Racing. Folks, you're going to want to keep an eye on these young kids. We're getting ready to go green in just a few minutes. Coming up next, Rob Howden will tell you where the rest of the field lines up.
Indeed, and thank you, Tony Laporta. Rob Howden joins us in the public address booth talking to Anthony Martin on the grid. Rob, the young man, impressed not only yesterday when he qualified on the pole, but he was able to repeat the feat today.
To be honest, the kid's been impressive for the last 3 years. When he first got here in 2015, it was a single-cart effort with John KAMINSKY Racing. He was able to win the Rookie of the Year. Did a fantastic job. No teammate, no extra data. Still able to work his way, as we said, into the Rookie of the Year position. Won the championship the year after. Let's have a look at the grid, though. Anthony Martin will start on the pole position, as Tony said, out of Perth, Australia. Calgary, the hometown for the young driver. He'll run for Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing. Your reigning champion in the USF 2000 program. He starts pole alongside a very impressive young Brazilian, Victor Franzoni. We expected him to be racing in USF 2000 this year. A deal came together just late last week. In fact, was announced on essentially when they rolled the cars out of the trailer that he was going to run for Uncos Racing. So Franzoni, a young driver with 3 wins last year in USF 2000, widely respected in the paddock as one of the best young drivers. Franzoni will start on the outside of row number 1. Moving now to row 2, starting on the inside, the driver for Team Pelfrey, the California pilot. It's T.J. Fisher. Fisher last year started in USF 2000, made the transition halfway through the year to Pro Mazda. He will start on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him, a young Brazilian driver making his rookie debut here in the program this year. Another one of those brilliant yellow Team Pelfrey cars, the rookie Carlos Cunha in the number 81. Cunha looked good in qualifying, worked his way up into the top 3 at one point, settled for 4th in this opening of 2 races here this weekend. Cunha in the number 81. Moving to row number 3, another young rookie driver who came in late into the program, Philippe Dennis, a young kart racer here out of the U.S. Dennis in the number 15 machine, a very impressive young driver for World Speed Motorsports. Watched him come through the karting ranks. Great driver at F1600 last year. Learned a lot in that category and looks to apply that here this weekend in his debut in the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. Outside of row number 3, the Russian driver who now lives in the United States, Nikita Listoshkin in the number 80. Nikita, a 2-year driver in the USF 2000 Championship, a planned graduation up to Pro Mazda this year as he looks to try to go for the championship and the Mazda scholarship money. Moving now to row number 4 on the inside, a great young driver out of Idaho, his first year in the series, ran in the Formula Car Challenge at Sonoma Raceway last year. Stingray Robb will drive the number 14 for World Speed Motorsports. He'll start alongside the driver out of Wisconsin, Max Hanratty, in the number 6. Hanratty driving for Arms Up Motorsports. This is another late addition to the series. He had expected to run with another team. That fell through. Great to have Max back here with Arms Up Motorsports, who he ran with earlier in his career. Moving now to row number 5 on the inside, Bobby Eberle, veteran driver here in the series, his 3rd year in the program. Eberle in the number 13, continues to get quicker and quicker in the series here. He'll start 9th position in the Title Boxing Club World Speed Motorsports entry. Alongside him, a rookie driver coming into the Pro Mazda series here this year, Brendan Puderbach for Fat Boy Racing in the number 31. Puderbach starting in the 10th position. Moving now to row number 6, the driver we saw last year at the Grand Prix of Indianapolis. Kevin Davis in the Quick Lube number 44. Davis starting in the 11th position. He'll start alongside the 2016 SECA Runoffs winner in the Formula Mazda category. Just picked up this race car to come racing in the Pro Mazda Championship. Matt Machiko will drive the white number 3 again. SCCA champion in Formula Mazda. And they just picked that car up. It actually got delivered here on Thursday. They went to work on it, got it ready for him, and he has found speed in every session. Tail of the grid here, we have row number 7, Jeff Green in number 60 starting in the 13th position. Green for Juncos Racing, and on the outside for Fat Boy Racing, it's Charles Finelli in the number 83. The white and blue 83 for Finelli. He will start in the 14th position. On a bit of a hold here right now, Michael, we get things dialed in. The drivers, of course, behind the wheel and ready to go. Pro Mazda, second rung of the Mazda Road to Indy, in a different program this year. We're going to see a brand new race car next year, the PM18. Tad is built. Essentially the same chassis we saw in USF 2000, just with more aerodynamics, bigger wings, bigger tires with more grip, much more horsepower as well. Looks like we're about 45 seconds away from the command being told here right now, but we are on hold for a second. I'll fill everybody in when we're ready to go. But right now, they decided to shrink it down to just 6 weekends for Pro Mazda this year, make it a little more attractive for drivers to come. The great venues, though, of course, St. Petersburg, Barber, Mid-Ohio, Toronto, Watkins Glen, just some of the great racetracks as well. But the bottom line is, if you win this championship, you're going to Indy Lights racing. That didn't change. And in fact, they actually upped the scholarship a little bit, so the driver's going to have even a little bit more money to lean towards that Indy Lights program. The winner here is going to be in Indy Lights next year. That's the key.
We heard Aaron Telitz speaking just a little bit earlier with the IndyCar Radio Network. Aaron is the reigning Pro Mazda champion. How about Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni? They were battling yesterday during qualifications and today during qualifications. Yeah. Anthony Martin pulls on pit lane. He's done. He's content with his provisional pull, put the laps down. And Victor Franzoni got caught in some slower traffic, finally cleared it, took him 3 laps, and he nearly got Anthony Martin for the pole for the second race. Well, but these two have just been neck and neck all race weekend.
You had nailed it, too, because he was back in 4th position, and we're wondering what's going on with Victor. Why, we expected him to be so much quicker, and he was, a second off or something like that. He was well off, maybe 0.8 of a second off. And all of a sudden, you and I looked at the one screen we were able to access where we see where the drivers are on the racetrack, and you could see that he was at the tail end of this big group of 4 guys that were significantly slower than him. He had to take the time, which you don't want to do in a qualifying session, to pass every one of those drivers. The minute he came out, turned 2 very consistent laps to bring himself close to Anthony Martin, and then that one last lap, like he snuck underneath the checkered flag to get that one last lap flyer, and we kind of thought it was going to happen, but no, he came up just short. A 1/10 of a second, 12 thousandths of a second at the line. These guys are very, very evenly matched, very impressive young drivers. It's going to be fun to see what they do here. They're going to start this year-long battle here today.
We will keep our eyes on Turn 1, the USF 2000, the first rung of this Road to Indy ladder, clean through the entire race. Pro Mazda, we have 14 cars that will be starting today's race, number 1 of the 2017 campaign. 7 rows. Looking forward to getting this 2017 season for the Pro Mazda drivers underway. Going to be exciting and obviously a lot faster, a lot heavier car, a lot more horsepower, and we're getting ready to fire the engines.
This is the High Tide Kids on Track Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. And waiting with us down on pit lane, our honorary starter for today, ladies and gentlemen, Craig Wood, the owner of High Tide Boat Lifts, to give us the command to get ready to fire 17 engines, loading them up. Here he is, down to pit lane.
From everyone at High Tide Boat Lifts, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Ah, fantastic. The sound of these Mazda engines filling pit lane as this 14-car field gets set to take to turn number 1. There you see Victor Franzoni. He will be on the outside as we pan to the left. There is the driver who will be leading the field in both events today and then again tomorrow. That is Anthony Martin from Australia, the young man in the Mazda Soul Red Racing entry, that signifying that he is the reigning champion of the rung just below. So USF 2000 champion, he'll carry the colors this year in Pro Mazda.
3 drivers with those colors here this weekend. Anthony Martin running it in the Pro Mazda category. Oliver Askew, of course, the $200,000 scholarship winner, already a second-place finish for Oliver in USF 2000. And Aaron Telitz, who you mentioned, was on board with the guys in the IndyCar radio booth. Had a quick chat with Mark Janes and Nick Yeoman. He will be running the Soul Red colors from the pole, in fact, in the first of 2 Indy Lights races here this weekend. Drivers now rolling as we are set to start the Pro Mazda Championship. As I said, a shorter schedule this year.
You see there a shot of Turn 3. When we talk about the change in Turn 3, that is what they have done. They've moved that wall back about 30 feet, and they put that curbing there. So when you hear the drivers talk about the change in Turn 3, that what we just saw is what has happened. That's that curbing that's kicked out, and they moved the wall in Turn 3 to avoid that swell in the road from the repaving, and it really has done a fantastic job.
You had a chance to talk to Anthony Martin about how that actually changed the track. We talked about the IndyCar guys were actually getting down in gear and really having to get on the brakes there. We expected the same on down the ladder system, and then you talk to Anthony, and he kind of give you a more in-depth look at what happens over there.
I said, tell me about Turn 3, and Anthony said, I'm flat out. I said, you're flat out. Everybody's dropping a gear or 2. He goes, oh, no, I blipped the throttle, blap, and then I'm back in the throttle. I'm like, well, clearly that's why you're on the pole, because you're running flat out through turn number 3.
Dropping that. When you told me that, I brought a smile to my face. Anthony Martin's a great young man, a lot of personality. A big character. He has a lot of fun.
Great kid.
It'll be great to have him on the program. Great to get him on the podium, and we may see him here again today. I believe, folks, we are going to go green this time by Fran Bork, one of our guests from the Anderson Interior Contracting up in the tower to throw that green flag. You want a place to watch this race, that's the place to do it, the flag stand. Ladies and gentlemen, set to go. Pro Mazda Championship Racing. Martin and Franzoni, row 1. Fisher and Kuna, row 2. Dennis Listoshkin, row 3. Rob and Hanratty, row 4. Eberly and Puderbach, row 5. Davis and Machiko, row 6. Green and Finelli, row 7. And we are underway. Green, green, green. Racing down into turn number 1. Will cooler heads prevail? A little bit of a brake lockup coming through there. They want to get through cleanly. Looking good thus far. You can see those Pelfrey drivers running in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Good launch for Anthony Martin. He will go to P1. Martin rolling through turn number 3. Great shot there as Michael detailed. Anthony used a little blip of the throttle, back on it. Maybe a little more this time. He'll go to the inside to try to hold the position back from Franzoni. Already on the defensive on this opening lap. He knows that the two of those drivers should be able to get out based on their speeds. Michael, in our qualifying sessions, those front 2 drivers should be able to stretch away early, but you can be sure that TJ Fisher's not going to want to let them pull.
Nikita Liskoshkin doing a great job on the start of this race. He got around Philippe Dennis. Actually almost got around his teammates, all the Pelfrey drivers. He got a look to the inside as they made their way down into turn number 1. So Listoshkin moves from 6th to 5th, and there you see the field making their way through turn number 10 for the very first time. This a 30-minute race. Pro Mazda, the kickoff to the 2017 campaign, coming out of the final 2 turns, 13 and 14 at Anthony Martin. Victor Franzoni just 2 car lengths behind.
We are on the run to the championship scholarship, the title winner, earning a berth in the 2018 Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires Championship. Who will it be? Anthony Martin gets a good jump. He and Franzoni out to the lead. TJ Fisher second. Carlos Kuna in 3rd. Nikita Listoshkin in the 5th spot. Kuna 4th. Philippe Dennis now 6th. Max Hanratty in 7th. Stingray Robb runs 8th ahead of his teammate Bobby Eberly. Matt Machiko, quickest of the Fat Boy Racing crew. He runs 10th ahead of Puderbach. Kevin Davis in 12th. Jeff Green in 13th, and Charles Finelli in the 14th position.
Well, Nikita Listoshkin, after he got around Philippe Dennis, kind of holding Dennis up now, and that's piled up Dennis, Hanratty, and Rob behind Listoshkin. As there you see them working their way through turn number 9 right now. Great little battle there for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Indeed, 4 drivers trying to battle through, and as you said, Listoshkin got a great jump and was able to fight with his teammates Fisher and Kuna, but that's not kind of the case now. He's stacking them up behind him. I want to say that, is it still Dennis in that position? Indeed it is. It's Philippe Dennis in the challenge position in 6th spot. Leaders stretching away as we expected. So a 2-driver battle up front as Martin and Franzoni stretch away. That is the 2 lead Team Pelfrey cars of Fisher and Kuna.
Now, Philippe Dennis close within a car length now of Nikita Listoshkin, unable to really close that gap down into turn number 1. So that battle for the 5th, 6th position kind of settling down just a little bit. And for Anthony Martin, now able just to check out from Victor Franzoni a half a second. And we talked about qualifying, how evenly matched those 2 cars have been. And Anthony Martin, although very smart when he gets out there, Nikita Listoshkin hungry. I mean, he nearly got the pole for race number 2. And as long as he paces Anthony Martin, keeps himself there, opportunity to attack if Anthony would make a mistake.
Well, Franzoni's just going to settle in here now. He's a veteran driver, not a young kid. He's been around for 3 years now. He can just kind of settle into the position, that challenge spot. Doesn't mind if Anthony runs a couple car lengths ahead of him. It's a long race. He knows that. Remember, the distance in this particular event, a 30-minute race. And right now he can just set the pace, get a feel for the car, take care of the tires. Right up on the rear wing of Martin as they come through turn 14. At turn 14, that big sweeping right-hander. Constant radius all the way back out onto the runway. TJ Fisher pulling away from Kuna now into number 82. So Fisher firmly into the 3rd spot. P3 for Fisher. Listoshkin, Dennis, Hanratty, and Robb. That's going to be a good fight, I think, for the race. For the entire duration of this one. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. All nose to tail.
Well, you look at how those Team Pelfrey cars were pretty much nose to tail. Fisher, Kuna, and Listoshkin. Well, Listoshkin now about 2 seconds off Kuna, his teammate, and that has, as we said, stacked up Dennis, Hanratty, and Robb. So Listoshkin not as quick as he had hoped to be after he got that 5th position, falling back, but so very difficult to pass on this race circuit. And as you said, everybody kind of settling in right now, but you expect the attack from Philippe Dennis here if Listoshkin holds him up too long.
Philippe Dennis coming out of the national karting ranks, jumped into the F1600 Championship Series last year. We've seen a lot of drivers come through that program. They actually ran for Team Pelfrey in the F1600 Series. Such a competitive program. F1600, no wings at all, no downforce. That car slides around. The driver's just always having that car pitching in every corner. A lot of car control learned in the Formula 1600 category. We'll look at lap times here as well, Michael. Listoshkin a 1:16.1, Dennis a 1:15.7 last time by 0.4 of a second.
He's holding them up.
Let's see which way they're going on lap times. If Listoshkin keeps going up, you know that Philippe Dennis will get aggressive, trying to get himself into the top 5.
Well, the top 4 are running minute 14s, and Listoshkin at a minute 16, and Dennis right behind him, as you said, a minute 15. So Philippe Dennis can't lose sight of the rest of the pack, as actually the Team Pelfrey cars have actually distanced themselves to the point now that they're 7 seconds actually ahead of Nikita Listoshkin. So the Team Pelfrey cars, obviously some issue potentially with Listoshkin. He just didn't have the pace that he had on those opening laps.
You have to see that Fisher and Kuna both exactly the same last time by. Pelfrey's obviously got a good setup on the race car. Listoshkin maybe a little bit off because he ran for Cape Motorsports last year and was a pretty good driver. Put a lot of good races in for Listoshkin. He's got the capability of being able to run with his teammates.
Philippe Dennis with a nice run out of turn 14. Still about 3 car lengths separating him and Listoshkin down the front straightaway. Cape Motorsports' Anthony Martin leading the way with a 0.3 of a second advantage over second place Victor Franzoni. It's Martin, Franzoni, Fisher, Kuna, Listoshkin your top 5. Dennis, Hanratty, Robb, Machiko, and Davis rounding out the top 10. We still have 23 minutes remaining in race number 1 of the Pro Mazda Series.
The thing about Anthony Martin is that he knows how to lead and he knows how to win. He got the chance to do that last year running with Cape Motorsports. 7 victories last year en route to the championship, and he did not win here last year. They did not put a Cape Motorsports car on the podium last year here at St. Petersburg. They're obviously changing that already as Oliver Askew finished second in the opening USF 2000 race. But again, as we're seeing Anthony Martin show his hand early on, he's not a guy that's going to get shaken here now. He and Franzoni coming up from USF 2000 as essentially a brand new lineup of drivers. And the only returning driver, there's 2 returning drivers, one of them being TJ Fisher, the other really being Bobby Eberle. Those are the 2 that we expect to run full season campaigns. As so many drivers moving up into the Indy Lights program. You looked at the drivers last year that moved up, Michael. Top 3 drivers in Pro Mazda making the move. Of course, Tielitz with the scholarship. Pato award a one-off this weekend here with Team Pelfrey, and then Nico Jamin moving up with Andretti Autosport as well.
Pretty much rounded up the Pro Mazda drivers and just moved them all to Indy Lights. And what was great is it was such a great competition last year in the Pro Mazda Series to see them all in the bigger cars, the bigger horsepower, and all competing. Going to be a lot of fun, that Indy Lights Series this year. Anthony Martin still a 0.3 second advantage over Victor Franzoni, TJ Fisher, Kuna, Listoshkin, your top 5. Listoshkin 10 seconds behind his teammate Carlos Kuna, and the last time by 15.5. So he was in the
closer.
A little bit better. Minute
closer.
16s, and he's maybe getting a rhythm again. So
you never know if they're trying something different with the car either. Right. You know, maybe they just tried something a little different with Listoshkin's car to see if it'll come in a little better later on in the race. You never know. Like you said, he's not that far back right now. He's only 0.6 of a second off of Kuna the last time by. And he was actually a little bit quicker than Philippe Dennis as well. Let's see if Philippe has anything for him. And for Philippe Dennis in the number 15, he's pulling away from Hanratty as well. So that's going to give him a little bit of an opportunity to focus forward. He's got that gap.
And you look at Max Hanratty, started 8th, moved up to 7th, but race number 2, he had issues, sat on pit lane. He'll start from the rear of the field for race number 2.
Key thing to remember about Max Hanratty is he's not tested this car. He was supposed to run with a team leading edge and had an issue, contractual issue, which is unbelievably disappointing. and it was on the outside looking in, not sure where he was going to run. He has not tested it. Everyone else has been in the car, essentially. Now, neither has Dennis, because he didn't test either. This was a late race deal, not able to test.
Watching our leaders, Martin and Franzoni. Minute 14s, minute 14:02, minute 14:11 for Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni. There you see the leaders on the video boards making their way through turns 11 and 12. 20 minutes remaining in race number one, the kickoff to the 2017 campaign for this Pro Mazda Series. And for Victor Franzoni, keeping pace with Anthony Martin, the key, although that time by Anthony Martin looking like he had a great run out of turn 14. The gap was from 0.3 of a second now to 0.6 of a second.
If you look at lap times, Anthony's starting to come on right now. He's turning pretty consistent, 1:14 flats, a 1:14.2 last time for Franzoni. So they'll have to dial things in here. Both drivers very quick. They pulled away 4 seconds from Fisher. Another battle to watch further back in the pack as well. A good little dice between Jeff Green, and Bobby Eberle. They're having a scrap here for the 12th position, or the 11th position on the racetrack.
Bobby Eberle holding on, started 9th, so he's dropped back a little bit, trying to keep pace.
He was able to get back by Green.
Yep.
So Eberle back into 11th position, Bobby Eberle. 1:14.054, 14 flat for Martin. Great lap time, about 0.4 of a second off his qualifying time as well. And he pulls to within 0.6 of a second, over half a second away from Franzoni.
You know, racers being racers, they always want to be in the car, but after this race completes, these Pro Mazda drivers won't race again until tomorrow afternoon after the Verizon.
The very last race of the weekend.
Very last race of the weekend. So they've got a lot of time to think about this race, how it went, what they're going to do differently. Will be interesting.
And the track is going to be
completely different.
Way different. A full event of IndyCar rubber down there, yeah. It'll be an interesting setup for these drivers. And, of course, that plays over to the mechanics and the engineers. The engineers have to figure out how they're going to set the car up, knowing the grip levels are either going to be high or track can be a little bit greasy. Got to figure out the way to dial the car in. Martin still leads, as we said, 0.7 of a second now. Franzoni runs in second. TJ Fisher in third. Carlos Cunha in fourth. Nikita Listoshkin fifth. Philippe Dennis in sixth spot. Max Hanratty in seventh. Stingray Robb in eighth. Matt Machiko in ninth. And Kevin Davis rounding out the top 10.
Gotta love the name Stingray Robb.
You think that, don't you?
Of all the names that I could have been born with, Stingray would have been fantastic.
You know what? And I get it all the time. Is that his real name? And I just tell the story when I first was announcing a go-kart race. I'm looking down the list, looking at live timing. It says Stingray Robb. And I'm saying, hey, listen, no. We don't use nicknames. I'm going to call you by your real name. So, of course, I'm going down the order, and I say Ray Robb. Well, I'm walking through the paddock for lunch, and over comes this 9-year-old kid out of Idaho. And he says, Rob, my name's Stingray. It's on my birth certificate. It's Stingray. And I went, Stingray, I am sorry.
Oh, that's great.
And I have had the pleasure of being able to watch him race. I was in Europe and in Italy when he ran a great race in Italy. I was announcing that event. And to watch him develop as he has over the last number of years, it's been a joy. He's become one of the top junior karters in the country, moved to the senior category, was unbelievably fast in his first year in a shifter kart. But they wanted to get him into a race car. And Stingray's a great young man, well-spoken, and we're going to see a lot out of him. This is a big jump for him. He didn't go to USF 2000, which may have been a good idea, but the opportunity to run Pro Mazda with a shortened schedule and the shorter budgets and the big prizes. We forgot to mention, Rookie of the Year, you win a car, a Mazda road car of your choice. So a lot of great benefits and attractions for drivers that come here, and really it's a good program for Stingray anyways. He jumps into this car like so many other guys. It's 260 horsepower, the bigger tires. It's going to set him up for next year in Pro Mazda as well, so it's going to be a great training opportunity for Stingray.
Jeff Green to pit lane, back out, will go a couple of laps down. Your leader, Anthony Martin. Still 16 minutes remaining in race number one of this kickoff to the 2017 campaign, the Pro Mazda Series. And for Anthony Martin, slowly but surely gapping himself from second place Victor Franzoni. The gap now up to 1 second. And we see that battle for fifth, sixth, and seventh starting to break up a little bit as well. Listoshkin, Dennis, Stingray Robb able to get around Max Hanratty that time by. So a nice pass by Robb as we were speaking about him. So it's Martin Franzoni, TJ Fisher runs P3. Kuna, Listoshkin, Dennis, Robb, Hanratty, Machiko, and Davis. They are your top 10. Again, about 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in race 1.
Interesting to note that last year at the season finale, the two drivers who were battling it out were racing on track as well. Victor Franzoni swept the doubleheader weekend at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, the final round of the series, the Soul Red finale, but it was Anthony Martin that actually scored the championship based on a couple of consistent finishes. You know, Franzoni wants to extend that streak from last year and win another one.
It'll be interesting as Brendan Puterbaugh comes out of turn number 14, gets really loose. If Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni, well, if Anthony can get by him, that'll be great, but it might really hold up Victor Franzoni. Puterbaugh into turn number 1 right now. Martin looks to the inside. Great class move by Puterbaugh. He pulls out of the way and allows our two leaders to go by as he spins in turn number 1, gets himself righted.
Well, he was being a great gentleman driver, pulling off to the side, but there's that's dust and dirty and gross, and he tried to get it in there, and the car just kind of did a half spin on him. He was able to get back underway again, but a great call for Puterbaugh to allow the leaders to come through. Last time by, though, the gap coming down to just 0.6 of a second.
I think a lot of that was Puterbaugh, probably. Don't you think, holding him up or not?
I don't think so. He pulled straight off of the braking zone. I don't know. Well, let's have a look at lap times again next time by. It's the first time we've seen Martin do a 15 flat, so maybe, but there is an opportunity that maybe he's closing up here a bit too. Well, we're going to see it the next time by, of course. Here they come over through turn number 10.
That's the Jeff Green car that they're passing.
Yep. Getting through the Jeff Green car, and that stacked them up in a big way right there because that was coming into turn number 10. Michael, they are stacked on top of each other again. This will be an opportunity for Franzoni if he can get a good run onto the straightaway. He's about 4 car lengths back, but a great jump for Anthony Martin. This is where he'll get back into the draft. Here comes Franzoni, closing back up as they go into the braking zone of turn number 1. Franzoni closes, has a look, no, but right there. Victor Franzoni, another 15 flat, Martin a 15-3, but he got checked up again by Jeff Green. So just a little bit of lap traffic here for Anthony Martin.
It'll be interesting to see if they can get back down to the 14s. They've been on slower traffic the last couple of laps, potentially throwing the rhythm off just a little bit, trying to figure out a good opportunity, a good spot on this 14-turn circuit to get around the slower traffic. So now that they've got some clean racetrack in front of them, see if they can't pick those lap times up just a little bit. Anthony Martin, Victor Franzoni, 0.3 of a second last time by. That has been the closest gap throughout this race thus far. 13 minutes remaining in race number 1 of the Pro Mazda Series.
Working out of turn number 10 now come the two leaders. Short shoot down here. This nice little 11, 12, 13 combination. Big sweeping turn 14. New asphalt on 80% of the racetrack here, and the driver's getting dialed in as that rubber begins to, or that track begins to take down rubber, more grip. Definitely a little warmer here today than yesterday, too.
Last time by, 14-2 for Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni at 14-5.
Well, you asked the question, could they get back to the 14s? Almost back to the 13s, like where he was when he qualified. Back down to a 14-2 for Martin as we are into the second half of this race. Just 12 minutes remaining here in Pro Mazda. 12 minutes to go in the Pro Mazda category. And Victor Franzoni continues to push. He knows a victory here would kick off the season on the right foot. Second to Martin. Neither of these guys want to finish second to each other. They don't want to start the storyline that way.
Cape Juncos, the two cars out front, and Team Pelfrey right there. But clearly these two, at least in this first race, the class of the field.
You know what? They were the top, two of the top 3 drivers last year in USF 2000. We shouldn't be surprised at all that they're battling it out here right now. So
lost a little ground that time, did Anthony Martin. Victor Franzoni able to pick up the pace. It was 0.6 of a second last time by. And that time by, the gap down a tenth, 1/2 a second. TJ Fisher, Carlos Cunha, everybody in 1/14s of the top 4. Nikita Listoshkin still 5th. Dennis Robb able to get around Hanratty.
Good shot of them rolling there through turn number 3, though. They went through turn number 3. They had a great shot of Anthony Martin clipping the end of the late apexing that curbing that they had laid out in turn number 3 when they reconfigured it. as you said, a little blipping back on the throttle. He just popped up over top of that curb. That takes some guts to know that you're going to offset the car's balance like that and have to bring it back down and out to the wall again. Franzoni watching every move. Looking at the fight here as well between Listoshkin and Dennis. Philippe Dennis just a half a second behind Nikita Listoshkin. Bobby Eberle trying to chase down Kevin Davis now. Let's have a look at their lap times last time by. Indeed, Eberle quicker by 0.4 of a second, but he's 2.3 back. Here come the leaders again past Charles Finelli. Victor's lost a lot of ground this time, Michael. This time by 0.6 of a second now. Here comes the 81 of Carlos Cunha. He's not done with his teammate yet. Cunha closing up to Fisher, quicker by a half a second. 10 minutes remaining in this race. 10 to go in the opening of 2 races for the Pro Mazda Championship, presented by Cooper Tires. Watching the lap times, we see all these guys dicing it up together. Stingray Robb losing ground to Philippe Dennis. In fact, Max Hanratty closing up a bit by half a second last time by, but Hanratty back by 3.5. Best battle on the racetrack looks to be between the two Team Pelfrey teammates for third, the final position on the podium. They're actually going to get stacked up by Finelli a bit here, coming through 7 and 8. Oh, look at this, Michael, coming down through the cake. Woo.
Working their way through turn number 10, the teammates Fisher and Cunha. Let's see the exit of the turn right there. Fisher back end stepping out ever so slightly as the two Pelfrey teammates racing for the final spot on the podium.
Always great to see those cars jink through that 11-12-13 combination. Just lightning quick reflexes for these young drivers, just pointing that car through, quick flick of the steering wheel to get it through. Back on the throttle and down the straightaway after coming out of turn 14. Into turn number 1 now come the two Team Pelfrey cars. Fisher, nice turn in. Probably 4 car lengths as they work their way over to 2. Last time by, Fisher quicker by 0.3 of a second. So Fisher trying to reestablish his control of third spot, the final position on the podium here in Pro Mazda. Again, their second race, as Michael mentioned, the very last event of the weekend. Set to go tomorrow afternoon after the IndyCar race.
You talk all about the rhythm, and you want to keep that rhythm going. And just the time that they're going to have out of the car and having to wait through everything. And, of course, the Verizon IndyCar Series, the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete. You got all this pomp and circumstance, and you have all day to sit and wait for the final race. You're the final on-track race of the race weekend, and, boy, you know they're going to be chomping at the bit for that final race. I would say for every race fan, make sure you stick around for that final race, is Pro Mazda race number 2, because if the time they have to wait will be any indication of their need to get out there and race, we're going to have a heck of a battle.
You think they'll have a little bit of anxiousness?
Yeah, a little bit. A little anxious, yes.
Yeah. So watching now, Franzoni continue to try to close, but looks like all for naught at this point. 7 minutes remaining, just coming to the 7-minute mark. And Franzoni now slower by a half a second every lap. 1.3 seconds now the gap between first and second. As Anthony Martin, who won 7 races last year in the USF 2000 Championship, set to start off this new season with a victory as well. It will be huge for Cape Motorsports. A single car effort this year. 3 drivers at Team Pelfrey, 3 drivers as well at World Speed Motorsports, 3 drivers now at Fat Boy Racing, 1 at Cape Motorsports. And it's a good possibility he's going to be on the top of the box when we get over to the victory lane here in about 10 minutes' time.
That's interesting. You look at Anthony Martin in the race that he has run thus far consistently, minute 14.1, 0.3, a couple of the slower laps when he came up to that lap traffic. But I admire the young man's patience. He knew he was going to catch cars at various spots of the track. He knows Franzoni's still quick. But once he gets his rhythm back, he's able to gap himself. The last time by it was a 2 3/10. Now it's a 2 7/10. Just in a great rhythm in his own zone right now, driving a fantastic race to this point. Nice little battle I noticed last time by, Max Hanratty and Matt Machiko. We'll see how they fare this time by. That's the battle for 8th and 9th. So the battle for 8th as we watch Hanratty and for Machiko to make their way out of the turn.
I was watching the gap back to Bobby Eberle. Eberle significantly quicker than Machiko. Machiko last time by a 1:20.3. Expected more pace out of him. He did a 1:18.5. He's fallen well off his qualifying pace now, 1:20.3. Eberle a 1:17.3. Pretty solid run there for Eberle as he's trying to work his way back forward, but Bobby quite a ways, 12 seconds behind, but he was 3 seconds quicker last time by.
You know what, I wonder if Machiko, maybe if he caught up to Hanratty and they had a little battle and he had to check up, and the reason why that lap was so slow.
Potentially. Here come the leaders again onto the front straightaway. They're going to go by Bobby Eberle. Eberle stayed to the inside of the racetrack. Franzoni trying to roll by. In fact, Eberle getting off the throttle a little bit, I think, to make sure he's able to get through. So a great call there for Eberle. Yeah, but Chico back down to the 16s. He had one bad lap. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes remaining here in Pro Mazda. Their first of 2 races here this weekend.
And Carlos Cunha caught one of the slower cars at one of the worst spots. Turn number 1, he really had to check up and lost touch with his teammate TJ Fisher. Still hoping to get on that podium. Able to gap it back up, though. Nice recovery from Carlos Cunha. We're watching the battle for third on the video boards right now. Those are the 2 Team Pelfrey cars.
Yeah.
Fisher in the 82, Cunha in the 81.
Good battle between the 2 drivers and Team Pelfrey. It's kind of who's going to try to take control of that team early on. TJ Fisher, of course, half a season behind the wheel of the Pro Mazda last year. Started the year off in USF 2000, so this really is TJ Fisher's first Pro Mazda race here as he ran here in USF 2000 last year. He's been able to set the pace for the majority of the race, but Cunha now coming on again. He was 0.4 of a second faster last time by. As they work on a 14, you'll see them rolling back down the front straightaway here. Those 2 yellow Team Pelfrey entry cars coming down the straightaway. Pretty decent little gap at this point as they come underneath their camera here at start-finish. This time by Fisher a 7, 14.7. So does Cunha, 14.7. 0.6 of a second between first and second.
You watch that battle with our leaders, Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni. It was up to a 2nd and 7/10, back down to a 2nd and 4/10, and just watching Anthony Martin in the closing stages of this race. Just 3 minutes to go. We'll have a couple of laps remaining. He's doing a great job of just talking to him. He's so relaxed. It's such a great move, so confident in that Cape Motorsports car. He continues the season with Cape, the familiarity with that team. It just boosts all the confidence, and knows he has a great car, knows the team very well. Looking forward to a great season from that young man.
I'll tell you what just happened. They actually were coming through a driver's spin. That's Finelli spinning in turn number 14. He continues right in front of the leaders.
Oh.
The leaders, as Finelli coming back around, the leaders rolling out of turn 14. Finelli is in the inside of the racetrack now, has not yet continued. He spun, but it was Jeff Green that had held them up coming through the turn 9 section again. That's allowed Franzoni to close back to within a half a second. So 2 minutes remaining, and Franzoni back within a half a second. He gets one more shot at it. Finelli able to get the car refired. He continues.
So close. Finelli was right near the racing line.
Yes.
So when Anthony Martin came out of turn 14, he had to do a quick maneuver to miss the spun car of Finelli, and that cost him a second. As you said, there was some slower traffic back there as well. So for Anthony Martin, he's like, whoa, guys, let's keep this together and try to win this race.
A couple of opportunities for Victor to come back. You're exactly right. 2 different opportunities, 2 different, let's say, roadblocks for Anthony.
Moving chicanes.
He had to roll through Jeff Green, and then it was a spin of Finelli that made it tough. We're now down to just less than 2 minutes remaining here in this one.
There they come to turn number 12, about 4 car length advantage now. Anthony Martin.
He's been able to build that gap again, another couple of car lengths. I simply think he's just a faster race car here at the end of this one.
And for Anthony Martin, Matt Machiko is the next car that he potentially will catch. But Machiko already through to turn number 4, and our leader now in turn number 2. So if they come across him with the white flag coming out this next time they may get it at the very, very end of the race.
Martin back down to a 14.3. Franzoni a 14.5. 0.7 of a second now the gap. between first and second. So with the white flag set to be shown this time by the stripe, Anthony Martin looking to win here in his Pro Mazda debut. The Mazda sponsored driver, the Soul Red, number 8, the driver out of Australia. USF 2000 champion last year. Scholarship winner, looking to give back to Mazda with a big victory here to start off the weekend in St. Petersburg.
All things in consideration, those Team Pelfrey cars have really settled in. Once they hit that 8-second gap behind, they haven't fallen any further back. So the latter part of this race, the Pelfrey cars have done very well. White flag is out. There's Matt Machiko going down into turn number 1. Indeed, Anthony Martin will catch him. The question is where?
You're right. This is going to be a last lap car. Machiko, the 2016 SCCA Runoffs Formula Mazda champion. First race in this Pro Mazda category. They said they just got the car on Thursday. Machiko getting closed up here. Let's hope this does not become an issue. They'll work their way now through turns number 4 and 5, Michael. Coming into the 6-7 complex. Victor's just saying, come on, keep going, give me the shot I need.
Anthony needs a great run out of turn number 9 here. They'll go through the kink. We'll see where Machiko settles in, but going down into turn number 10, the fastest portion of the course, the last chance Victor Franzoni will have to catch Anthony Martin. It will be because of a slower car. There's Machiko through 11 and 12. Anthony Martin having to check up. Victor Franzoni starting to close.
No doubt about it. He gets behind him all the way through the 11, 12, 13, 14 combination. Here they come out. Onto the outside comes Anthony Martin. Victor jumps all over it as well, but coming down the straightaway, ladies and gentlemen, the winner in race 1 in Pro Mazda, Anthony Martin. Martin able to win. Great run around the outside of Machiko in turn number 14. He knew he had to do it. If he got stacked up there and wasn't able to get back on the throttle, Victor would have pounced in a big way.
You know Anthony's going, come on, are you kidding me? Just give me some clean track.
And had he got by him before they got into the 11, 12, 13 that's just that tough place. It's single file through there. Had he stacked up behind Matt coming onto the front straightaway, you know it would have been a big outside-inside move from Franzoni. Nonetheless, the gap at the line, a half a second. Anthony Martin victorious here. Victor Franzoni taking second. TJ Fisher in third. Carlo Cunha in fourth spot. Nikita Listoshkin in fifth. So Team Pelfrey ends up third, fourth, and fifth. Philippe Dennis, an impressive run to sixth in his debut. Stingray Robb, seventh position. Great drive. Max Hanratty ends up eighth. Matt Machiko in ninth. Bobby Eberle 10th. Kevin Davis, Brendan Puderbach, Jeff Green, and Charles Finelli round out the 14 drivers in the Pro Mazda field. That was a fantastic race, but first and foremost, we got a championship battle on our hands. We know it. We're going to see this all the way through to Watkins Glen, where we'll have our finale this year. Anthony Martin versus Victor Franzoni, and I figure we'll sprinkle in some Team Pelfrey before it's all over.
Yeah, smart run there by Anthony Martin. Really patient at the end. Had to deal with all the slower traffic, was able to negotiate his way around. And there he is, race fans, winner of race number 1 in the Pro Mazda Series, the reigning USF 2000 champion, carrying that Mazda Soul Red colors down to victory lane. Rob Howden will be there to celebrate with our top 3 finishers, TJ Fisher, Victor Franzoni, your winner of race number 1 in the Pro Mazda Series, Anthony Martin. We welcome you. It's day number 1, or should say that day number 2. How quickly time passes. Day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. We will have an opportunity to say hello to Anthony Martin. Such a confident young man coming in with that fantastic season he had last year in the USF 2000 Series. Started where he finished last year. There he is out of the car. Anthony Martin stepping out of that car. As I said, had an opportunity to talk to him before the race. So confident, you could tell he knows he has a very good race car. And starting this 2017 campaign off with 2 poles and now a win in race number 1. And we will have an opportunity to speak with that winner, Anthony Martin, in just a few moments. Coming up in just a few seconds after we interview our winner, we will do the Pirelli World Challenge GTS race number 2. Tony Laporta getting caught up with our winner, Anthony Martin. Tony?
Anthony Martin, we talked to you before the race began, and we're going to get to talk to you now. John Doonan from Mazda with the high five. Congratulations. The High Tide Kids on Track Pro Mazda Grand Prix of St. Pete. You started on pole. You drove it to a win. It looked easy, but I know that it wasn't. Victor Franzoni, a very experienced Brazilian driver right behind you. How tough was it knowing that he was always on your rear wing?
Yeah, it was very tough. He's a very fast driver, and I think tyre management was a big key in that race, and it's going to be a bigger thing tomorrow in the 40-minute race.
Yeah, that's right. You guys ran for 30 minutes today. You're going to run for an additional 10 minutes tomorrow on Sunday following the IndyCar race. High Tide Kids on Track stepping up to bring this race to us. With that extra tire degradation, are you worried? And also, what happens to the front end of these cars when you get stuck behind lap traffic? Do you lose a lot of that front end grip? How difficult is it to stay out in front of this field?
Yeah, it is difficult because you got to manage the rear tyres. Likewise for Victor, he's probably going to look after his front tyres when he was behind me. So that race was all about managing the tyre wear, and I think the car was really good. The Cape Motorsport boys gave me a great car, and the Mazda and Cooper tyres work well together to stick to the track. So it was a really good race, and I can't thank the Cape Motorsports crew enough.
Those Cooper tires did keep you glued to the track, especially down there in that slick turn one. Were you worried about a little bit of funny business from behind when you got the green flag going into turn one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always worried. It's St. Pete. It's the first race. You never know what happens into turn one. A lot of people, you like to go for the win in the first corner, but I think all the Mazda boys did really well to get through, and congratulations to all of them.
Mazda and Cooper tires stepping up. Anthony Martin, he's your race one winner. He's your reigning USF 2000 champion. He's off to a good start here in Pro Mazda. We're going to get to victory lane and do some celebrating. Good job, Anthony.
Thank you, Tony Laporta. There he is, Anthony Martin. And again, we'll be joined by Rob Howden down at the victory podium. If you'd like to celebrate with our top 3 finishers, that's down behind grandstand number 7. As you walk up to the main front straightaway grandstands, just make a right. You'll see the stage there tucked in the corner, and that's where we'll do all of our pre-race festivities as well for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Well, coming up next, the second race of the weekend for the Pirelli World Challenge GTS cars. We welcome you. Day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Thank you, Rob Howden. There you see our top three finishers. Nice job by all three. TJ Fisher, Victor Franzoni, and the winner on the top step from Australia, Anthony Martin. Well, coming up next, great race yesterday, Pirelli World Challenge GTS race number 2, getting set for our pre-race festivities. We'll have the USF 2000 race number 2 at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Verizon IndyCar Series qualifying coming up this afternoon at 2:55. Stadium Super Truck race happening in race number 1, 425, and the Indy Lights will wrap up today, 5:10. Stadium Super Trucks will be having an autograph session. If you'd like to meet the stars of the Stadium Super Trucks, that will happen at 3 o'clock at their merchandise trailer in the Speed Zone. Stop by the Spectrum Speed Zone and see the Stadium Super Truck drivers this afternoon at 3 o'clock. And again, they will be on track. The Stadium Super Trucks at 425 this afternoon. Time for our pre-race festivities for the Pirelli World Challenge GTS. Race number 2, let's send things down to Jeff Lepper on the grid. Jeff?
Well, thank you so much, Matthew, as we're set here for our GTS race of the Pirelli World Challenge Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by CASE IT. Going to be 19 cars here set to get the green flag, 50-minute sprint race. Tune those iPhones or Android phones into world-challenge.com. You can watch the race live around this tremendous street circuit here at the world's fastest spring break in St. Petersburg, Florida. Always tune in to MotorTrendOnDemand.com as well to watch all things racing, as well as all the replays and live coverage from Pirelli World Challenge. These are the greatest cars that you see, the cars in the parking lots, the cars you drive. We got Mustangs, Camaros, the KTM Crossbow, all the different makes and manufacturers we have here. Porsche Cayman GT4, some of the greatest cars along this, and the rising stars of Pirelli World Challenge. We're about a minute away here from the most famous words in all of motorsports, and this field will be led around by our Cadillac ATS-V pace car. And don't forget, standing start right here on the front stretch. Everybody's going to come up. When those wheel-in red lights go on, they go out. We go racing for 50 minutes. Well, the man that's going to give our command for that today is Rafael Navarro and Rafael Pirelli here with these series. Those P0 tires, amazing.
Absolutely, man. Purpose-built, and we're so excited to see the grid here and all the wonderful people here at St. Pete ready to go racing.
Well, and every single car racing here this weekend on those Pirelli P0 tire race slicks. Well, I believe we're just about 30 seconds away here to give our command. But starting on pole, don't forget Andrew Aquilante in that Ford Mustang. He won yesterday. Starting in second, Jay Buford in his Sin R1. Problems with that car, electrical on the pre-grid. They're trying to get it fixed so he can get back out. But Parker Chase up there in second place in that Jetta, 16 years old, starting on second place here on the road. Little delayed here in our command. We'll try to go ahead and see some of the other notables through the field. Is that third place car, the number 10, Lawson Aschenbach, the brand new Chevrolet Camaro GT4R. That is just one of those beautiful cars. His teammate Tony Gaples back there. How about it for Tampa's own Jason Bell, starting back in the fifth place in his Sin R1 from the Racer's Edge Motorsports. You're looking for somebody to cheer from locally. Jason Bell will be the guy to do that. And going back to, if those youngsters that are racing, how about that Flying Lizard Motorsports Porsche Cayman GT4 of youngster Nate Stacy. Started in this series 3 years ago at 14 years old, stepping up to the Porsche here this year from Flying Lizard Motorsports. His teammate, Rodrigo Baptista, in the second of the Flying Lizard Motorsports Caymans. Those will be two cars to watch here today. And don't count out that brand new Panos, Ian James, back there for GTS. Got a few gates around the track to get closed, and we'll get back underway here. So 19 minutes. Make sure you tune in once again. If you have limited viewing facilities here at St. Petersburg, go to world-challenge.com and watch the race live here today. Starting tomorrow, tune in to youtube.com/motortrend and watch the GT action here live, the first motor race ever to be broadcast live on the YouTube network. So it's a good thing to check out and watch that later on today. Don't forget, fans, the Pirelli World Challenge paddock is completely open. Come by and see the paddock and all the stars and cars that make Pirelli Challenge what it is. Well, folks, we're 1 minute away now officially that we get our GTS race here for the Pirelli World Challenge Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by CASE IT. Sorry about the delay here as we get ready to have our Vice President of Communications of Pirelli Tire North America and Motorsports here, Rafael Navarro. Please give us the most famous words in all of motorsports.
On behalf
Two. Immediately following that, the big cars, the Verizon IndyCar Series. Scott Dixon quick in the morning practice session. We will begin qualifying at 2:55, including the Firestone Fast 6. At 4:25, the Stadium Super Trucks race number 1, and we'll wrap up the day at 5:10 with the Indy Lights race number 1. Don't forget the Stadium Super Truck autograph session happening this afternoon at 3 o'clock, right there in the Spectrum Speed Zone. We'll look forward to meeting the Stadium Super Truck drivers. Let's join Tony Laporta as we get ready for this USF 2000, race number 2. Tony?
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Mazda Road to Indy Racing. It's the Allied Building Products USF 2000 Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. My name is Tony Laporta, and I am your host of Road to Indy TV. We're down here getting ready for our second USF 2000 race of the weekend. USF 2000 is the youngest level on the Mazda Road to Indy. These are young drivers trying to make their way up to the Verizon IndyCar Series one day. We're now getting ready with our pole sitter in race number 2, Parker Thompson, all the way from Canada. Parker, good run in the first race. You're obviously looking to improve. You're starting on the pole. Are you excited, and are you worried about turn 1 here off the green flag?
Well, to answer your first question, Tony, worried about turn 1. I'm on pole. I'm in position A. I think turn 1's going to be good for me. Let's get a clean first lap, and let's chip away at Exclusive Autosport's first win. We're a brand new team on the Mazda Road to Indy, so to be on pole is a fantastic job already. The boys have worked really hard and prepped really hard to get us up here. Let's get this open highway Exclusive Autosport's number 90 to the front on the podium.
Now, Parker Thompson comes into this season after just barely missing the championship in the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda last year. He lost out by just a few points to his teammate Anthony Martin. And Parker's racing for the Mazda scholarship check that will put him into Pro Mazda and obviously move him farther up the Mazda Road to Indy. Parker, if you had to explain to the fans sitting in the grandstands here today and everybody walking around, they're here watching Verizon IndyCar Series racing, but why should they be watching you? And more importantly, why should they be watching Mazda Road to Indy racing this weekend?
Well, why they should be watching USF 2000 is honestly, it's going to be a hectic race. I'd say this is probably one of the most entertaining races you're going to see this weekend. And why they should pay attention to the Mazda Road to Indy is because of a brand like Mazda. They're essentially giving us scholarships as we win our way up, and they're granting us a chance to become a professional race car driver. So I can't thank Mazda, Cooper Tire, Allied Building Products enough. All these guys are supporting our career the way up, and hopefully we can get the scholarship this year and make it one step closer to IndyCar.
Parker Thompson giving us a great explanation of what's going on here. We're going to go back really quick and talk to Oliver Askew. He's in the Soul Red Mazda, which means he's a scholarship winner racing in USF 2000 this season. Oliver, it's your first weekend, your first races in the Mazda Road Indy. You had a fantastic run in race number 1, driving to second. You start this race in P2. What's the outlook, and more importantly, what's the plan to get around Parker and score the win here in race number 2?
Well, you can't really plan for any of that. I'm just trying to get to the front as soon as possible, and I know I have a fast K Motorsports as a race car, and we'll see what happens. I'm having a great time.
And then really quickly, just like Parker talked to us a little bit about what Mazda and Cooper Tires are doing for young drivers like yourselves. I mean, you and Parker were racing go-karts less than 5 years ago. Heck, you were racing go-karts last year. And here you are racing right underneath the Verizon IndyCar Series. Just tell us, what has Mazda and Cooper Tires and the folks from Allied Building Products and all these great sponsors, what have they done for your career and dreams as a one-day professional race car driver?
They're the reason why I'm here right now. 6 months ago, I didn't think I was going to be able to keep racing. So I'm very fortunate to have Mazda on the car this weekend and in this season.
And then finally, Oliver, you're starting this race on the outside of row number 1 in that second position. We've done a lot of talking about how treacherous turn 1 can be here. You turn in on a runway, and essentially you come out, you get spit out on a sidewalk over there in turn 3. Are you at all nervous for turn 1 here, and what should we expect when this thing goes green?
No, I think I'm well prepared to go out there and finish with some good points.
All right, and Oliver, I know your mom and dad, Tony and Penny, are somewhere in the grandstands here watching, getting a little nervous. You got anything to say to them before we go racing?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. That's Oliver Askew and Parker Thompson. We're getting ready to go green with the Allied Building Products USF 2000 Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. We're getting ready to head upstairs to Rob Howden and Michael Young, where they will set the grid. Be sure to tune in to roadtoindy.tv for all of this year's racing action.
Thank you, Tony Laporta. A wonderful job down there talking to not only Parker Thompson but Oliver Askew. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. We had an opportunity to talk to Mom and Dad, and Mom taking Dad giving Mom all the credit for raising Oliver to be a fine young man. Dad said I taught him all the bad stuff. Mom taught all the good stuff. But some great thoughts from those drivers. And We talk about these USF 2000 drivers, the up-and-comers. This is the first rung of this Road to Indy ladder, and these will be the names that we will be talking about 3, 4, 5 years down the road. And what's so special about this Road to Indy program is it introduces race fans to these drivers. They don't just show up at the Verizon IndyCar Series level, and you're like, never heard of that guy before.
Exactly.
Now people can watch. So remember, Oliver Askew, he said, "Hi, Mom, hi, Dad," the last thing
Remember
he said
that?
before he goes
Yeah.
out and tries to win race number 2.
Well,
It's just great moments.
You just got to go back a couple of years when we saw Spencer Pickett running in USF 2000. Matthew Brabham, guys that are running in the Indy Lights program right now, all came through the USF 2000 series. Whether it be Dalton Kellett or Aaron Tielitz, all working their way through those levels of this Mazda Road to Indy. And the guys down here, they all have the same dreams. They're trying to get to the Verizon IndyCar Series. They want to be professional race car drivers. Let's have a look at the grid as we get set to go, though, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about, I think, 2 minutes away from the start here. We'll start here at the very front as we get set to roll. Got the grid right in front of me here. Parker Thompson. He had a chance to talk to Tony Laporte of Thompson. P1 a 1:15.370 fast time. Puts him on the pole position alongside Oliver Askew. Askew looking good in that number 3. Very impressive what Askew was able to do in the opening round. Fell back to 4th, but fought his way back up to 2nd. Row number 2, we'll see Rinus VK in the number 21 for Pabst Racing. Another great thing to look at here. If you look at the top, we're talking 6 different teams in the top 6, Michael Young. This is amazing. Off pole, or outside of row number 2 will be Dakota Dickerson. That's Newman Walks Racing. So it's Cape Motorsports up front looking good. Rinus VK and Dakota Dickerson on row 2. Row 3 will be Robert McGinnis for Team Pelfrey. Coming off a race win, Michael, what do you think? Does he have the ability to work his way forward with the confidence and the momentum?
That'll be the interesting part of this race. Robert was fast. Oliver Askew had to actually race his way to second place. Wasn't able to get around McGinnis, although I think if Oliver would have had a few more laps, that may have happened. Robert has a good car. He has certainly been quick in that Team Pelfrey entry, but to come from 6th to 1st might be a tall task.
We see guys get that first win and maybe opens the floodgates. We'll see if he's able to work his way forward. A great race car for Robert McGinnis. He'll start 5th alongside Moses De La Vera, one of the drivers for DE Force Racing, a brand new team that has come out of the box very strongly here. Row number 4, we'll see Kaylin Fredericks, the Team Pelfrey driver in the number 81, start alongside Corey Enders in the DE Force car. Those DE Force cars are really easy to see, the beautiful blue. And they will start behind each other on the outsides of row 3 and row 4. Row number 5, Lucas Cole on the inside of the Pabst Racing number 23, while Isla Agrid of the Team Pelfrey number 82 starting in the 10th position. Row 6 will be Luke Gavin in the number 91 for Exclusive Autosport alongside Calvin Ming, who is an impressive young rookie for Pabst Racing in the number 22. Moving now to row number 7. On the inside, the other Cape Motorsports driver, Ricky Donison, in the number 2, while Devin WOJCIK in the number 7 for Arms Up Motorsports, the rookie pilot starting in 14th position. Moving now to row number 8, Colin Kaminsky on the inside, an all-rookie row 8. Kaminsky in the red and black, number 27. Well, it's that bright yellow Menard-sponsored car for RJB Motorsports, Chandler Horton, number 20, starting in the 16th position. Moving now to row number 9. It'll be Chris Wright for John Comiskey Racing in the black and white number 34, while Cameron Doss, who had a good top 10 finish in the opening race, going to start deep in the field in 18th position in the number 38 for Newman Walks Racing. Doss is going to have to be on his game to work his way back in to the top 10 here today. Row number 10 will see Dev Gore, one of the other exclusive Autosport cars in the number 92, while Bruna Tomaselli, the only national class car in the field, will start in the 8th position. The young lady from Brazil starting in 20th in the number 8. 21 drivers in the field. We'll have one driver on the scratch position, tail of the field. Andre Castro had trouble in qualifying, no time able to post, but he was a top 10 driver, Michael, in the opening race. So we'll see if Castro can get to the front. A couple of kids here with the speed to be able to get up there, so we'll keep an eye on them. Andre Castro in the 37 for Newman Walks Racing, starting in the 21st position. But again, Parker Thompson and Oliver Askew on the front row, the third-year driver and the rookie driver, ready to go at it. Exclusive Autosports and Cape Motorsports. This is going to be a fun race.
Getting ready to go with race number 2 with this USF 2000 series. We'll take a quick break here at day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
We're on a hold right now. Safety's still working on the
Yes, indeed. Plenty of great merchandise before you leave tonight or race day tomorrow. Make sure you get your 2017 swag, your favorite driver of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Again, getting ready to fire the engines, the USF 2000 race number 2, and we have to give a hats off to this 21-car field, these drivers, because they had a race early this morning. They're back this afternoon. Not a lot of turnaround time. The big concern, a wad up in turn number 1, somebody damaging a car, and these drivers drove this entire race wonderfully. And entire full field, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this second race.
We were obviously all worried about that brand new field of USF 17 cars, bunch of young kids, start of a season, all amped up on the energy to try to be able to come through to get that victory. We saw it in the last couple of years. You and I have called a number of wrecks down in turn number 1. This time, cooler heads prevailed, and as you had mentioned, with the race today, later on today in the day here, I think they all thought, you know what, I cannot make a mistake. And their crews were saying that. Don't make me work on the car all day long.
So that said, this is the last event for the race weekend for this USF 2000 field. You've got the winner of race number 1 starting on the outside of row number 3. He'd like to win again. Is it Katie bar the door going into turn 1?
You know, I would hope that they got enough kudos for being able to get through turn number 1 that they're feeling good about it. You know, hey, you know what? That was good. Let's try to do it again. But you're right. We got 6 weeks till the next race, so these kids are anxious to get back on it. And I always say it's the guy that didn't have a good run in the first race who's maybe more anxious, got pressure. He wants to work his way forward. The drivers that had good runs, like a Robert McGinnis, he can relax a bit here right now. He got full points. Yeah, he's starting on the outside of row 3, but there's no urgency for him to get back to the front. It's a long race, and he's already got the good points. It's guys that may have had trouble that are saying, man, I got to go here. And you know what happens here. It's so wide open into turn number 1. Even though it's dirty down on the inside and there's paint down there, it's sometimes hard for these young drivers not to dive to the apex knowing that the space is there.
And that was the interesting part about race number 1. It was a Robert McGinnis show. He dominated from start to finish. Oliver Askew fell back to 4th, raced his way back to 2nd, started to get in touch with the leader towards the latter part of this race. Still a 30-minute race in race number 2. But it'll be interesting. We know Robert McGinnis has a great car starting in row 3, but you look at the first 3 rows of this field. This is talent, and this is a lot of the drivers we'll be talking about throughout this entire 2017 campaign. Well-spoken, Parker Thompson. I think he mentioned every one of the sponsors in this Road to Indy program. Oliver Askew, this young kid, won the scholarship. That's what allowed him to race in this USF 2000
Keep going down the
series.
order.
Yeah,
and then who do we watch?
You got Venus VK, who did a great job. 14th to 3rd in race number 1.
I think he's going to be one to watch right now.
Dakota Dickerson, who started 4th. I think he finished right in that same spot. Robert McGinnis, your winner, starting 5th, and Moises de la Vera. This is going to be an exciting race, and the eye will need to be kept on guys like Robert McGinnis. And I think you hit the nail on the head with Venus VK. That kid was racy and so good in race number 1.
And he was he was good in the press conference. And actually said, hey, you know what? I got a great race car, and I think we can make it even a bit better. And I think that again, anytime you get a young kid comes in here and he has a good finish like that, that's that confidence, that momentum, and he looked really good in that press conference. Like, you know what? I got a car. I think I can win this thing. And that's what he kind of said to a couple of the media guys. I wouldn't be surprised to see him to try to take the lead early. He was so good at the start. If he can do it again, we may see him in front of Parker Thompson before this is all over.
Indeed, he's a good spot on the inside of row number 2. Certainly take advantage of every mistake of these drivers making going down into turn number 1. But Parker Thompson, been here before. Oliver Askew. For this kid's first week in the USF 2000, you can't say enough about him. So let's get ready, Rob Howden, to fire engines, race number 2 of this USF 2000 season.
Yeah, we are set to go, folks. Right now, down on pit lane, as we get set to fire up these engines, we have Gene Mack, the regional VP from Allied Building Products, to give us the command.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Allied Building Products, welcome to USF 2000 Race 2. Drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Well, Michael, that was the call that we wanted to hear, starting up these Mazda power plants. And we are ready to go. A brand new race car. The USF 17, the MZR 2-liter power plant built by Elite Engines. Great horsepower, great race car, great Cooper tires. Now you put it in the hands of a bunch of young kids with a lot of talent to see who steps up. With that championship on the horizon down at Watkins Glen in September, That's when they have to think about now. They don't need to think about the championship. Just get through this race. We've talked about this before. Get through this race weekend because this is a tough place for them to start. You can't make a mistake here. And it's tough because the young kids make a mistake when they first go racing. You go offline here, you're in the wall. That's a tough thing for these guys to understand.
We just got a shot of Parker Thompson inside the cockpit. This is the time for this young driver to shine. Third year in this USF 2000 series. Battled down to the very end of the championship last year. He really needs to make his statement, put himself in good position, I thought, in race number 1. Showed he was racy, but he has every opportunity in the world to make this a victorious race number 2.
The thing about Parker Thompson is less than a month out from the season, he didn't have a program. He wasn't able to get the funding together. They were low on budget. They weren't sure what they were going to do, and he honestly figured he may be taking a year off or trying something different, a different angle. They just weren't able to put the funding together. Exclusive Autosport, Michael and Kimberly Duncap said, hey, we're going USF 2000 racing. We got to have a great driver in our car. They were able to get some things put together. Parker was able to come up with some budget, and they're going racing. He's their guy, but it's a brand new team, and that's one thing we got to remember. That's a brand new team. Oliver Askew is running against Cape Motorsports, the winningest team in USF 2000 racing. And even though this is a different car, those guys know it. They know the tires. They know the racetracks. They know what the tracks are needing. They know how the chassis needs to sit. And I think they've shown they've been able to come out of the box quickly, and with Oliver Askew doing so well. Same thing with Team Pelfrey. This is their third year in the series. They know the cars. They know the tracks, Michael. And that's one thing that we can lean on for Parker Thompson as he's with a brand-new team. I agree with you. He needs to step up. This is the third year. This is where he needs to come and make it happen. But when you're with a brand-new team, the result he got in race number 1 was really a success. It was a win.
Fast forward 5 hours from earlier this morning. Robert McGinnis, the winner of race number 1, already set for race number 2. The field side by side in the east end of the course coming out of turns 13 and 14. Good-looking group of 21 cars as they make their way out of the final turn. Parker Thompson with the field in tow. Oliver Askew alongside of him on the outside of road number 1. The field of 21 set to take the green flag for race number 2 of the season.
6 different teams in the top 3 rows. Ladies and gentlemen, we are green, green, green. Racing down to turn number 1 in the second race of the doubleheader here for USF 2000. Do they get through cleanly? Watch them through here. Always a tough corner. Little bit of contact here. Couple drivers sliding off. Not too bad, but there is a little bit of damage. We'll see if those drivers are able to continue. Coming through. Good start for Parker Thompson. He goes to P1. Couple drivers cutting to the inside of turn number 3. I can't see they're not going to lose a couple positions there. You had to get on the brakes. They took the shortcut through the inside of turn number 3. You be guaranteed they'll be looking at that on the replay up in race control, Michael. That was... When you're on the inside, you're going there, you got to give it up. You got to get back in line.
That was an odd run for Dakota Dickerson down into turn number 1. He swung way wide, and we have one of the Team Pelfrey cars that has moved to P4. My guess would be Robert McGinnis, but it may be the Frederick machine number 81. We see them come into turn number 10. The field making their way now through turns 11 and 12 as Parker Thompson in the lead. And indeed, the number 80 car, Robert McGinnis, has moved up to 4th.
Good start for McGinnis. Gets that position. We talked about the fact he started 6th. But here goes Parker Thompson. Open racetrack for the driver out of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. Runner-up in the series last year. He leads. Askew runs 2nd. BK 3rd. McGinnis in 4th. Dickerson 5th. Fredericks now in the 6th spot. 7th is Moises de Oliveira. No, it's actually Luke Gavin up to 7th now. WOJCIK runs in 8th. Corey Enders 9th, and falling down the order is De Oliveira. Trouble for Moises De Oliveira. He's coming into pit lane right here, Michael, in front of us. Trouble for De Oliveira. Let's have a look at that car as it rolls by. Looks like potentially, I think it's a flat right rear potentially.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
The trouble in the rear of that car,
right.
It's not set up correctly rolling in here. Poor one for De Oliveira. Man, he was really strong in that opening race. I was really impressed with what he was able to do. He even qualified well for race number 2.
Starting on the outside of road number 3, Bruno Tomaselli coming to pit lane as well as she brings that machine to the attention of her crew. Right now, Parker Thompson in the lead. Oliver Askew behind about 2 car lengths as they work their way again through turns 11 and 12.
You know, we got to talk about Parker Thompson, these street circuits. Remember, he won at Toronto last year, a very similar circuit with the concrete line walls. That track a little bumpy. This one with the new pavement, not bumpy at all. But Thompson trying to stretch away here in that exclusive Auto Sports entry, the black and red number 90. Askew VK. And look at McGinnis coming. Robert McGinnis on the roll. McGinnis won the opening race, and there's a driver wide. That was Kalen Frederick.
Kalen Frederick trying to get around Dakota Dickerson. Will have the line inside, now back to the outside. Can Kalen Frederick get around Dakota Dickerson?
Hey, look who's right behind him, though. Luke Gabbin's trying to make it hard for him. If he makes that move and loses it, you're going to see Gabbin stick the wheel of the number 91 in there. Luke Gabbin, third year in this series as well. Gabbin was one of the Mazda scholarship drivers. That's how he got into the series a couple years ago. Won the Skip Barber Carts to Cars program. The shootout was able to come into the program with sponsorship. He's still here now as one of the top drivers, a returning pilot running for Exclusive Autosport. They're trying to have a good weekend here, trying to cap it off with an exclamation point as their captain Parker Thompson now leading the way. Thompson with a 0.6 of a second gap last time by. Let's see what he's been able to do and whether or not Askew's been able to kind of eat into that gap a little bit. They'll go through the 11, 12, 13 complex. Looks to me like Parker might be pulling away a little bit here.
Kalen Frederick unable to get around Dakota Dickerson. Actually hung him out just a little bit. Now Luke Gabbin starting to close in on that Frederick car. So Luke Gabbin starting to make the charge as Kalen Frederick tried to get around the machine of Dakota Dickerson at turn number 1. Really cost a lot of real estate on the track.
Again, this is the second round, the back end of the doubleheader of the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship, powered by Mazda. Rob Howden and Michael Young. We'll give a hello to each and every one of you listening live or watching live, actually, on the Mazda Road to Indy app or on the roadtoindy.tv website. Live coverage of all the events here throughout the 2017 season. If you want to be with us, just download that Mazda Road to Indy app. Live timing, live video, live audio, everything to stay connected to this program.
Winner of race number 1, Robert McGinnis, knocking on the rear end of Renus VK. He is within a car length as they make their way to turn number 10.
He was quicker by 0.2 of a second that last lap, and that's going to keep adding up, just inching his way closer. He was only back by 0.4 of a second. So McGinnis, we talked about him settling in. There's no sense of urgency for him. He's already got that win. He can just start plugging away now.
Did a nice job that lap. Closed that gap just a little bit. Last time by between first and second, or I should say third and fourth, was 0.4 of a second.
Leaders showing the pace, though, Michael. Look at that, 15.6. They were 0.4 quicker than DK. I expected more of Arenas. He was such a monster at the start of that race. But I thought he would attack early and try to go to the front because he reeled in McGinnis and Askew in the opening race. Settling in now for a third-place run. McGinnis, though, getting aggressive. Dickerson with over a second from Frederick, who's got Gavin up tucked under the rear wing. So lots of good little races, little two-driver races on track. There's a good battle between Gavin. That was Kalen Frederick. He missed the apex coming through whatever corner. I think that might have been turn number 5, I believe.
Yep.
Rolling back through. That car went way wide, and I thought Gavin was going to jump on it, but Gavin knows he's running against a raw rookie. Kalen Frederick, a ripe old age of 14. 14 years of age, hustling the car around and doing a good job. Obviously up front here, running in that 6th position for Team Pelfrey. This kid's got a lot of years. You know, all their focus is to keep this kid on the racetrack. If he stays out of the walls. Oh, we got full course yellow. Full course yellow, Michael. Let's have a look around. Full course yellow being shown here. The number 37 off the racetrack, and that'll be
Andre Castro.
Andre, what a weekend it's been for Andre. Oh.
And that's out of turn number 3. My guess, contact with the wall at turn number 3 has come to rest with turn 3 and 4.
Let's see if we get a look at it here. Must be on the inside here. We can't see him around the corner.
Well, it's past this turn, so there's turn 3. So he's come to a rest.
A short shoot.
So when we shoot back from turn 4, looking back to turn 3, potentially we'll get a shot of the Andre Castro car.
The tough deal is that he had contact in the opening session as well.
Can we see him there?
Hard to see that far back to see whether or not he's just coming out of turn number 4 or turn number 3, as Michael had stated. That was coming out of 3, between 3 and 4, that straightaway that leads down into the hard-braking right-hander.
Now there comes a little safety crew.
Here's a big, huge.
Well, what do you see there?
I wonder if that's his rubber mark on the outside, because that is definitely not the racing line.
No, locking him up, trying to avoid the wall. Looks like someone had missed the wall. Oh, he's actually before turn number 3. So what we're actually seeing on our video screen, it's come to rest before turn 3. So he's right at the exit of turn number 2.
At least that's the Hamocho safety crew. They're maybe just fixing something. They're coming out of turn number 2.
Yep.
They're back on it again. Let's give you a little rundown here of as they run. Good start for Parker Thompson. He did not want to see that yellow. He was pulling out to about a second lead over Oliver Askew. Rinus VK now runs in 3rd. Robert McGinnis in 4th. Dakota Dickerson in 5th spot. Kalen Frederick in 6th. Luke Gabb in 7th. Corey Enders in 8th. WOJCIK now runs 9th. Devin WOJCIK in the Arms Up Motorsports number 7. Calvin Ming in the 10th position. Remember, Cameron Doss started back in 18th, Michael, already up into the 14th spot. So good for him. Was able to get 4 positions, and now we'll stack him back up again. Cameron going to try to get himself back into the top 10.
It's been interesting watching the VK McGinnis battle for 3rd. Robert McGinnis, the winner of race number 1, right before the caution came out, had really closed on the rear wing of Rinus VK. Not sure if McGinnis was planning on passing, but certainly that car very quick. But as you said, VK has been so quick, charging from 14th to the podium in race number 1. I, like you, a little surprised that he wasn't trying to get around Askew and Thompson, or at least fight that battle a little bit. He kind of settled into 3rd and was riding around. So Robert McGinnis on this restart, well, who knows? I mean, Oliver Askew, if he gets a good run down into turn number 1, but Parker Thompson going to be plenty quick to the throttle once that green flag comes out.
He's a veteran, too. Remember, this is his 3rd year in the series. I'm sure he'll be able to handle the restart. Now, granted, Oliver and Rinus ready to go. But you're right. We talked to Rinus after the race, and he did say that he pushed the tires pretty good over the first half when he was trying to come from 14th. Really was working those tires aggressively. And one of the things you have to mention, too, and this happened to Oliver a little bit, when you're in the draft, when you're trying to get someone, and you're trying to come on to turn 14, and you're right up underneath them, there is a little bit of aero wash. We don't have a lot of aerodynamics in these cars, less than we had in the older cars, more mechanical grip. But anytime that wash comes off, it's going to push the front end out. You're really working the tires when you're trying to stay up underneath somebody. And, again, that happened to Oliver a little bit. And, of course, coming through the entire field, Rinus VK was behind guys for a lot of the time.
And with VK saying, I really used up my tires, maybe in his mind, I just need to save these tires and really push the second half of the race.
Well, you'd have to expect a potential for a yellow flag. We have those here in USF 2000. It's not like we go green to checker on a regular basis. These young drivers can make a minor mistake.
Camacho safety crew working their way down the main straightaway. That will keep the pace car out for another lap under caution.
Again, the driver involved, we'll update those of you listening. It was the number 37 of Andre Castro, the Newman Walks Racing entry. They're going to try to get him into a safe area. Looks like the track now clear. I would expect that we will go green next time by. Again, your top 10 rundown sees Parker Thompson lead, Oliver Askew in 2nd. Rinus VK runs in 3rd, Robert McGinnis in 4th. Dakota Dickerson P5, Kalen Frederick in 6th, Luke Gabb in 7th. Corey Enders in 8th, Devin WOJCIK 9th, and Calvin Ming rounding out the top 10. Lucas Cole now 11th, Chandler Horton up into the 12th spot. Cameron Doss runs in 13th, Isla Agrid 14th, Ricky Donison in 15th. Colin Kaminsky in now the 16th spot. Chris Wright in 17th. Dev Gore 18th. Moises de Oliveira 19th. Made a couple runs into pit lane, and both Castro and Tomaselli now on pit lane. They are done. De Oliveira was back into pit lane again. He's the one that had issue early. So at this point, 18 drivers still on the lead lap. 7 laps down. Still 18 and a half minutes remaining. And we hope to go green this next time by. Mazda pace car still out there, though.
Yeah. Nearing the halfway portion of this race, race number 2. Everybody settling in, running cleanly. Some good passing out there, but no one really pushing the issue. That may change on this restart.
Well, Michael, think about the guys that are out here now. Robert McGinnis has got that win in the books already. He's got that relaxation, that confidence. I've already got a victory. Good first run for Oliver Askew, P2. Rinus VK, P3. He's obviously feeling comfortable with the whole deal as well. Bottom line is the guy that with the pressure right now is Parker Thompson.
Yep.
He needs to win. He wants to win this race. He needs to get off to a good start. He needs to get the momentum going for his team. He wants to win this. Did get a note from one of our spotters that Andre Castro is okay, but the car pretty excessively damaged. It's been a rough weekend for Andre Castro. one more time circulating around. Of course, the Hamacho safety crew doing their best to get that car into a safe place. And if it is damaged, as you know, they've got to get it up on the wrecker. They've got to get the diaper underneath it so it doesn't drop any fluid.
Checking the walls,
Yeah.
fluid, any debris, yes. So Hamacho safety crew, the best in the business.
And as you said, major contact means repair to the wall itself as well.
There
If
you
you
see
made
the
that much
car
contact.
on the video board right there.
There's the diaper I talked about. You never know when you make hard contact like that one of the fluid lines may have broke off or be split. You don't want to drop fluid all over the racetrack. So they're getting that job done. Look, that looks like they're bringing it back from just outside of turn number 2. Because there's that turn 2 area there, and they're able to get that car now luckily in right to the there's an actual wall there they can pull it behind the wall. So good potential for us. Maybe for it to go around one more time as the Hamacho safety crew now getting everything packed away. Bottom line is good to hear that Andre is unhurt. I'm sure they'll take him to medical just to clear him, make sure everything's fine. But otherwise,
yeah, we saw the safety vehicle coming down the pit lane, dropping him off and getting him to medical. So the best in the business when we talk about the Hamacho safety crew, right there on top of the accident. Make sure Andre Castro is okay. Nearing the halfway mark, and indeed past the halfway mark of this race.
Resetting things for sure. Parker Thompson and Oliver Askew had worked together to pull away. They had a nice little advantage over Renus VK and Robert McGinnis. Turning laps pretty much a half a second quicker and stretching away. I don't know if it's going to be a two-driver battle, but regardless, they had put themselves in a position to be on the podium.
We'll be halfway this time by. We'll wait to see if the pace car makes its way off the turn. The exit out of turn number 14. And
White flag, I think. One to go.
One to go.
Let's say this, though. So 4 victories last year for Parker Thompson, and there were yellow flags, so he has handled a couple of restarts. He knows how to get the job done here. Oliver Askew, this will be his first restart in the Mazda Road to Indy. We went green to checker in the opening race, so Oliver's first restart. Not something we have in go-kart racing either. He's got a lot of karting experience. He hasn't done any restarts in karting, so you would have to lay the advantage to Parker Thompson and to get things underway here. Renus VK, though, ready to jump.
VK right behind him, and Robert McGinnis, race 1 winner, behind him. So
you mean down into the 6 wide, turn number 1?
Don't say that.
It's so wide. So much runoff on the outside of the corner, then it funnels back into turn number 2.
60 feet is awfully wide. It can be very tempting for a driver getting a run out of turn 14 that you take a step down and you think to yourself, I can make it down into turn 1, 3 wide, and then it ends up being 4 wide, and then you think to yourself, I can still make it. And
it's not that dirty.
No, and it sometimes doesn't end up as nicely as we expect.
It does not. In fact, Parker Thompson was involved last year when one of the Team Pelfrey drivers, Jordan Kane, tried that move, went down to the inside and just got on the brakes and went straight. Not a chance to turn whatsoever. Drove right into the side of Parker Thompson, who had started on the front row. And he obviously got a DNF that race and really for a guy that finished second in the series at the end of the year, you look back to that one race. And we talk about that. Sometimes you look back to what happens on the opening laps of that first race. You cannot win a championship in turn number 1, but you can definitely lose a championship in turn 1. At least put yourself behind the 8 ball from the get-go.
So the pace car starting to pull away as the field makes their way through turns number 11 and 12. Parker Thompson will lead them down. Oliver Askew, Renus VK, Robert McGinnis, Dakota Dickerson, and Kalen Frederick. They are your top 6. Pace car into pit lane. Parker Thompson now jumping out of turn number 14, awaiting the green flag. Green is back out. We're back underway in USF 2000, race number 2.
Parker Thompson, good start, but here comes Oliver Askew.
He's moving.
Askew got a great start. Parker's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack, right down through the corner. He goes wide. Thompson overshoots it. Parker Thompson overshoots it. He's going to lose 4 positions. He tried to keep the bottom of the racetrack to hold off Askew. He could not do it. Got on the binders, turned the wheel to the right, and the thing just pushed right off the line. He goes back to 4th position. Parker Thompson back to 4th. Askew now leads. The young driver out of Florida, your leader. VK goes to 2nd. Dickerson up to 4th as McGinnis now to 3rd.
Wow, great restart, and Oliver Askew took Parker Thompson all the way down to the bottom of the track at turn number 1, and I really think it was a matter about breaking each other. By the time Parker realized, I've got to mow this thing down, Oliver was there, pushed the car wide, and as you said, he loses 3 positions in turn 1.
Damaging restart for Parker Thompson. I thought he was going to be able to handle it nicely, But Askew got a great run down into turn number 1, put it to the bottom of the track, and just took advantage of the fact that Thompson couldn't get the car turned. We will give you a full top 10 rundown when they come back around to complete this next lap. It'll be lap number 11 in the books.
Wow, Kalin Frederick with a nice restart, moving up to 4th.
Yeah, look at that. Parker Thompson's gone back to 5th position. And in fact, looked to me like Dickerson lost a spot as well to Luke Gavin. So let's reset it across the line now. It is a new leader, Oliver Askew. Renus VK goes into 2nd. Robert McGinnis in 3rd. Kalin Frederick now 4th. Parker Thompson 5th. Luke Gavin 6th. Dakota Dickerson back to 7th. Corey Enders in 8th. Dylan WOJCIK 9th. And Calvin Ming rounding out your top 10. So a big shakeup there as the leader has trouble going through turn number 1 on the restart. Overcooked into the braking zone, not able to get the car turned. And Oliver Askew, sensing what was happening, got on the brakes a little earlier, was able to tuck down Michael. And I'll tell you, the smile on his face when he came out of turn number 1 over to turn 2 with no one around him. Nothing but clear track for Askew, the young Florida driver, 2nd in the opening race, looking to grab a victory here in round number 2.
I thought it was interesting. Parker Thompson got a good run out of turn 14, and I thought, well, Oliver Askew's not really going to be able to catch him, and Oliver got even a better jump. So by the time they got halfway down into the first turn, down that front straightaway, I think Oliver just kind of started getting in the rearview mirrors of Parker Thompson, and Thompson's like, I got to get low and block him, and just really outdrove him. Oliver Askew did a great job making that pass to the lead.
Okay, now we're going to find out whether or not Parker can get his head right and go back forward. Remember, he was about 4 to 5 tenths of a second faster once they got going with clean air. Let's see if he can get things going here. And now again, he runs currently in that 5th position. Thompson's going to have to get back down. This is pretty good lap times. This last time by a 1:16.5. Remember, he went offline there as well. Would have picked up a bunch of dirt and rubber and everything when he went offline on those tires. It's going to take him a couple laps to get those things where they need to be.
Oliver Askew quickest that last time by, minute 16:08:21. Robert McGinnis was 2nd quick. McGinnis sits in the 3rd position. Field making their way around Pioneer Park. Now down Bayshore. To turn 10 they come. And Oliver Askew starting to check out as he's got about a 10-car length advantage right now over Renus VK.
I'll tell you, there's that confidence of a young driver who's used to running up front in national and international level karting events. Now finds himself leading the way here comfortably. 1.5 seconds was the gap last time by from Renus VK. Thompson trying to close up well back. The former leader trying to see if he can't reel in Kalin Frederick as they come across the line. 1.6 seconds now the advantage for Askew. Looking at lap times.
Oliver locking him up down in turn number 1.
Oh, really?
You notice that, yeah, a little tire smoke.
Thompson about 0.2 of a second quicker than Frederick last time by. Yeah, there they are coming through turn 3. Parker Thompson trying to put the pressure now on Kalin Frederick. Gavin had a good start, was able to get by Dickerson on that start as well. So Gavin now up into the 6th position. Luke Gavin started in 11th, so a 5-position advancement for Luke Gavin. Askew 1.6 seconds out, though, a 1:15.7. Fastest driver on the racetrack. A 10th quicker than VK, 2/10 faster than Rob McGinnis. Frederick, though, is going to have his hands full as Parker Thompson right there with him trying to get by. It'll be a move at the end of the straightaway if Thompson can get cleanly through 11, 12, and 13. First, they'll come through turn number 9 and 10, the kink, then that left-hander. Michael working the way back around here through the S's. Onto the straightaway once again. Look at this gap for Oliver Askew. He is taking control of this event.
And I think Parker Thompson is starting to find that rhythm again. Kalin Frederick falling off the rear wing of his teammate Robert McGinnis. Watch Parker Thompson. Got a nice run down into turn number 1. He'll look to the inside, think better of it, get back in line. Parker Thompson getting that rhythm back all over the rear wing of 4th place Kalin Frederick.
Had to look to the inside really in turn 1 just to show the mirror, just to get himself into Kalin's mirrors there. So Kalin Frederick last time by turned a 1:15.8, Thompson a 1:15.7, another 1/10 of a second closer, but more importantly able to get into the draft as they work their way down into turn number 1. He's definitely ready to pounce. And of course, now going to school, trying to find out where he's quicker, where the opportunities are to get by, because as you and I know, not a lot of places to pass here, especially these cars that are so evenly matched. Turn 1, the best place to go by anyone.
And after getting around Oliver Askew is now checked out with a 2-second advantage over second place Rinus VeeKay. So VeeKay out of turn 11 right now. Robert McGinnis about 3 car lengths behind him. Battle has settled down a little bit between Kalin Frederick, Parker Thompson, and his teammate Luke Gavin. Oliver Askew, bigger lead as he stretches it out, exiting turn number 14.
Just 7 minutes remaining. We had that extended yellow flag run. Lost about 10 minutes during that yellow flag session. So just 7 more minutes remaining. You've got to expect we're probably going to get about 5 laps. And check this out. New fast lap for Kalin Frederick. The 14-year-old, the Team Pelfrey car, getting pushed aggressively by Parker Thompson, but that car starting to come in. Actually 0.2 quicker than his teammate Robert McGinnis. And Frederick in the number 81, the 14-year-old driver, starting to work his way forward here. Frederick in the 81 machine. Kalin out of Potomac, Maryland. Young kart racer moving his way up. Ran in some F1600 races last year as well. Very impressive. Takes the calculated advance up here to the Mazda Road to Indy, the very first run. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship presented or powered by Mazda. And he is making a move on his teammates, slowly chipping away at the minor gap that he has between third and fourth. This would be an interesting deal, Michael, to have a couple teammates going at it. Rookie of the year from last year, race winner already, your new point leader, having to fight off his 14-year-old teammate.
Great battle right there. When you think about the results of race number 1, we've got Askew, VeeKay, and McGinnis here battling in race number 2. We've kind of rearranged that order, but thus far in the season, we've got 3 drivers that are pretty equally matched, and I think of the names we'll be following most of this 2017 campaign.
New fast lap laid down by Luke Gavin. Gavin in the number 91 for Exclusive Autosport, about a 10th quicker than his teammate. In fact, he and Parker Thompson, 2 of the fastest drivers last time by. Frederick again, a 1:15.38. Gavin, a 1:15.32. So Gavin a bit quicker than McGinnis. So to be honest, right now, 4th, 5th, and 6th, faster than your lead trio.
Keeping an eye on Robert McGinnis, I glanced up, and I believe he was all over Rinus VeeKay, at least close that gap down to less than a car length. We'll wait to see them come down into turn number 10. There he is.
You're right, maybe 2 car lengths.
He gets a nice run. Robert McGinnis, as we said, just 5 minutes remaining in this race. He wants to get to that second step of the podium. Oliver Askew in command as he exits turn number 14. Back end wiggles just a bit. He'll take it all the way out to the wall. But Robert McGinnis with a nice run out of turn number 14. Can he catch Rinus VeeKay?
McGinnis trying to go after VeeKay and his teammate Kalin Frederick trying to reel him in as well. Askew now goes quicker. He lays down the fast lap. And McGinnis just all over VeeKay. Look to the inside of turn number 1. Thought better of it again. Doesn't have that sense of urgency. I'm okay here right now. I already got a race win. You cannot reiterate enough to these young guys that they just need to get out of this race.
Oh, and he's on the inside of VeeKay right now into turn number 4.
Book it. He's through. Great move for McGinnis as he's able to get by in turn 4. That is an impressive braking maneuver to the inside of that corner, Michael. McGinnis goes to P2.
And Frederick right now right behind VeeKay. So teammate and Team Pelfrey trying to take over that third place position.
And the 2 exclusive Autosport cars of Thompson and Gavin ready to pick up where everybody leaves off. They are right together. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all together on the racetrack. In fact, Gavin looking to try to find a way by Parker Thompson as well. They'll come out of turn number 14.
VeeKay gets him back.
He does get him back. VeeKay back to 2nd.
Where's the other Pelfrey car?
We've lost, we lost. That's Frederick.
McGinnis is gone.
Where is McGinnis? Here he is back here. Trouble for Robert McGinnis. We didn't see it happen. McGinnis. No, that's actually Chandler Horton. We don't have the other car. Where is the number 80 of Robert McGinnis? Oh, in turn number 12.
Right here at the exit of turn 12.
What happened coming through there? Robert McGinnis. Let's see if there he is right here. Coming into the turn, that's like coming into turn number 9, Michael, or turn 10 rather.
Well, it's out of 10.
No, that's actually, that's out of 10.
Just out of 10 into turn number 11. It has him passed there on our video monitor, but it's at the exit of 10. May have swung wide, hit the turn 10 wall, and has come to a rest at the entrance to turn number 11.
He was running nicely in that second spot, had gone in and passed Rinus VK, hung it out to dry. They'll all know he's there. I don't think we'll go full course yellow because he's on the inside of the racetrack. But what a development for Robert McGinnis. Your race winner falls all the way down to 18th. What have we talked about? You make a mistake here, now he's the leader in points. He's going to fall down the order. If Oliver Askew could hold on with 2 minutes to go, he's going to leave this event with a point lead. Askew leading by 3.3 seconds. VK runs second. Frederick third. Thompson right on the rear, on the gearbox in fourth. Gavin there as well. Look at Parker Thompson working it. Dakota Dickerson up there in sixth spot as well. Dickerson's car starting to come alive. He's trying to battle it into it. And Kalen Frederick is off the rear wing of Rinus VK.
You know, I wonder if McGinnis got around in 4, and then as he got through that final portion in 8 and 9, got something on the tires when he made that move and just went so low, and then by the time he got to 10, just overdrove it. Who knows?
That's
just
a potential theory for sure, yeah.
Just a tough break for Robert McGinnis. Race 1 winner out, will drop to 19th.
Down to 19th.
Whoa, and Kalen Frederick nearly tagging the wall at turn number 10.
Well, we were watching the right screen. We're going to see the white flag this time by, I believe, folks. Oliver Askew rolling out onto the front straight. Indeed, the white flag will fly. One more to go for Askew in the Mazda entry, the Soul Red car.
And here comes Parker Thompson trying to get back on top of the podium. Thompson inside, finding Kalen Frederick. Takes him all the way down to the wall.
Thompson to the inside of the corner. Kalen Frederick locks it up. He's through. Gavin comes through as well. Parker Thompson goes to P3. Gavin to fourth. So Parker Thompson, Michael called it, right on the rear gearbox as they worked their way all the way down into turn 1. Just enough room for him to sneak in. He got on the brakes a little more this time, did he not, Michael? Did not want to overshoot it. And he was able to take the position. I believe Gavin through as well, indeed. Now that's Dakota Dickerson trying to find a way by Kalen Frederick. We are looking for the leader coming through down here into turn number 9 and 10.
Talk about a day for Oliver Askew. He fell to fourth in race number 1, battled back to finish on the second step of the podium. Now making it through turn 10 for the final time, his first ever victory in the USF 2000 Series. If he can make it through the final 2 quarters.
They go into turn number 14 now. Oliver Askew, the Mazda $200,000 shootout scholarship winner, onto the front straightaway. He's getting closed on by VK, but no way. The winner in round 2 at St. Petersburg, Oliver Askew. VK takes second. Parker Thompson third. Fourth is Luke Gavin. Fifth is Kalen Frederick. Sixth, Dakota Dickerson. Seventh, Devin WOJCIK. Eighth, Corey Enders. Ninth, Cameron Doss from the tail of the field. 18th to 9th for Cameron Doss. And Calvin Ming rounding out the top 10. Have a look at the boys from Cape Motorsports. Nicholas and Dominic absolutely thrilled. What a fantastic weekend. Second place and then a win for their young rookie. Michael Young, you've been around. We've been doing this for 7 years. I don't think we've seen a rookie come in and do something like that here in the USF 2000 Championship.
You look, you read, when you discover these drivers, and after he won the scholarship, started reading about this young man. And everything I read said no matter what he hops into, he's fast. Finishes race number 1, P2, comes back with a brilliant pass down into turn number 1. Oliver Askew, the rookie, with the Mazda scholarship in the USF 2000 Series, will come home, race number 2, on top of the podium.
Unbelievable events at the end, getting some information from spotters that McGinnis just a little loose coming out of turn number 10 and just tapped the wall. Here he is getting out of the car actually right now. That's McGinnis, so you're seeing getting out of that number 8. You can see, Michael, the right rear.
Yep.
Knocked the right rear off the car. And I'll tell you, that'll be a learning experience for Rob McGinnis.
Yeah, thumbs up.
But, man, he had a chance to take over the point lead and actually just run away with it here out of St. Petersburg. But it will be Oliver Askew who takes that lead as we head to Barber Motorsports Park for the next event. But I'll tell you, we have identified some amazing drivers, and there's a lot of them here, Michael. ASKEW, VK, Thompson, Gavin, Frederick. Great run for these drivers. Dakota Dickerson in 6th. Good run as well for the Newman Watts racing pilot. I got to go to victory lane, but, Michael, we got treated to a pretty solid event there.
Indeed we did. And to think what could have been for Robert McGinnis after that amazing pass in turn number 4 for the 2nd position. Contact with the wall in turn number 10, ending his day. Parker Thompson making his way down pit lane. He will come home in the 3rd position. So an exciting race number 2 for this USF 2017 season. And Oliver Askew in that Mazda Soul Red Racing entry comes home with his first ever USF 2000 win. There he is, race fans, fist pumping in the air. Oliver Askew will go to the top of the podium in victory lane. We will talk with Oliver in just a few moments. I wonder if he will remember to say hi to mom and dad when he hops out of the car. We had a chance to talk to him before the race, and a great run. Making that pass on Parker Thompson down into turn number 1 on the restart, and checked out from that point on. All race fans, come find your sunshine with our professional sports teams, the Rowdies, Rays, Bucks, and Lightning, to a world-class entertainment with acclaimed local stages and a calendar full of events. Relax under the stars with a concert in the park or revel in luxury at the state-of-the-art Mahaffey Theater. It's all happening under the sun in St. Pete. And a beautiful race day and a fantastic bit of weather for us. Chamber of Commerce weather here for this race weekend, day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Fans, don't forget to head on over to the IndyCar Fan Village and grab the latest team, driver, and event merchandise, because it won't last long. What's hotter than the Florida sun? IndyCar and St. Pete merchandise. Visit any tent location around the circuit to get your latest swag. The award-winning Staybridge Suite Hotel and Event Center, located in downtown St. Petersburg, is proud to be official hotel of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Contact the Staybridge Suite Sales Department for group reservations or to schedule your next meeting or special event. And do you follow GP St. Pete on Twitter? Well, you should. Help us in our campaign for 10K by race day. Inside info, the latest news, and cool prizes at GP St. Pete. Follow us, put up those photos that you have. Share us all your great photos throughout this race weekend. There you see Oliver Askew as he removes the helmet and begins to celebrate. Well-deserved win on a brilliant drive. The pass he made on the restart of Parker Thompson just past the halfway mark. Good enough to give him his first ever victory in just his 2nd race in the USF 2000 series. Let's go down to Tony Laporta. Let's say hello to our latest winner, Tony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Allied Building Products USF 2000 Grand Prix of St. Petersburg is complete. Mazda Road to Indy USF 2000 drivers are done racing, and we've had our 2nd different winner in as many races. Oliver Askew, my man, I've called you to some wins at the Florida Winter Tour. Well, we're in Florida. I'm interviewing you as a winner, but we're not in go-karts anymore. How awesome does this feel?
I'm absolutely speechless.
John Doonan wants to tell you how he feels. Askew getting the big hug from Mazda Motorsports boss man John Doonan. Oliver, how cool does that feel to get the hug from the boss man right there?
I feel so fortunate to be here. I can't thank everyone enough for this opportunity. Mazda, Allied Cooper Tires, the guys at Cape Motorsports, everybody, my family, Bell Helmets, everyone to get me to this position today. I'm speechless. This is the best moment of my career.
When you pulled in, I saw your team owner, Nicholas Cape, crying. He had to turn around and wipe tears from his eyes. What does this mean to this team and to these brothers and to you?
I'm about to cry.
You are about to cry. You know who else is about to cry? Your mom and your dad. Go over and give them a big hug. Congratulations, buddy. Allied Building Products Grand Prix of St. Petersburg winner Oliver Askew. Good job. Go hug your parents. We're heading to Victory Lane up next with Rob Howe, and we'll be there with USF 2000 coming up next.
Yeah, what's a few minutes? Absolutely. Yeah, we're getting ready to go here. Temps are up. Nice day here in South Florida, but it'll be interesting, with the rubber that's down on the track now from the support series, the heat. I think we'll have a different track than we did this morning, so I'm really interested to see how everybody adapts.
Yesterday especially, I'd say maybe at least some of the Honda guys working on brake calipers, braking here at St. Pete, much different. Of course, you guys are using different brakes here for the first time in 2017. You guys used Brembo for years. How has that changed things? I know that you in particular had to work hard, and the crew had to work hard in changing some stuff yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a moving target for us. It's something where it's a new package, and it's the same for everybody. And some teams will try certain things that work. Some will find it that they can't find the right settings. And yesterday we tried some things that have worked for us in the past on the brake system, and it didn't. So we had to completely change back to everything else. And today we seem to be happier on the brakes. So we're getting there. It's a new package. We're just trying to adapt to it.
Something very different, by the way. Tell me about this. Is pretty cool. The program you guys have with Disney Junior and the television show. And I know Roxon, I believe your son was really interested in this. Mickey Mouse is coming to the track. Is that right?
Yeah, Mickey will be here. So we're, Mickey drives, and the Mickey and the Roadster Racers is the show on Disney Junior. My kids watch it every morning.
It just rolled off your tongue, by the way, like you've watched it regularly.
Trust me, I know the show in and out. And he drives a red and yellow number 28 car, so it's a perfect fit. And their kids are going to be absolutely thrilled to see Mickey here on Sunday. Race cars, Mickey Mouse, doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
Have a great weekend.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good to chat with Ryan Hunter-Reay, and just like that, number 28 rolls up, so we might be a little closer than we think here to begin qualifying. A lot of the drivers making the way out here. The cars are rolled out as well, so countdown is on to the first qualifying session here, Mark Janes, of 2017.
Thank you, Dave. First, one of the guys I think that has one of the best views of any venue all season long is Nick Yeoman, set up high atop turn number 10, which leads on to Dan Weldon Way. Nick, that view never gets old, does it, my friend?
Oh, my friend, this is a place that you called home for many years. Last year was my first opportunity to come out here and watch this race and watch these cars roar around this 1.8-mile, 14-turn road course, and boy, it is absolutely spectacular. Turn 10, as you mentioned, also known as Albert Whitted Park, for those that call this Tampa and St. Pete area home. Let me give you an idea of what I've got. To my left, I've got the absolutely beautiful Dali Museum and the Mahaffey Theater. Straight ahead, the Yacht Club and all tons of boats lined up here with fans out on those yachts getting ready to watch qualifying. And then to my right, a grandstand that is quickly becoming packed with fans that have made their way out to this race weekend as well. This is a very tricky left-hander off of turn number 9 down to this tricky turn 10. Red and white curving on the inside. They'll make that way through turn number 10, which leads onto the straightaway known as Dan Weldon Way. That's where actually right now, Mark, there's quite a few members of the Homatro safety crew. They're actually taking a look at the wall. The previous race, the Pro Mazda event that was run, they did have a car hit the wall here in turn number 10 and lay down quite a bit of debris. So they've got some Homatro safety crew members out here working on the fence, working on the wall just a bit. But again, the view is absolutely spectacular. Sunny blue skies and water, race fans, boats. I don't think you can ask for much more. Going to be fun, Mark, to see these guys fire up, strap on some Firestone alternate red tires, and lay down some quick laps for the first time this weekend.
Nick will be in the booth a little bit later on for Indy Lights race number 1, but again, we'll be out on the course for qualifying today for the Verizon IndyCar Series, and then be out there for race day tomorrow for the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton, joins us in the booth. And Davey, we've seen it happen a few times over the past couple of years that once we arrive at a venue, some changes are necessitated. And Turn 3, been the same for many, many years, but after some of the support series ran it on Thursday, the series got together with drivers and some of the officials, and safety being at a premium. Tell us about the changes to turn number 3.
Ironically, that's where I watched this last race. I went down there just to see how it was going to race, and that's such a difficult corner now, Mark. Originally, and the way we've seen it in the past, you could get through there almost wide open, right, in that right-hander, shoot you down a straightaway into turn 4, made a great passing zone. Now, that curb is big. When I was standing down there watching the Pro Mazda cars who just ran, it's a big, big curb. They are touching the curb. They're getting up on 2 wheels some, but they're going so much slower through there, and it's not leaving a great opportunity for turn 4 overtaking right now. So it's definitely changed the whole outlook of this race as far as passing zones. It kind of cut it from 3 to 2, But the interesting thing is, at the start of the race, Mark, when I was down there, a lot of guys had to skip it. They went inside that curbing, and so I expect to see that too. They were too wide through turns 1, actually 3 wide through turn 1, and then turn 2, they were too wide. And going into turn 3, they had to kind of split up. Some went underneath the curbing, some went around it, so it was pretty interesting. But a whole different outlet, a complete different look of this racetrack just because of turn 3, so it's going to be interesting.
Bumpy, rough at all, or do they take pretty good care of the course throughout the course of the year?
You know what? This course, there's some new concrete, some new asphalt down, and on Thursday when I ran the course, honestly, Mark, the best I've ever seen it. It was really, really good. The grip level was better than it's ever been as far as the first ones on it, which we usually are with the 2-seater program. And I think a fantastic job. The difference was turn 3 was back the way it was always been. They just changed that on Thursday night. So I have not physically been on the track in turn 3 since they put that curbing up. That's why I went today, just to really inspect that and see how it races and how it passes. And it's definitely it's a completely different element to this track.
Well, Dave, first, we talked about your birthday. You're with the driver celebrating his 20th anniversary in motorsports. The folks at Borg Warner helping him with a commemorative hat. We all have one of those. Congratulate TK for us as he gets ready to go qualifying today.
Yeah, we were just talking about the TK20 hats that we've already seen running around the paddock area. We were lucky enough to have some from the folks at Borg Warner. Congratulations. You begin your 20th season in IndyCar. How has it been 20 years? That's what I want to know.
I know. People think I'm getting old, but today you're getting old, right? It's your birthday today, so happy birthday.
Yeah,
happy birthday. Nah, it's a cool thing. We came up with that at the end of last year. Somebody told me this year was going to be my 20th season, so we decided to celebrate. Celebrate it not among ourselves, but with the fans. So we ganged up with Firestone, Borg Warner, and some other partners that are doing a bunch of cool stuff for the fans this year. Yeah. We're going to have shirts. We're going to have hats. During the month of May, we're going to have a lot of fun as well.
Should be a lot of fun. Are you going to have a lot of fun in qualifying this afternoon?
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, it's great to be here. Look at this place is always beautiful. The fans are always the big support here for us. So I'm happy to be here, and let's get this thing going.
I must say, after a couple practice sessions yesterday and one today, the Hondas, which you guys, team Chip Ganassi Racing, are now very much a part of, Honda's looking pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I think we did a lot of homework over the winter when Chip decided to go back to Honda, and the Honda's been great to us. But like Chip used to say, it didn't count until now. So let's see what's going to happen now.
The countdown is on. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Tony Kanaan down here, back in the number 10 for Chip Ganassi Racing NTT data. It is bright blue and white, and TK ready to kick off this 20th season in the IndyCar.
You know, Davey, much has been made about the quote-unquote young guns like Marco Andretti, and even though he's been around a while, and, Graham Rahal and James Hinchcliffe and all of these guys. I think it's been well documented that it's not as though that Elio Castroneves and Tony Kanaan and those guys aren't still competitive. Both finished in the top 5 or 6 or 7 in points last year.
Yeah, both winning races, both with great teams. That's part of it, right? That's what keeps these guys young and hungry because, they're with two of the best teams on the grid with Penske and Ganassi. So that makes the difference. It's so hard to stay in this sport as a driver. There's so many, stumbling blocks to get a ride and to stay in those cockpits. And these guys have done a great job, and they still win races. They could sweep the weekend, these two guys. So they're that good still.
Nick Yeoman, a status report, if you will, from your position in turn 10.
Yeah, we had about 3 Homatro safety trucks down here for the last 10 to 15 minutes. Looking at the exit of turn number 10. That's, again, where one of the Pro Mazda cars, I'll be honest, hit it pretty hard in the last couple laps of that event. But those Homatro safety crew members have cleaned up the area. They've inspected that straightaway that leads past turn 10, down Dan Weldon Way. And now all of that personnel back into those Homatro safety trucks. Sweeper's going to come through one more time, Mark. I think we're getting awful close to going qualifying here in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Hey, while we have the chance, we want to thank Mark Radams, the general manager, and all the folks at the St. Petersburg Yacht Club. They offered up some hospitality this weekend. The St. Petersburg Yacht Club is a private club where members enjoy a very active social calendar. Members don't need to be boaters or sailors to enjoy the social camaraderie. We spent some time there yesterday. They're great folks. They rolled out the welcome mat for us, and we appreciate, again, all of their cooperation and hospitality throughout the course of this weekend. Davey, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Not a better place, I don't think, to start the season in St. Petersburg.
Well, we love it, and it's kind of what I love about it is we've been starting the season off here for a long time now. 7 years now, and it just that's good. I think for a schedule, for our fans, for our racers, just knowing this is where we're going to start the season off here, and the weather's fantastic, and it's exciting on track, and the times were so close. Like right now, you look at Marco and Dixon. You think one of those two guys are going to be on the pole today, but watch out. You never know.
Dave, first up, we heard from Ryan Hunter-Reay and the new sponsorship announcement they're involved with. Some good sponsorships announcements come the way of Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, the folks at Fifth Third, the folks at Steak and Shake, and others. They're buying into what Graham Ray Hall and company are doing. You're with Graham as we get ready to go qualify.
Yeah, the folks at Steak and Shake have bought into what Graham's selling and the rest of these guys. Back for 2017. So far, so good for you this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we're struggling a little bit. I think, it's a new track configuration, new brakes. There's a lot of different things. But, we're going to keep working hard here. Had success here in the past, so hopefully we can find a way to rekindle that a little bit and make it happen in qualifying. But, I mean, you look at this field and how tight it is. You won't find motorsports like this anywhere in the world. And so, we can't afford a slip up here, that's for sure.
Just to keep you on your toes, Turn 3 looks a little different now this year for you.
It is, yeah. It's way different, and for sure keeps you on your toes. It's a lot of risk and reward right there, but, I understand the reason I had to make the changes, and hopefully it's safe for everybody. But, our goal is just to get the Steak and Shake machine up towards the front, get us in a good place to go racing tomorrow and try to challenge through the field. It's going to be a long day tomorrow if it's hot like this, and a lot of guys are going to be pretty tired, so hopefully we can wear them down.
All right. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yep, the engines have been fired up just a couple, maybe a minute or so away. Graham Rahal will be out in the second qualifying group. Keep a close eye, no doubt, on what does happen in this first one.
We'll give you that lineup momentarily. Group number 1, though, you hear the engines roar to life. James Hinchcliffe, Max Chilton, Marco Andretti, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Will Power, Charlie Kimball, Carlos Munoz, J.R. Hildebrand, Spencer Pickett, and Mikel Aloshin. Again, that's group number 1. So group 2, Scott Dixon, Alexander Rossi, Sebastian Bourdais, Newgarden, Kanaan, Pagenaud, Rahal, Elio, Sato, Jones, and Daly. And throughout the course of last year, we saw a little bit of balance. I must admit, though, group number 2 looks a little on the stack side, at least to the casual observer.
Little on the stack side, but as you said, group 1 has some fast guys in it, and Marco finding himself at the top of the charts, this weekend.
Yeah.
He's hungry. He wants to, if you follow him at all on social media, he's hungry. He wants and needs to perform in the worst way. So, so far so good over the weekend.
I think it speaks to the commitment that Michael is willing to make to get Marco back up front on a consistent basis to move Brian Herta over to calling the shots for Marco.
Yeah, and I that could be it because, for the last 5 or 6 years, Marco, he's put the work in. He works out. He's in good shape. He tests. He does a lot of things. He does everything to make sure that he's up front a runner in this series, and it just hasn't happened. But I'll have to say nothing seems different other than the results so far this weekend for Marco.
Well, as the cars make their way around the course, we get this session underway. We'll step away momentarily from the Firestone Broadcast Center. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Just what is the Indy experience?
It's 80,000 screaming fans.
It's 11 exciting races over 3 days.
It's the Ferris wheel and the interactive fan zone for the kids. And it's wine tasting. Yes, wine tasting for moms and dads.
This is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union at Barber Motorsports Park, April 21st through 23rd.
Don't miss the Indy experience.
Purchase your tickets today at barberracingevents.com.
From the Firestone broadcast booth in St. Petersburg, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Session 1 underway as we get qualifying. Get set to go qualifying here. Are qualifying, in fact, in preparation for Sunday's race. If you like sunshine and blue skies, you got to love St. Petersburg today, Dave First.
There's no question about that. 84 degrees. Track temperature way up from this morning when it was 89, 90 degrees, now up to 121 degrees. So the folks at Firestone not only have those primary blacks out, they got the primary reds, those sticker reds, I should say. So a lot for these teams to think about in this qualifying session. Further up pit road, great to have Rob Howden back with us. Rob.
Dave, thank you so much. Great to be here, standing with a guy that needs no introduction, Joseph Newgarden. Joseph, well into your first weekend, your race weekend with Penske Racing. What are your thoughts right now on how things are rolling out for you?
Well, it's been tough to begin with. I think for everyone, just with the new asphalt changes, they laid down a lot of different surfaces from last year. So it's kind of, mixed up everywhere. You have different grip levels we're dealing with now. But it's been fun. It's been a good challenge. I mean, the track's changed dramatically from practice one. You go through all 3 practice sessions, and it's amazing how much the track changes. So we've been trying to keep up with that. But I've had a lot of fun. It's been great being back here in St. Pete. Always a great place to kick off the Verizon IndyCar Series, and then just being a part of Team Penske and trying to figure out this new group and get on with these guys has been a blast. I've really enjoyed it.
Honda's looking pretty good here. What do you guys got up your sleeve with the Chevy camp?
Well, we're hoping this Verizon 2 car is going to be quick. It's been good. I mean, we haven't been bad. We've been right there in the hunt of things, I think. Certainly close in practice 3. We just needed a little bit more. So, like you said, the Hondas have been quick. We've been trying to figure out how to close that gap a little bit, but I feel pretty good about what we've got. Hopefully here in this qualifying session, I think we can definitely run for the Fast 6, and then once we get that done, then we'll focus on the race.
How wide has been the spectrum for your setup, your baseline? How far away from it have you guys been trying a lot of different things, or you're pretty close to what you rolled off with?
I think practice 1 was really the only hiccup of confusion. Figuring out what was going on with the car. It was so low of track grip on practice 1, we were kind of confused. But then once practice 2 came around, we kind of settled in on where we rolled off, and I think the car has been really good off the truck, so we haven't changed much. We've been tweaking it, certainly for the new surface conditions like I was talking about. We've been tweaking a couple things from 2016, but it's not been too different from a baseline, man. We've been working inside the box pretty close.
Good luck today.
Thanks so much.
Mark James, there's Joseph Newgarden. He has some feelings like he's going to be in the Fast 6.
Yep, good stuff, Rob. Will Power P1, Chilton, Piggott, Kimball, Aloshin, Hunter Ray, Davey, we see guys diving on the pit road for a change in Firestone Firehawks.
Yeah, it's time, and you see Marco Andretti coming in. Matter of fact, I think everybody is on pit lane right now going for those reds, and they have, as of right now, 5 minutes, just a little over 5 minutes left.
My, how things have changed. Remember once upon a time when guys would sit and wait.
And remember how I'd go crazy sitting in this booth talking about it and couldn't understand why that was happening. And remember how many people it cost.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? That they'd wait, then all of a sudden the yellow flag would come out and the session would end and they didn't even get a lap in. So it's a whole different – I like this format, the strategy. It forces them to get on the racetrack, and it's the same for everybody at this point.
Well, and, the extra set of reds they get for practice to start cutting the sessions back to 45 minutes, a lot of changes.
Yeah, which I think is healthy. And another thing they do the sessions, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but every racetrack we go to, it's basically the same time of day, the same amount of practice, just to kind of get a, formality going with this series. I think that's a good start, just getting everything really orchestrated properly.
Well, and I think there's an entertainment element to this as well, sure, Davey, because people want to see the cars run. And if they cut 30 minutes off the session, it makes that 45 minutes at a premium, and that means the guys will spend less time sitting on pit road, and people will see what they came here to see.
That's right, and another opportunity to do that. So the 2 sessions going to 3, like you said. Right now when it's qualifying, I mean, there's cars on track. Pretty much also, although right now they all went out, they all shook their car down, got some heat in them. They're all on pit lane right now, but it's business is getting ready to pick up with under 4 minutes to go.
Back to pit road and Dave first.
And right on cue, as soon as Davey says that, teams go into action. That includes the number 21. Remember, J.R. Hildebrand is back now full-time for Ed Carpenter Racing, that Fuzzy's Ultra Premium Vodka Chevrolet. He didn't start off, though, on the primary blacks. They started on the alternate reds, so a fresh set of alternate reds. In fact, they just slapped on another set of sticker reds. So they're trying to get into that second round of qualifying. Others on board. You can see Marco Andretti, the 14 of Carlos Munoz. Jerry Hildebrand taking off. Action picking up out on the race course.
Davey, I know Ed worked very, very hard to keep Joseph Newgarden. He eventually signed with Penske. But boy, that move to bring J.R. Hildebrand on to that team full time, I think was universally applauded. A lot of folks in favor of that.
I think so. J.R.'s a great kid, and he went through his issues and troubles of in the series, and the team he was with, they shut down. So he just went through a lot of drivers go through, actually, right. Mark. And I think he's stuck around. He's came back and ran the Indy 500, I think, pretty much every year, and has performed, has done a good job. He's a class guy. He's a good representative for sponsors and the sport. So I think Ed made the right decision by bringing him back. Now, there's a lot of pressure on him. He needs to perform. He needs to show that he belongs here in this series, because there's a lot of people on the doorstep waiting to get in. But I have full confidence that he's going to get the job done.
Jake, late word came that Mikel Aloshin would be back. The 7 machine comes into your view.
I'll tell you what, it comes into our view and does so very welcomed because of that bright cherry red on top of it. It is an easy car to spot. Mikel Aloshin now returning, as you had mentioned, running again for Sam Schmidt. Behind him, he has Ryan Hunter-Reay. But, Mark, they always try to distance themselves out in these qualifying attempts to try to get themselves a really good speed and not get hung up by anybody around them.
Mikel Aloshin comes into the view of Nick Gilman.
Mikel Aloshin, one of the first drivers that decided to go onto those alternate reds. He puts the left sides up along the red and white curbing, chased by Ryan Hunter-Reay as they exit turn number 10. Here comes Charlie Kimball as well. Kimball on the accelerator exiting turn number 10.
Jake, we see Will Power into your view, one of the ABC supply cars behind him.
Will Power works his way already around Pioneer Park. As a matter of fact, that ABC supply machine is already gone. Coming into view out of turn number 3 right now, taking in a peek at Max Chilton. He works his way around Pioneer Park. That's that right-hander. Then quickly, there's a left-hander that's turn 5. That car starts to swing just a little bit as Max Chilton works his way around that 5-6 combo. ABC supply machine coming into your view, Nick.
Is the number 14 of Carlos Munoz, currently 10th, so he's got to find some speed. Here comes Chilton. He was the first driver that went out on the reds. He puts the left sides up along the curbing, nearly hits the wall at the exit of turn number 10, accelerates underneath the Verizon IndyCar Series bridge, Mark, and heads for turn 14.
Okay, so less than a minute to go in this session. Davey on the outside looking in. Kimball, Piggott, Hildebrand, and Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, Munoz had a good lap yesterday. I'm not surprised if he has something left still. Right now, Ryan Hunter-Reay with the onboard, boy, he's using up every little inch of the racetrack. As he said before, he's been having some brake issues. He just hasn't had a good bounce to that car, but I'll tell you what he is doing. He's testing every single wall out there by getting just centimeters from him, and he has some traffic in front of him. I don't know if he's going to be able to increase or improve his time, but right now he finds himself in that 5th spot.
Charlie Kimball trying to stay in the Firestone Fast 6. He comes into the view of Jay Query.
Charlie Kimball makes that right-hander. I'll tell you what, he takes it very wide out of turn number 3, works his way up First Street. He manages to keep it, seems as though, before he has to downshift into right turn number 4. He waits pretty late, does Charlie Kimball. Now takes that lefty that's turn 5 is Charlie Kimball.
Well, the clock has expired now, and we're waiting on the drivers to clear the timing and scoring loop. Right now, we see Power, Kimball, Hinchcliffe, Max Chilton is P4, Carlos Munoz, and Ryan Hunter-Reay the top 6. So for now, on the outside looking in, Piggott, Marco, Mikel Aloshin, and J.R. Hildebrand. We see the 27 machine of Marco Andretti. Did he just clear you, Nick?
He did. Marco Andretti just hit cleared turn number 10. Here comes the 20 of Spencer Piggott. He's on the outside looking in 7th. His teammate J.R. Hildebrand accelerates onto Dan Weldon Way as well, Mark. Might be the last car here in round 1.
Davey, Marco Andretti spent most of the practice session this weekend among the top 5 or 6, was even P1 at the end of the first session. He will not make it into the second round.
I'm actually shocked. And I'm actually shocked that neither Fuzzy's car made it. Spencer Pickett and J.R. Hildebrand actually will be starting this race 20th tomorrow. So a little surprise there. Just not good laps. But you got to look at one thing. Will Power was the fastest at a 101.0. The slowest guy in the field was a 101.8, 8/10 of a second amongst all those guys. So that's how difficult it is. It just takes that little teeny bit of a mistake, and you can see Marco getting out very upset. He knows he's been on the top of the boards all weekend, and the best he's going to start is 18th.
Been a struggle this weekend for A.J. Foyt as a whole. I mean, Munoz and Connor both have had trouble finding speed.
Yeah, they sure have, and I was excited to see Munoz may have found something in the second session yesterday, and moved up to the top 10, actually. So I thought, well, maybe they found something where Connor, unfortunately, has been finding himself at the bottom of the charts and just hasn't found the balance of that car. Or, the program just isn't, they haven't found it yet, but they'll keep working on it.
So, Marco, the debrief with his dad, with Mario, and with Brian Herta, that's a pretty hefty brain trust there breaking things down.
There's some wins there and some talent on that stand, and that includes Marco as well. Just he's disappointed. He just can't beat himself up and get back out there. And he's been at the top of the charts all weekend. I'm very surprised that he didn't make it.
So your top 6, Will Power, Charlie Kimball, James Hinchcliffe, Max Chilton, Carlos Munoz, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. They move on. Round number 2 of qualifying when we come back to St. Petersburg.
Hi, I'm Mario Andretti. To promote the Firehawk Indy 500 tire, Firestone asked me to describe what it feels like to win the world's biggest race on Firestone tires. I would say it feels like vroom, 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 ba-dum, boom, bum, 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 ba, boom, boom, bum, bum. And that's pretty much it.
Whatever you drive a Firestone.
From the Firestone broadcast booth in St. Petersburg, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Oh, how good it is to be back at St. Petersburg. What a way to start the season.
What is the
Round number 1, Will Power, Charlie Kimball, James Hinchcliffe, Max Chilton, Carlos Munoz, Ryan Hunter-Reay. The top 6, Piggott, Marco, Alosian, Hildebrand on the outside looking in. They'll start 13th, 15th, 17th, and 19th, respectively. Moving on to round number 2, the combatants, Scott Dixon, Alexander Rossi, Sebastian Bourdais, Joseph Newgarden, Tony Kanaan, Simon Pagenaud, and Graham Rahal. Elio Castro-Neves, Takuma Sato, Ed Jones, and Connor Daly. And so far, Davey, it looks as though that, and we figured as much, it didn't take long for Chip Ganassi to get reacclimated with the folks at Honda.
Yeah, no, they came in here flying, and we'll see how Scott Dixon, he has been the top of the charts, so it doesn't surprise me to see him run away with this pole.
To pit road and Rob Howden.
Yeah, Marco, out of the box, very quick yesterday. Even today, you've been good. Tell me about the session a little bit. We just chatted. A little bit loose on the blacks.
Yeah, this one's hard to swallow. We just overreacted because we were really loose on blacks. So we overreacted with the car, and it wouldn't turn on reds. So would have been better off doing nothing to the car and just running. But yeah, this one hurts because we're faster than this. So last year I went to the back of the field and felt I had to pace to come back through. So we're gonna have to do that.
You chalk this up with some experience. You learn something and see what you can do strategy-wise tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping we have enough pace to just drive through, but I don't know. We're going to have to see.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Marco Andretti, guys, not pleased at all. As he said, the car was just super loose, he told me, on the blacks, and he wanted some more grip. But, of course, those reds, when they come in, they gave him exactly what he needed. Probably didn't need to make any adjustments, Mark, to the car. He would have been fine.
Sure want to thank Marco Andretti for having a conversation that he had no interest in having.
Without a doubt, Mark. It's not easy. I mean, we've seen it with Marco. He's very frustrated. He wants to perform. He needs to perform, and he has all the tools there. It's just he's hard on himself, and we all know that. We know he's fast. He proved it all weekend long. So, as he said, just overreacted. I don't know if there's any really fingers to point or blame. They learned from it, and And as he said, he feels he's fast enough to come through the field, so that's what he's going to have to do tomorrow.
Well, certainly the changes that they made, putting Brian Hurta on that pit box, are going to give him every opportunity to be successful for sure. How about Scott Dixon? He's been P1 most of the weekend with the exception of one session, again with that Honda power, but believe it or not, Scott Dixon's never won this race.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? I mean, all the races he's won, I thought he's won them all at one point or the other, but he's looking good for this weekend. They put that Honda power in, and right to the top he's been, and we'll see what he can do. You know, Will Power and him have been the two guys that you're going to have to watch for. We see Simon Pagenaud right now with that shiny number one, our past champion, on track right now, and in that PPG powder blue car, looking good.
Just behind him, Graham Rahal. Pick up the 15 machine, Jake.
Graham Rahal, that Steak and Shake entry just below me right now, starts to work his way through the gearbox. Now we'll follow him around Pioneer Park. Keeps it pretty low through turn number 4 goes Graham Rahal. Then, just when he sees that St. Petersburg Yacht Club, he takes that right-handed turn. And just as I say that, let's shift gears now. Sebastian Bourdais, I think, Mark, has run off course a little bit. So Bourdais, of course, running for Dale Coyne Racing in his first season with them. And it appears as though Bourdais now starts to limp his way through and take that. I think that might be the 19 machine, though, Mark,
it's the
in terms of Dale
18
Coyne.
machine of Sebastian Bourdais that got off course. The 19 continues around the course as we now have a red flag condition. He's Sebastian Bourdais is in turn number 13. Sonny's Barbecue sponsorship on that car, and saw Takuma Sato get through there a little too hot earlier this weekend.
We can see that he definitely got into that tire barrier hard and tore the nose wings right off the front of that race car in turn 13. And that was a situation really probably without seeing what happened, I would guess that he just, on cold tires, got down in there. They've been having some brake issues with these cars, especially on the Honda side. You can see just locked it up, got in too hard on cold tires, and straight into the tire barrier. Unfortunate, because I know he had high hopes and just tried to get too much too quick.
Maybe just bolt-on stuff of the front nose wing assembly.
I don't think it hit the suspension, Mark. I think you're right. I think they can come in and put the a new nose piece with the wing on it. But you got to remember, from here on out, he loses his fastest lap, so he's got to cut a bunch of fast ones to try to make it the top.
Just got word from Race Control they're parking it for the rest of the session. So much disappointment for Sebastian Bourdais. Let's go to pit road and day first.
0.04 of a second was the separation for Spencer Pigot to be out of round 1 or advancing to Group 2 qualifying. Man, that was tight.
Yeah, it was tight. When it's that close, you're always left second guessing, a little bit. Braking 5 feet later, get to power 10 feet sooner on the lap. But, overall, I think we made some good gains from this morning. It's so close out there, as you saw. Just a couple hundredths would have put us through. And, so that's a little frustrating. But overall, I think we've made progress, and we can keep improving from here.
Good luck in the race tomorrow.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Spencer Pigot will roll off 13th tomorrow. Rob Howden.
Yeah, down here with his teammate J.R. Hildebrand. J.R., a little puzzled look on your face. You guys are working hard to try to find the way to make this car quick. The word you used was inconsistencies. Tell me what's going on right now, you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not necessarily the car. It's just, getting back in the swing of things here, and, getting through the race weekends. You're always following somebody different on track, and just I think we're trying to just minimize or maximize our understanding, I guess, of those variables to minimize their effect on us here. So, there's some things that I'll be able to work on, and I think as a group we'll be able to just, continue to make progress in figuring this whole thing out. So, between Spencer and I, we'll have a little bit of data to go over between now and tomorrow, and I think for both of us, it's just about continuing to move our way forward.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
Errol Hildebrand, Mark, he's obviously concerned about where they are right now in terms of the consistency they have with their setups. But JR, he's an engineer. He wants them to get down and get to the data and go over it, and I'm sure they'll be able to find some speed tomorrow.
Clock continues to roll under this red flag condition as they work to clear that car of Sebastian Bourdais. Under 5 minutes to go in the session, Davey. It's not going to give you much time as we get ready to go back to green.
No, I guarantee you they're all on reds right now. This group did not have a chance to try to feel what those reds would be like, or actually, I shouldn't say that, what the black balance was, the black tires, and get some heat in the car and the tires. So But the good news, it's safe for everybody. That's one thing they do at these groups like this. It's a safe for everybody, so it's going to be a little bit of a crapshoot. This right here probably would have helped Marco Andretti because he wouldn't have made a change to the car, as he said, and he could have came out. So, some things like this could help you and could hurt you.
Well, that hasn't turned into an all-skate just yet. We see the 4 of Connor Daly out on course, and now we see Tony Kanaan start to exit. And quite frankly, I think, Davey, this is nothing more than an exercise in trying to gap yourself a little bit, give yourself some room to get off a good lap.
Very key. I mean, when you have 11 cars on the course right now, there's no reason to be packed up. Now, ideally, you have a fast guy in front of you, and you could try to draft him a little bit down the straightaway and get any little advantage that you can. But, as you said, the best thing you do, get some open track, focus on what you have to do to get that car in the top 6, and that is get the maximum out of it at every single corner. And just like Spencer said, if you just would have broke it 5 feet later or got on the throttle just a little teeny bit earlier, that could have put him in the fast 6. So you really got to take advantage of those situations.
Well, we haven't had 6 drivers clear the timing loop for the first time yet. That's how quickly that red occurred. Connor Daly in the 3-minute range. That's going to need to be quicker. Ed Jones, Simon Pagano, Elio Castroneves, the only ones, again, who have cleared the timing and scoring loop. Speaking of Connor Daly, he's into the view of Jay Query.
It's interesting because Connor Daly, as he works his way through, his teammate Carlos Munoz better hope that Graham Rahal doesn't make an error. Not much margin between those two, but we'll follow around Connor Daly, works his way around that aforementioned St. Petersburg Yacht Club, now takes that right-handed turn. He's going to see a lot of yachts off to his left, but Connor Daly starts to come into view at Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, here comes Connor Daly. He pops into my view with the left-hander of turn number 9, sets up for turn 10, tugs on that steering wheel, rear end of that race car kicked out just a bit, but he gave himself enough breathing room. Connor Daly headed to turn 14.
Simon Pagano, Elio Castroneves, Connor Daly, the 3 quick ones for now. We'll update you on timing and scoring in just a minute. Let's go to pit road, visit with Rob Howden.
Now, Mark, an issue here for Graham Rahal radioing into his team that they're having some brake issues. 2 front wheel lockups on the racetrack. They haven't had that yet here this weekend, so Rahal battling with a little bit of brake issue here. Day first, trouble for Rahal. And again, he's currently sitting, I believe, in the 9th position on the grid.
And that's something Graham's been dealing with throughout the course of the weekend. Who's on blacks, who's on reds? Right now, just 2 drivers on sticker reds. That includes Ed Jones and the number 4, the ABC Supply Chevrolet of Connor Daly. Everyone else on sticker blacks, and that includes the number 2 of Joseph Newgarden, Tony Kanaan, Scott Dixon, the top 3 here so far.
Joseph Newgarden, Tony Kanaan, Scott Dixon, Simon Pagano, Elio Castroneves, and Graham Rahal, the top 6. Now we see Sato go to P1. Newgarden, Kanaan, Dixon, Pagano, and Castroneves. Rahal, Daly, Jones, Rossi, Sebastian Bourdais on the outside looking in. Connor Daly exits that long straightaway, exits turn number 2, pops under the Firestone Bridge and back into the view of Jay Query.
Graham Rahal goes under that bridge right now, and then boom, there is Connor Daly. Daly keeps it to the outside as he works his way now. He's going to be able to make a sweeping right-hand turn in that right-handed turn number 3 on the Firestone Reds. Back in, gets a little bit of loose for him out of turn number 4.
We see Alexander Rossi, the 98 machine. He comes into the view of Jake Query as well. Jake, check in on that Napa machine.
Just behind him, that rookie Ed Jones. There goes Alexander Rossi, keeps the left side on that curbing. Alexander Rossi now already working his way through that 6-7 complex.
Nick, here comes Connor Daly into your view.
Yeah, Daly will be the first car that pops into my view. He's been on the Reds maybe longer than anyone so far in this qualifying session. Makes his way through turn number 10. Alexander Rossi, this is his first flyer, smoothly through turn number 10. He's on the Reds as well, followed by Ed Jones about 20 car lengths back, Mark.
Just like that, Davey. 20 seconds left in this session, and we want to update everyone now on Reds.
Yeah, everybody's on Reds, and I could say Alexander Rossi was the last one, just puts himself into that 5th position. But Joseph Newgarden, right now, we talk about how fast Hondas are, but so far it's Will Power was the fastest in the first group. His teammate, Joseph Newgarden, fastest in this group, both with Chevrolets. But Takuma Sato, Scott Dixon, Kanaan, Rossi, and Graham Rahal right now in the top 6.
Checkered
Scott
flag
Dixon just went to the
is
top.
out as Scott Dixon goes to P1. So it's Dixon, Newgarden, Sato, Kanaan, Rossi, and Graham Rahal. Right now on the outside looking in, Simon Pagano and Elio Castroneves, Ed Jones, Connor Daly, and Sebastian Bourdais. Pagano is going to pit road. The defending series champion looks like he will do no better than 14th, Davey.
14th, he's going to start tomorrow. Wow, that's a surprise. And back to the times being so close. Everybody in that 101 bracket. Oh, actually, Scott Dixon, he popped into the 1 minute bracket. 1 minute, .960. So the first guy to break into the 1 minute bracket in qualifying. But everybody but Connor Daly are in that 101 bracket, so it's that difficult out here.
It looks like Alexander Rossi and the 19 machine of the rookie Ed Jones will be the last two cars to report to pit road. So, again, Scott Dixon, Joseph Newgarden, Takuma Sato, Tony Kanaan, Alexander Rossi, and Graham Rahal, your top six. On the outside looking in, Simon Pagano, Elio Castroneves, Ed Jones, Connor Daly, and Sebastian Bourdais. No time because he ran it off course early in the session.
That's exactly right. So Sebastian's going to be, shotgun on the field. Got a lot of work to do tomorrow. We know he's been fast this weekend. He's been excited about getting back with a team that he's won loads of, not a team, but the people with that Coin Racing team that he won a lot of championships with. But how about the two Penske cars of Pagano and Castroneves? Definitely surprised that they didn't make it in. But right now, Graham Rahal with his brake issues looking pretty good in that sixth spot.
Takuma Sato has gotten steadily better throughout the course of the weekend. However, after having those issues in that first session, he kind of climbed up timing and scoring slowly but surely. But, I guess he put it all together when he needed to, Davey. He's at least made the round of 12 now. He was third quick in that session.
Yeah, and Takuma going into a new team with Andretti, just things are probably different than they've been. He's been with Foyt for quite a few years and probably just kind of learning the whole system and probably trying to get a little too much out of it too early. He's got a good engine program. I mean, they went to those Hondas, and they seem to be – the things to have right now, it seems to be. And but now it looks like he's got some comfort zone there and puts himself in a good spot.
Good run by Alexander Rossi. It appears as though that, but what a difference a year makes. And he has come out of the box with a lot of comfort.
Yeah, you know what? I think he has, obviously, when you win the Indy 500, it gives you confidence. But he knows the back of his mind. He won that on fuel mileage. It doesn't matter how you win the Indy 500.
Right.
You win it, you got the trophy, and congratulations to him. But when he didn't win it on speed, he wasn't a contender in that race. So he's still probably in the back of his mind going, okay, I still need to find more to win a race outright, to be fastest week in, week out. I think that staying with the same team was so key for him, staying with that Andretti Autosport and the same people, and he comes right now and finds himself in the Fast Six for this first weekend.
I'll admit Will Powers won 6 out of 7 poles here. He's got a shot to make 7 out of 8, but how odd is that to look at the timing and scoring board and see Pagano 14th and Castroneves 16th?
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked with that, actually. Those are the guys. But the thing is, we see some new names up there, right? Sato, he didn't make that fast. There's a second round very often, and he's in there. Graham Rahal did a good job, but Rossi, as you said, and then Max Chilton. That's another guy, that is with a team again. That it's a second year around. He has some confidence going on, and I mean, Charlie Kimball has impressed me this year. You know what I mean? He's done such a good job with the sponsorship that he could bring to the series and for himself, and has really got a good base right now. And I think he's a guy that could, he's won races before, so we know he could win. But I think confidence level is really high right now. With that.
Back to the issue with Sebastian Bourdais. As we said, it looked very, very similar to the incident that Takuma Sato has had. Graham Rahal quoted during the weekend as saying he had some concerns with braking here. A couple of other drivers have said it's going to make for a very interesting Sunday. You hearing those same things in the paddock?
Without a doubt. There's a lot of question on that from switching brake manufacturers. Not sure why they did it, but I haven't heard of a braking problem in IndyCar for so many years. I can't even remember how long. I mean, it's been years and years and years ago. And so when I heard that at first, I thought, well, it's got to be something very simple. But man, these teams have really been fighting with it this whole weekend, and in practice they've had some issues with some fires going on. So there's some work to be done. I don't know exactly who or what the reasoning is, but there's some they could take you out of the race quick when you have brake problems.
Let's go out on the course, check in with the guys calling the action. Jake Query, just an overview of your part of the course. It's funny, when you do this long enough, you see that racing groove start to come in and start to develop. Are we to the point now to where that is a definitive racing groove? Can you see what the preferred line is for that bird's eye view you have?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because when they work their way in that turn number 3, there's that curbing there, but yet you can have an opportunity to kind of go over that if there's no one else around you. But when you work your way up First Street, as these drivers do, and then take that right-hander, I think they want to be a little bit to the outside and just kind of soften that right-handed turn number 4. Mark, the view is spectacular. They work their way around Al Lang Stadium here, and that is the only piece of real estate between myself and then the vast water across the way that is Tampa Bay. There are yachts, there are sailboats, there are all kinds of different modes of transportation around me, airplanes, you name it, it's here. It is a spectacular day. The one thing that I will say, Mark, that's always interesting, the first race of the year, those paint scheme changes, just getting reacclimated to drivers that have made changes and are all of a sudden in a new car, a little bit accustomed to getting used to seeing some colors with a driver. Takes a while to get used to that.
Nick, interesting to note about turn number 10. It's widely believed to be one of the best passing zones on this course. And as wide and as forgiving as it may seem to be, if you're going to make that move, I think it's been my experience out there, you need to make it just prior to the turn, and you probably need to do it from the high side because that thing narrows in a hurry once you reach the apex of turn 10.
Yeah, you made a great point talking about the rubber that's been laid down throughout the course of the weekend, and you can start to see it now throughout the course now on a Saturday afternoon, the rubber that's been laid down. Yeah, there's a ton of room to the right side of turn number 10, but most of that's considered the runoff area. You're right. Once you get to the apex of the left-hander and you head onto Dan Weldon Way, it tightens up big time. One of the things I did notice is I think the tire barriers here to the outside of turn number 10 are pulled back a little bit further than what we've seen in the past years, so that helps a little bit. But I'm telling you, Mark, when these guys are on those alternate red tires, that stickier, softer compound, more grip, more speed, they are using up every inch of the racetrack, and nowhere is that more true than down here in turn 10. It's a lot of fun to watch, a lot of hairy moments, but thankfully through one round of qualifying, haven't seen anyone tag that outside wall.
To pit road and day first.
We are used to seeing that number 3 for Team Penske, Hitachi colors, Chevrolet up front. Not going to be that case tomorrow when the race starts. Helio Castroneves starts 16th here. Now, what happened in qualifying? Are you able to pinpoint maybe what went wrong?
No, Hitachi team did a phenomenal job fixing the problem that we had in the practice in the morning. And he came ready to go. Unfortunately, some of the areas I'm not quite able to make the car overturn and building up understeer every time you're going out there, which for those doesn't know, it's just you have to wait for the car to point so you can apply the throttle so that you can go in the straightaway. So most of the issue was that. And if you start picking up a little bit in each corner, then it becoming a huge gap in the end. So we keep working. Obviously, it's not where we started. Probably it's the worst start I have here in St. Pete. But, hey, first time everything. But we don't want to finish in this position, obviously. We have a good enough team to go out there and do something completely now different. And I'm trusting in my strategies here. So I'm pretty confident he can come up with some good ideas. And hopefully it'll be a good one.
Your strategist goes by the name of Roger Penske. I think he knows his way around a race course.
I'm betting my chips on him now, so see what happens.
When you compound all that, whatever you're going through inside the car, given the fact that that was a tight qualifying session too, given the red flag, that just adds to the anticipation during all this.
When you have a situation like that, it's one time, that's it. You couldn't fix a little bit, and even though we went out the first, we didn't have time to try. What would it be, maybe fix a little bit. But it's the same for everyone. So in this case, we didn't have the perfect conditions for qualifying, but we got to focus on tomorrow's race.
We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Again, Helio Castroneves, 3-time winner here at St. Pete, will roll off 16th.
The round of 12 when we come back to St. Petersburg from the Firestone broadcast booth. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Just what is the Indy experience?
It's 80,000 screaming fans.
It's 11 exciting races over 3 days.
It's the Ferris wheel AME interactive fan zone for the kids. And it's wine tasting. Yes, wine tasting for moms and dads.
This is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union at Barber Motorsports Park, April 21st through 23rd.
Don't miss the Indy experience.
Purchase your tickets today at barberracingevents.com.
From the Firestone broadcast booth in St. Petersburg, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Round of 12, 10 minutes. Green flag is out. It's Newgarden, Hinch, Chilton, Dixon, Kanaan, Power, Munoz, Rahal, Sato, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Charlie Kimball, Alexander Rossi. As we mentioned, 7th year in a row. This has served as the IndyCar opener. Davey, the economic impact estimated to be $48 million here in St. Petersburg. Scout.com named the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete number 2 in their list of top 100 stadium experiences of 2016. We talked to Kim Green earlier today. They're not resting on their laurels. Each and every year they try to find ways to enhance the fan experience, and I think it's because those guys are racers, Green Savage.
Yeah, no, they know what it's all about. They do. They're second to none, especially on temporary road courses. They know how to promote. They have several speedways, permanent and temporary, and they do just a great job, and I think this city is really gathered behind this event, and it's good to know those numbers, right? Because we need those for, to put in our pocket for other venues and other, opportunities for the IndyCar Series.
Will Power to Jake Query first. I believe Graham Rahal just behind him.
Indeed. As a matter of fact, just about a 25-car length separation between the two. The sun really pops off that silver Verizon machine of Will Power. We'll follow him around as he works his way with that Yacht Club to his left. Now makes that right-handed turn. Here comes Will Power coming into view around Al Lang Stadium and coming into the view of Nick Yeoman.
Power, one of just 2 Penske cars here in round number 2. Can't get over just how bizarre that is. He was the fastest of his group, though. Power followed by Graham Rahal. Mark Janes exiting turn 10, setting up for the right-hander of turn 11.
Jake, Max Chilton comes into your view. He's trying to get into the Firestone Fast 6.
Yep, trying to really bounce. Max Chilton is off of what he was able to do a year ago in his rookie campaign. Max Chilton works his way around pretty clean, as a matter of fact, in turn number 4. Maybe not the speed exiting that turn that we've seen from others, but that can be a little bit hairy. If you get too wide, that car can swing out on you. Doesn't happen for Max Chilton now, who works his way out of turn number 8 now.
Yeah, that's a young man that is looking for a big bounce back in his sophomore season. Didn't have really a strong result all of 2016 to write home about, but Mark, that team Ganassi, they're going to be strong. Max Chilton clear of turns 10 and 11.
We see Ryan Hunter-Reay trying to get into the Fast 6. Just in front of him, Jake, is Alexander Rossi.
Yep, Rossi, as a matter of fact, his satellite teammate, if you will. I think we can safely say just flat-out teammate at this point. Both of them right now working their way through 4-5. Rossi, as a matter of fact, on reds. Ryan Hunter-Reay still on primary black tires. Alexander Rossi, the Indianapolis 500 champion, works his way out of turn number 7. Now starts to take that kink. Goes Alexander Rossi. Down to pit road now for Dave First, who's with Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah, just moments ago, Sebastian Bourdais was caught up in that off that he had in turn 14. Exactly what happened out there, Sebastian?
Well, nothing. That's the thing. The car just didn't really slow down. I guess it's kind of the first time that I was going for first lap time on the first, after the out lap, and I misjudged the brakes because clearly the rears were not in and the fronts were, and the car didn't slow down. It just fucked up the right front, and that was that. So definitely wasn't expecting that one.
We've heard a lot about the brakes this weekend. What are you dealing with inside the cockpit?
No, I mean, it's just me misjudging, not getting a real good read for another corner, or not taking enough of a margin, I guess, on the first hard braking, and the brakes themselves are fine. The only worry is about the caliper temperature, but the brakes are fine.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Yep. Sebastian Bourdais will roll off 21st. Brake temperature is the buzz phrase, I think, for the weekend here in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Davey, an issue for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Brushed the wall at the exit of turn number 8. That sent him to pit road.
Well, if you remember me saying earlier on how Ryan Hunter-Reay was flirting with every wall out there, he finally got one because he was, so close to every exit. closer than anybody I've ever seen. And I thought, well, he really knows how to judge his car, but obviously he overjudged it just a little bit, and he definitely got the wall. But he has been flirting with that outside wall the whole qualifying session.
Well, maybe some rear wing damage, but Davey, we're getting a look at the monitor, and it looks like they're just bolting on a new rear wing assembly. Doesn't look like that he did any suspension damage to that car, which is a bit of a surprise. He popped it pretty good.
He popped it pretty good, and that is a surprise, but that really kind of goes to show you how strong these Delaras are, and if there's no, they're working on something down there, making sure the toe links are straight and all that, but right now, it looks like they may be changing the toe link. It does look like potentially on the rear of that car, but right now they got a new wing on it. It looks like it's not going to be long before he get back out there.
Well, Charlie Kimball in that 83 machine is the only car out on the course right now. Davey, we got to look at the replay. Talk us through what happened to Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And that was one of the spots on the inboard or onboard camera that we seen coming off of turn 8. That's a crowned road there, so the banking actually drops off. It's just not a flat street, and he was so close and just slapped that back end. The left rear tire hit the wall, as you said, pretty darn good. And it had to have been something of that suspicion. I mean, it hit hard enough, and you could almost physically see that tire move there, but it definitely got the rear wing assembly.
Charlie Kimball, as we mentioned, the only taker on the course, Nick Yeoman. He comes into your view. He's currently running 12th.
Yeah, Charlie's got himself a nice little private test session. He put the lefts way over the curbing. In fact, missed that outside wall, the exit of turn 10 by about a good foot. So Charlie not cutting it close by any means. He sets up now, Mark, for turn 14.
Under 4 minutes to go in this session, and he busted off a good one there, Davey. He took advantage of that clean green racetrack. A minute 1:6.938 for Charlie Kimball. It vaults him to P1. Rossi, Newgarden, Power, Dixon, and Chilton, the top 6 right now. Ray Hall, Hinch, Munoz, Kanaan, Sato, and Hunter-Reay on the outside looking in, but they're all on pit road getting times.
Yeah, those times are going to drop. Good job by Charlie. He went faster than that in round 1. He'll go faster than that here as well. This is probably his hot lap to kind of see really what he has. But that 101.6, as we've seen earlier with Scott Dixon, being able to get in the 1 minute bracket, so that definitely won't hold up.
Tony Kanaan, NTT Data, the sponsor, that familiar blue paint scheme, climbs on the binders and works his way through that wide turn. Number 1 sets up for 2, switches back to 3. He glides under the Firestone Bridge, and that's where Jake Query can see him.
He's had some great battles, I should say, coming into my view over the course of the years in St. Petersburg. Simona Di Silvestro went toe-to-toe with him a couple of years ago. He went really to the inside of turn number 4, did Tony Kanaan. Got that car just a little bit off balance, it would seem. Works his way now through 5 and 6, as you had mentioned, and he went right off into that runoff area. I think it disrupted his car, Mark. In turn number 4, he went way too to the inside, got it off balance, and then he decided to go through that runoff around the yacht club.
And I don't imagine Max Chilton is any too pleased with him, Nick Yeoman.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Tony Kanaan back onto the racetrack. He moved over to the left to the entrance of turn number 9, but you're right. Max Chilton was all over the rear wing. Chilton had to jump on the brakes, and both of them kind of had that body language of, all right, who's going to go? So they're both going to kill, Mark, their fast laps. Couple other cars making their way through turns 10, nose to tail. That's the 14 of Carlos Munoz and the 83 of Charlie Kimball.
Talk us through the replay, Davey, for TK.
Yeah, he's right. Jake was right. He came through there, just got a little bit low. When he came through the turn 6, or 7, I should say, just that back end slipped out a little bit. He couldn't get it back in time to make a safe turn into 8, so he chose to do the runoff and cost him that lap, and I'm sure it cost Chilton his lap as well.
90 seconds left of the session. Back to pit road and Rob Howden.
Yeah, Mark, Graham Rahal in here late in this run puts the sticker reds on with 2 minutes to go, so keep an eye on Rahal, the number 15, currently 8th position. He'll need to find almost a half a second to get by Scott Dixon, but he is out there right now on sticker reds.
We see Takuma Sato work his way through that 3-4 complex. James Hinchcliffe also headed that way. Graham Rahal, the 15 machine, he slips under the Firestone Bridge. Here he comes, Jake.
Rahal trying to close in, as a matter of fact, on willpower. Don't want to do so too much. You want to give yourself some breathing room in case of a hiccup. Ask Max Chilton. Graham Rahal works his way now, that left-handed turn number 5. He's going to work his way around that 6-7 complex. Alexander Rossi behind him. Nick, this is the time when everybody's got to get on their giddy-up, and right now Graham Rahal's doing exactly that out of turn number 8.
Scott Dixon clear of turn number 10. Will Power gets a little sideways at the exit of turn number 10, and there's the aforementioned Graham Rahal, one of the powerhouses of the Honda camp. He's clear of turn number 10 with the 100th Indy 500 champion Alexander Rossi mark. He's about 10 to 15 car lengths behind.
Maybe Kanan and Chilton Kiston made up on the course, Davey. They're 4 and 5 right now.
Yeah, they're 4 and 5 right now. They were 1 and 2 that very next lap, so they both got a good lap. And I don't know if that's going to hold. You got Will Power, who's 7th right now. He has a final chance. Joseph Newgarden, his teammate, who found himself 2nd in that first round, he's got a shot. Charlie Gamble, Rahal. We'll see. We'll see who can do it. But right now, it's Dixon, Hinchcliffe, Sato, Kanan, Chilton, and Rossi in that top 6.
And it looks like Rossi, Jake, is he the last one in line out on the course?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, nobody else coming into my view. Rossi working his way around Pioneer Park, and then everything falls silent here between turns 4 and 3. So Rossi is going to be the last one, Mark.
Power is in front of you, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, Will Power, boy, he got awful wide at the exit of turn number 10. If he didn't kiss the wall, then he merely might have grazed it. There goes Graham Rahal, Alexander Rossi. He bounces his way through turn number 10. Everything's smooth, Mark, through this portion of the racetrack.
So the checkered flag is out. Scott Dixon goes to P1. It looks like they're going to end the streak of Will Power. He's won 6 of the last 7 poles. So Scott Dixon, James Hinchcliffe, Joseph Newgarden, Takuma Sato, Will Power, and Tony Kanaan, your top 6.
Will
Davey.
Power still has another shot because they're going to the fast 6 now. So
that's right. That's right.
He banged the wall hard, though, coming off at turn 10. He definitely got it pretty good. It white walled the tire. You'll see that. It doesn't look like maybe it bent anything, but I'll guarantee that Penske crew needs to look at that right rear suspension just to make sure that nothing got. But boy, he went from 8th quick to 5th quick and bouncing off the wall doing it.
So Will Power, be thankful I'm not calling the shots because you still have a shot at
yeah, he
pole.
still has a shot right now. We got Dixon, Hinchcliffe, Newgarden, Sato, Power, and Kanan. That's one of those 6 is going to be on the pole of this race.
So 7 through 12, Max Chilton, Alexander Rossi, Charlie Kimball, Graham Rahal, Carlos Munoz, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. How about the run that Takuma Sato has given that 26 car today?
Yeah, pretty impressive right now. He, you see how many, you see Sato, is he the only Andretti car in that top 6 right now, which was a little bit surprising because they've all been so fast. But, the Schmidt-Peterson, you got Ganassi, you got Penske, Andretti, Penske again, and then Tony Khan with Chip. So good top 6. We'll see who pulls it off.
Max Chilton started 16th here 1 year ago.
Well, he'll like this view a lot better.
Yeah, I think he will. And Davey, it's funny. We've talked about it over the past couple of years, especially when we get into these qualifying sessions. The guys that don't get out of the first round, obviously a lot of disappointment and dejection. And while 7 through 12 want to be in the Firestone Fast 6, their mood, I think, is a little better than those who did not advance at all.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, without a doubt. And, you got to remember one thing with our series that makes it so great. The guys, and I'm going to put Marco in there, Elio Castroneves, Simon Pagenaud, these guys that know they have the speed, they're starting in the back. They're not used to starting back there. But one thing you can do is you can go off a completely different strategy, and we've seen that before where some of these guys in the back go a different strategy and find them way not only to the front but winning these races. So it's just not straight out. It's not just because you qualify good, you start at the front, you're going to win the race or run up front all day. So strategy is a big key in these street courses.
Dave first.
And here with Ryan Hunter-Reay, who was not able to get back out there after they replaced the rear wing, wasn't able to get the toe corrected before the time ran out. Well, you were chasing it out there.
Yeah, just trying to get that extra little bit. These street circuits are always difficult that way. Just had a bit of a moment there, corrected, and then it came back and slapped the wall hard enough to bend the left rear toe link. I white-walled it a few times this weekend. That was the hardest one.
Well, that shows you're pushing it anyway.
Well, of course, we're always pushing it, but, big thanks to the 28 guys for thrashing there. They almost had us back out in time. It was just a matter of seconds. So another 45 seconds, I think we would have made it out. But, completely on me, just pushing, trying to get every last drop out of it.
What does this 28 have for tomorrow, you think?
I think, it depends. The qualifying car is going to be a lot different than the race car, I think. So we'll see. Last year, we had a great race car, so hopefully we'll be able to lean on that a bit and make it happen.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, he will roll off 12th in the 14th Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg.
Again, this will serve as the opener for the 7th year in a row, the 14th time. And, Davey, we talked about the economic impact. We talked about the commitment of Green Savory. They have a tremendous staff here. 250 people converge upon this facility. It takes them 32 days to put it all together. And boy, what a job of putting it together they do.
Yeah, and you got to remember one thing. If you haven't been to a street course, a temporary course of any kind, there is so much work. They got to put down every wall one at a time. They got to put chain link fencing one wall at a time, cabling that goes through all those fencing to keep it safe in case a car gets out there, not counting pit lane and where to park the transporters and banners and bridges to get from the inside of the track to outside. So much work goes into these events that it's just amazing. And 32 days, it may seem like a lot, but they're working every day.
Yeah, not to mention the fact we're sitting on an airport runway with this front straightaway, so the FAA is involved as well. And and here's the thing. You set all of this up, as we mentioned, it takes 32 days, and Kim Green and Kevin Savory will tell you, they don't get 32 days to take it down. They got to take it out a little quicker
Well,
than
that's
that.
one good thing. It's always easier to tear something apart than it is to build it. So they can get it down much quicker, and everybody's hands-on to get this thing torn down. But you come back a week from today, and you won't even know this race happened.
Let's go back to pit road. Rob Howden, you're with Graham Rahal, who'll roll off 10th tomorrow.
Graham, starting in the 10th position, I can see by your face and discussion with the guys, not what you wanted, battling with some balance on the race car right now.
Well, I mean, 10th, is obviously not where we want to be, but all things considered, where we've been this weekend. We knew it was going to take everything we could to advance out of the first group. When you got guys like Elio and Simon and all these boys in there, you have to be at your absolute best in order to advance. And, we made it through, but that top 12 was going to be tough for us. And, I felt like I got all of it out of the car, honestly. We just need to find some consistency and find some grip. I've seen the sector times. I know where we're losing it compared to everybody else, but I don't see how within myself, we're just going to find magical 3/10. So got to get to work. And, tomorrow's a whole new day, and we seem to excel as a team on race day. And, who knows what can happen. But we'll try to get the Steak and Shake car in Victory Lane.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, he went to Reds with 2 minutes to go and only found about a 500th of a second. He was complaining about balance in the car. Dave, first, I'll tell you, Graham Rahal's got work to do. That team's got work to do here tonight.
Yeah, they've been chasing it all weekend long, and here with Max Chilton, did you get everything out of that you would have liked?
Yeah, I felt I got everything out of myself. We didn't get a lap because of traffic, unfortunately, but it's a little frustrating because I'm disappointed not to get into the fast six, and I think I could have been fourth in that one, but that's the way it is. We'll just have to crack on a bit harder tomorrow.
The irony might have been, did you get caught up behind your teammate in Tony Kanaan out there?
I think you all saw what happened, but it's not for me to kick off about it. It's unfortunate, he made a mistake, and then I guess he was just getting himself back on track, and just maybe he didn't get alerted to where I was, but it's unfortunate but frustrating.
All told, how confident are you that number 8 Gallagher Honda can get up to the front tomorrow?
Absolutely. The good thing is we're coming here getting frustrated that we haven't got into where we wanted to in the fast six. So we're right in the right ballpark. It's a long race tomorrow, 110 laps around this amazing circuit. So I really feel at home here now. It's my 3rd year here, and we're here with Gallagher, Chip Ganassi. So hopefully we'll get on the podium.
Welcome back and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Max Chilton, he'll roll off 7th tomorrow afternoon.
I think he said something very, very important there, Davey, that we should remember. This is his 3rd year with this race team, and that's a little bit different Max Chilton than we talked to last year. That's a guy with some confidence, and he's ready to compete now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as he said with Chip Ganassi, when you get with a team and you find that magic, you want to stay there. And even if you don't have it, it's so much, going from team to team. Man, it's a challenge. It really is. And but he's found his feet. He's fast. He's going to start 7th tomorrow. And he has some great teammates that know how to win races.
Yeah, we'll say it's his 3rd here in the U.S. The first year, of course, he was with Indy Lights, and then the last couple of years. But you could speak to this. I know there's a world of difference between a Lights car and an Indy car, but there's still some familiarity that comes along with being on these courses, even if it is in a Lights car.
Yeah, no, that is so key. The cars are obviously different, but just knowing they turn in the same. They got the same curbs. They got the same, lefts and rights and everything. The only thing that's different is the Indy Lights do not make pit stops, so that's something that you have to learn when you get to the IndyCar Series. But as far as the track itself goes, such a huge advantage to coming out of these feeder systems and being on these tracks before you step into the big cars.
Let's go back to pit road and Rob Howden.
Alexander, finding more speed. Your second time here to St. Petersburg. You made an adjustment there between sessions, just maybe the wrong way.
Yeah, a little bit, we were P1 on the blacks for that. I just don't think it worked as well as we hoped on reds. So it's disappointing because I know the potential was there to be in the Fast 6, but it's all right. Like you said, it's way better than we were a year ago.
Do you look at your pace in the blacks and say, man, we may have a good race car for tomorrow?
No, I think we do. I think the race car's been strong, since yesterday morning. We just never maximized it really yesterday in practice. This morning was good, and the start of qualifying was good as well. So I think generally the package is all right to fight for the front tomorrow.
Hey, good luck.
Thank you.
Alexander Rossi, guys, again, remember, he made his debut here last year with Andretti Autosport, and a much different Alexander Rossi. He's got that Indy 500 win under the belt, but just a different mindset coming in, and they have been getting quicker. We know he's been working his way to the top of the charts, and as you said, very quick on the blacks.
Again, the top 6, the Firestone Fast 6, vying for the pole here for tomorrow's race. Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, and Will Power. Davey, we talked about it earlier in terms of Tony Kanaan, that veteran celebrating his 20th year. This is a pretty nice blend of I guess, yesterday, today, and tomorrow when you look at the Fast 6 in terms of driver experience.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Newgarden, obviously he's smiling right now when 2 of his teammates didn't make this Fast 6, and his first time here he did, so that's always a plus. Scott Dixon with new engine, new colors, a new whole new look to Scott Dixon. I'm having a hard time finding his car, I'll be honest with you. All these years with that Target livery and that bright red, and now in a blue car with GE on it, which I'm happy to see them come aboard. Just have a hard time finding him sometimes, but Scott Dixon knows how to get it done, and so these 6 here are no strangers to the Fast 6. It's just, I think Newgarden's the biggest one with a different team. Hinchcliffe, he's been with Schmidt-Peterson for a while now. These guys have relationships, and Sato, I guess that's another one. First time with that team, so he's looking pretty good, and being the only Andretti car in the Fast 6.
Let's not forget Joseph Newgarden is driving a car that had 2 consecutive wins here prior to this year, with Juan Montoya piloting it, but certainly that number 2's been to victory lane here before.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a shame. It's great to see Joe. He's an upcoming star. We all know that. He's a great character and gets the job done behind the wheel. But I kind of miss Montoya. He always brings some to these events, and the guy still gets it done. He has experience in any kind of race car there is, from Formula One to spend a lot of time in NASCAR and back here to IndyCar. So it's always good to see him. Kind of miss him being in here because he's some excitement.
We'll see him in May, though.
Yeah, we'll see him in May, and that's the big one. That's when he wants to win again. We all know that, and I heard little rumblings that maybe there may be some more. There was some people interested, and sponsors interested in getting him back on track, so we'll see.
Well, we've been green now for a couple of minutes, and we finally have a taker, and the first one appears to be Scott Dixon. Speaking of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you prepared to talk about what your involvement will be for the 500?
Well, so, yeah, we're good again. Dennis Reinbolt and Kingdom Racing, we've all teamed up again with Sage Karam. So Sage will be running for us at the 500, and the kid has a lot of talent. He's another kid that should be full-time in this series, honestly, and he gets the job done. He did a great job for us last year. Unfortunately, we had 2 guys were fighting over one spot going into turn 1, and we lost. But it's exciting. We're going to announce some sponsorships here soon and within the next few weeks. But Sage is definitely our driver, and look forward to that.
Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Will Power, Takuma Sato, the 6 battling it out. Starting 7th will be Max Chilton. You heard from him, and Alexander Rossi, who will start 8th. Charlie Kimball will be 9th. Graham Rahal 10th. Carlos Munoz 11th. Ryan Hunter-Reay 12th. Spencer Piggott 13th. 14th Simon Pagino. 15th Marco Andretti. 16th Elio Castroneves. 17th Mikel Aloshin. 18th Ed Jones. 19th J.R. Hildebrand. And starting in the last row, the 4 of Connor Daly and the 18 of Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais ran off course before he had a chance to register a time. They parked the car for the session. So, again, Bourdais will roll off in the 21st position. And, Davey, they sat on pit road for about 1.5 to 2 minutes, and they got to about that 2.5-minute mark left in the session, and now they're off and running.
They're off and going, and some guys waited just a little while to get, they don't need a lot of laps. They just need a couple to lay down their 2 best. And They're trying to get the optimum conditions and the most rubber on the track and clear racetrack, which is very important. We see Scott Dixon coming to the timeline right now as he's coming through turn 11, turn 12. Now timeline should be right there. He finds himself the only car, obviously, that's made a lap so far, a complete lap at 101.942. So we know there's more there than that.
103.1626. Tony Kanaan clears that timing and scoring loop for the first time. I always love to get the views from just over the driver's head, Davey. That in-car camera, the cockpit shot, gives us an idea just how busy these drivers are, the cockpit. They're doing a heck of a lot more than just turning the wheel.
Yeah, it sure looks easy when you're just standing there watching them go by, but when you get that in-car camera, you could just see how much effort it is just right there with Will Power and how sideways he was coming off that final turn 14, coming on this front straightaway. Went from understeer to oversteer. Now he's going to be going into turn 1, and you can just see how much these wheels go back and forth, and they're fighting them. I mean, even though when you watch these cars, they look so gracefully on the racetracks, but there's a lot of work inside the cockpit.
Elio talked about how challenging this course can be, especially when you have an ill-handling race car. When he talked about that the steering issues get progressively worse, what does that feel like for a driver as they work their way around here?
Well, and that's part of another thing is part of being in good shape, right? These things, there's no power steering in these cars. I mean, it's a lot of downforce, which means they're hard to turn. They're very positive, and you have to be in good shape. As this is a long race in the heat of the day, and Graham Rahal mentioned earlier that he says, hey, it's a long race. It's a very physical track. Hopefully I could wear him down. But one thing I can assure you, there's not one driver in this paddock that's not super fit. And they have to be. They work out massively. They have workout regimens. You know, they eat properly. I mean, they're true athletes. And that's very key because these cars are definitely hard to drive.
Well, Davey, any questions or concerns about the damage that might have been done to Will Power's car? I think he may have answered those questions, and I think, again, he'll be happy. When we initially said that his streak was over, his string may very well continue. It's up to Scott Dixon, and it looks like Dixon did not do it. So Will Power's dominance on pole here will indeed continue. Tony Kanaan still got a shot at it?
Tony Kanaan still has a shot.
Not going to get it.
He moves it from 6th to 5th, didn't get it, but I think that was the last car on track, if I'm not mistaken. No, we let one
Sato
more.
cleared the timing and scoring line.
Sato finds himself. Puts Kanaan back into 6th. He's in 5th. So, yeah, how about that? We've been talking about Hondas, how dominant they've been this weekend. Usually, if you look at the practice, there'll be 1 or 2 Chevrolets in the top 10. But Will Power comes back, finds himself on the pole again. That guy knows how to get it done. I tell you what, when it's time, he gets it done. And finds himself on the pole. Scott Dixon, who's been on the top of the charts every session, finds himself 2nd. James Hinchcliffe, 3rd. Another Chevrolet car with Joseph Newgarden, his first run with Penske in 4th. Sato and Kanaan round out the top 6.
7 times in the last 8 attempts, Will Power has been on pole here at St. Petersburg.
And if you remember last year, if I recall, he was sick.
He was on pole, and concussion took him out of the car.
He got the pole he threw up before he got in the car. He threw up getting out of the car and put himself on the pole. So pretty amazing.
Yeah, for sure. So Will Power P1, Scott Dixon 2nd quick, 101.0640. So he did not break his track record of a minute 0658 set a year ago. So it's Power and Dixon on the front row number 2, Hinch and Newgarden. Good day for Takuma Sato with that 26 machine. He'll be joined by Tony Kanaan in row number 3. Row number 4 will be Max Chilton, Alexander Rossi. In row 5, Charlie Kimmel and Graham Rahal. Row 6, Carlos Munoz and Ryan Hunter-Reay. Row 7, Spencer Pigot and Simon Pagenaud. Row number 8, Marco Andretti and Elio Castroneves. In row number 9, Mikel Lelocian and Ed Jones. Row 10, J.R. Hildebrand and Connor Daly. And rolling off 21st will be Sebastian Bourdais. I think, Davey, looking at the Chevys and the Hondas blended together in the top 6, going to be an interesting battle between these manufacturers all year long. We'll get your thoughts on that in just a moment. As we said, James Hinchcliffe rolls off 3rd tomorrow. Rob Howden's with him.
James, a couple of good days here. The cars coming together. You were just in the back of the top 10 for most of yesterday. Man, today, good run there in Fast 6. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, we unloaded with a pretty decent car, so huge credit to Schmidt-Peterson Motorsport and all the work done over the winter. We had a lot of continuity on the team over the winter, which is huge, and I hope that's something that we're seeing, this weekend, and hopefully it's a trend that continues. But we just worked on the thing, session after session, and by this morning, we were right up near the top. So we thought we had a shot at it in qualifying here. We weren't sure what everyone else was going to show up with. It was a little more Honda bias in the top 10 in practice than we thought, but managed to get through, get those Firestone Reds on, and get this number 5 car dialed in. So huge credit to the boys. An inside a second row start. It's not a bad place for that pretty treacherous turn 1.
Can you give us some insight in the development of your chassis setup? What do you guys have to work with to get to where you are now?
Well, anytime we put Reds on the car, you pick up some understeer. They've just got a bunch more grip, and so knowing exactly how much to tune out is always the delicate balance. You don't want to push the thing loose, but you also you just bleed lap time if you're pushing. So it's tough to kind of gauge, especially when you're going after that second run. A lot of guys didn't get a chance to run for a second run in Friday when we had our extra set. So, like I said, it's big credit to the boys, and hopefully we can turn this into a strong result tomorrow.
Hey, well done.
Thank you so much.
James Hinchcliffe, guys, great place to start inside of row number 2, and he said it. He's worried about treacherous turn 1, and when you're on the inside of row 2, you're going to have that open run through to turns 2 and 3 once we go green.
Yeah, Davey, we've seen a lot of promising days in quickly before we ever get to turn 2 here at St. Pete.
Yeah, this turn 1's one of the most exciting in our series. But, one thing we talked about, the Chevrolet-Honda battle right now, there's 2 Chevrolets in the top 10 or 11, or 12 actually, but they happen to be first and fourth. So, they're where they want to be. They got 2 cars up towards the front, first and fourth right now. And then another thing that's been really lopsided, it's been pretty equal throughout the years on how many Chevrolet cars and how many Honda cars on racetrack. This year, there's only 8 Chevrolets in the field, so there's more Hondas participating and more teams with Hondas than Chevrolets, which is a change from the past as well. So I love it. I mean, it's competition, and competition at its best. You always want the best, and it seems like Chevrolet was on top, pretty equal at one point, and then now it looks like Honda may have a slight advantage, but we'll have to see.
Those issues we've talked about in turn number 1 is born out of the fact that sometimes this place can be very unforgiving, and when you see what you think is an advantage early on, no matter how early in the race it is, you got to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I think one thing they've done, Mark, to make turn 1 better for everybody is, if you recall, that is a landing runway. And so there was a lot of white paint down there, a massive amount of white paint. Well, they've repaved all turn 1. Then that paint is not like it was. There's a lot more grip turn in there. You can charge the corner a little bit faster. And with turn 3 being so changed, and they only lost 1 second to their track record, is amazing. So that tells you that the other part of the track's faster.
Let's hear from our pole sitter. He's been in this position. He might be getting mail on pole day here at St. Petersburg Day first.
The good news for Will Power is that after he wins pole here at St. Petersburg, he knows exactly where to put the car. He's used to winning pole. Congratulations, 7th time, huh?
7, is it? Wow. Yeah,
how about this? 45 career poles in the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Is it? Yeah, that's good. That was good. We got away with 1 lap in that first round and had a good set for the last round, but I had to make a few changes because we kind of struggled in that second round. So, very happy to get the Verizon car on pole here at St. Pete. It's can't believe I've done 7 times. That's a lot. I feel like I'm getting old when you can say that.
Well, let's think about it. You're getting old. You have a baby now. It's all good, right?
It's all good, man. It is. It's enjoyable, and got to have fun because it doesn't last forever.
What about next? What about tomorrow now? As a celebration, Tim Citrick comes over. Tomorrow, what kind of race car do you have?
I don't know. It's very interesting that because of the track this year, the tires degrade a bit faster than normal. So it'll be kind of take it as it comes sort of race. But we'll do our best.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Will Power, 7th pole here at St. Pete, 45th for his career. Back to Rob Howden.
Scott Dixon, you got things rolling here this weekend. It's been good all weekend. The whole Ganassi team is quick. Give me some insight into that Fast 6 run for you.
Yeah, it was, obviously that's the goal, is to get to the Fast 6 and then make the most of it. But unfortunately, it was one of the only segments that we weren't quickest in, and purely my fault. I messed up in the first segment, lost over 3.5 tenths. We were able to gain more than that back on that lap, but so had we gone off our previous lap, it would have been easily under a 61, which would have been plenty for the pole. But hopefully I can redeem myself a little bit tomorrow, maybe get another spot there.
You look at the data, you look at the theoretical best. Does that make you happy? You're going to be good tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the car has been strong in all conditions, which is great to see. Huge credit to the team, in the off season. with all the changes and especially moving to Honda, it's been a total reset, and we've had to go back to the drawing board, make sure we get the simple things right, and rethink a lot of things we do. And you know, with that reset, we've made a lot of good improvements, and the car is really nice to drive. This is typically not a super strong track for us, so for us to have such a fast car, and it's great for Honda, man. Good to see Honda. 4 cars out of the top 6, pretty special.
Hey, well done.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Mark Janes, I'm telling you, this team, obviously a special team to be able to make the reset, like he said. When you make a big move like that, going to a different engine manufacturer, it could put you backwards. But, of course, Chip Ganassi Racing, one of the absolute best. And, Mark, they've got things going right now.
He's never won here before, Davey. He could change that tomorrow.
Yeah, he has a good opportunity to do it. He's a great starting position, a lot of confidence. I think it's down. I haven't heard too many brake problems out of that camp, so it seems like they may have something figured out. So, it's going to be an exciting race for sure.
171 days have passed since Sonoma, so give us a preview. What do you expect tomorrow?
Well, I think it's kind of the same guys rise to the top, and that's Will Power and Scott Dixon. I got to look at those two guys that are going to be tough to beat, but then don't count out the rest of the Penske, Ganassi guys. I think Andretti stepped up, but I think that Joseph Newgarden, I think that we'll see some brilliance out of him again this year with that team, and when it comes to the championship. Man, it's hard to take Will Power and Scott Dixon and out of that game. So we'll see what happens. Simon Pagenaud, I'd love to see him go back to back. He does such a great job as well. So he didn't qualify good today, but don't count him out. And I think it's too early to really see what's going to happen for this season. But it's exciting that so many cars are so close in speed.
For the 45th time, Will Power, P1 at the Verizon IndyCar Series. He will be that for tomorrow's race. We're not done here. 5:10 Eastern. Nick Yeoman and company will have all the action for you. Lights race number 1. Our day tomorrow begins with IndyCar warm-up at 9 Eastern. And then at 9:45, lights race number 2. Then we're on the air tomorrow at 12 noon as we get ready for the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. The director of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network and IndyCar Radio is Wally Levitt. On-site engineering and production by Rick Evans. Master Control Operations in our Indianapolis studios by Chris Pollock. Out on the course today, Jake Query and Nick Yeoman in the pits. Great job, as always, Dave First and Rob Howden. Our driver analyst is Davey Hamilton. I'm Mark James. Congratulations to Will Power, your pole sitter. So long for now from the streets of St. Petersburg.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Let's pick him up, boys, in the backstretch. Bernie Herman, you should be seeing him about now.
Waiting for the Clyde unassuming jet. Hailing from Nashville, Tennessee, he'll be piloting car number 51, Shelby Blackstock. For Carlin Racing on the inside of row number 4, driving car number 22 from Los Gatos, California, Neil Alberico. To row number 3 on the outside, hailing from Montevideo, Uruguay. In car number 5, it's Santi Urrutia. On the inside of row number 3, the pole sitter for the second race of the weekend. He'll start on the inside of row number 3 for this race. In car number 98 from Valencia, California, it's Colton Herta. To row number 2 now. On the outside of row number 2. In car number 26 from Novo Hamburgo, Brazil, Mateus Leist. On the inside of row number 2, in car number 2, hailing from Bogota, Colombia, it's Juan Pedrahita. And on the front row, on the outside, he'll be in car number 18, driving for Juncos Racing, hailing from Santa Clara, California. Race fans, it's Kyle Kaiser. And on the pole, in that Mazda Soul Red Racing entry, the defending Pro Mazda champion, carrying that scholarship money to the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire Series. He'll be piloting car number 9 from Rice Lake, Wisconsin. Driving from Velarde Auto Racing, it's Aaron Tielitz on the pole. And there is your starting line of 15 machines. Round number 1 of the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires. Season kickoff about to get underway. We will continue our pre-race festivities in just a moment as we get set for more action from the streets of St. Petersburg. It's day number 2 of the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete. have a couple of dignitaries we'd like to introduce to you. Our honorary flagger for this afternoon's event, Andrew Kennedy, a guest of Cooper Tire, already in the flag stand ready to go, and they'll be giving the command in just a few moments. Also guests of Cooper Tire, Don Bruce and his son Levi Bruce. So we will look forward to saying hello to them in just a few moments as pre-race festivities continue. Let's go down to the grid and get a little feel of what's going on. Tony Laporta down at the front of the grid. Say hello, Tony.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's getting to be that time of the day. It's time for the Mazda Indy Lights Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by Cooper Tires. I'm down here on the grid with our pole sitter, Aaron Telitz, the young man from Wisconsin. Well, I say young man, but you're just a little bit older than me. My name is Tony Laporte. I'm your host of Road to Indy TV, and I have the pleasure of getting to know Aaron every season. He was our Pro Mazda champion in 2016. So what does that mean? He has won the Mazda Scholarship, promoting him to the Indy Lights Championship presented by Cooper Tires. And what does that mean? He's one step away from realizing his dream of racing in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Aaron, when I say all those words together, that's got to make you feel pretty good that you're in the spot you're in right now.
Yeah, that was just a lot of awesome words from you, but I'm psyched to be in the position that I'm in, and the Belardi Auto Racing guys have given me a great car here today, and I'm happy to put the Soul Red Mazda car on pole position.
Now, the Mazda Road to Indy is a one-of-a-kind developmental system. As you know, you've raced in the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda. You won the Pro Mazda Championship last year, and here you are in Indy Lights. The system, it seems to be working. Would you say so?
Absolutely. The system's definitely working. This is my second Mazda scholarship that I've won, and without the help of Mazda and their ladder system that they do have directing drivers to the Verizon IndyCar Series, it'd be really tough to make it.
Now, last night we got to talk to Spencer Piggott, you at a live show. Spencer Piggott is the living epitome of what the Mazda Road to Indy is all about. You are racing in the Soul Red number 9 Belardi Auto Racing entry. You start this race on the pole position, and basically we have a lot of fans here watching the Verizon IndyCar Series drivers, but why do they need to pay attention to the Indy Lights Championship this season?
Because it's so stacked with so many really good drivers, returning veterans, new rookies. I think I'm a rookie, Colton's a rookie, so 2 rookies locked out the pole positions for this weekend. So I think it's going to be an awesome battle all year with a lot of different drivers, and you're going to see a lot of new faces on the podium, and I think the racing is going to be great, so they should stick around and watch.
Aaron Telitz, your Pro Mazda champion from 2016. He will start his first Indy Lights race of his career on the pole position. He's in the Soul Red number 9. We're going to now go upstairs to Michael Young, and he's going to tell you how the rest of the field lines up here in the Mazda Indy Lights Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by Cooper Tires.
Well, thank you, Tony Laporta, indeed. There was your pole sitter, Aaron Telitz. The announcement made he would be driving for Belardi Auto Racing, and what a force Belardi Auto Racing has become in this Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire Series. Again, running through the starting lineup. Inside of row number 8, Ryan Norman. Row number 7, Garth Rickards on the outside. Nicholas DePero will start on the inside. Again, Dalton Kellett in row number 6. He'll start on the outside. Nico Jamin. Keep your eye on that young man this season. He will start on the inside of row number 6. Row 5, Zachary Clayman DeMello and Pato O'Ward. Row number 4, veteran of this Indy Lights Series, Shelby Blackstock will start on the outside. Neil Alberico, expecting big things from that young man this season, will start on the inside. Santia Rutia making his way to the outside of row number 3. He'll be in car number 5, and Colton Herta. And as you heard Tony Laporta say, or as Aaron Telitz who said, will be on the pole for race number 2 tomorrow. Colton, son of Brian Herta, will be on the inside of row number 3. Mateus Laced on the outside of row number 2, a rookie in this season's campaign. Juan Pedrahita, a veteran of the Indy Lights, will be the inside of row number 2. And on your front row, another one of the Indy Light veterans, Kyle Kaiser. And as you heard, Aaron Telitz in that Mazda Soul Red Racing entry. First ever pole and his first ever attempt. Aaron Telitz able to get it done, and he will bring the field of 15 down as we get set to kick off the 2017 campaign for this Indy Lights Series. The first race of the season, the Mazda Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Looking forward to seeing this field get underway. Again, we will meet the folks giving the command in just a few moments. Again, Andrew Kennedy, guest of Cooper Tires, is our honorary flagger. Drivers already in their cars, getting buckled in. their place of business, if you will, getting set to go. There you see the gloves going on. Aaron Telitz looking to get this season kicked off and underway. Fist bumps and ready to roll. We will be back in just a few moments with the command of Fire Engines. You're watching Indy Lights Racing presented by Cooper Tires. It's the Mazda Indy Lights Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Again, presented by Cooper Tires. Seconds away from the command to Fire Engines. This, the final rung of the road to Indy ladder. The next step, the Verizon IndyCar Series. 15 competitors ready to take off and get this 2017 campaign underway. And now it's time for those most famous words in motorsport. Here's the guest of Cooper Tires, Don Bruce, and his son Levi, to give the command.
On behalf of Cooper Tire, drivers, start your Mazda engines!
Ah, the sweet sound of the Indy Lights, the kickoff to their 2017 campaign. And here to make the call of the first race of this 2017 season, let's turn things over to Nick Yeoman and the IndyCar Radio Network.
So it's hilarious.
You won here last year in Pro Mazda. There's got to be that confidence coming into the first race of this weekend as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely already looking forward to the race. I mean, we've got one more qualifying session tomorrow morning for race 2, but looking forward to leading the field to race 1.
Very talented field. Aaron Telitz going to lead them to the green. Here's how they will line up here for race number 1. Telitz on the pole. To his outside, Kyle Kaiser. In row 2, it's Juan Pedro Hita and Matthias Leist. In row 3, Colton Herta and Santi Urrutia. Row 4 sees Neil Alberico to the inside, Shelby Blackstock to the outside. Rounding out the top 10 in row number 5, it's the Rookie Pato Award for Team Pelfrey and Zachary Clayman DeMello for Carlin Racing. In row 6, Nico Jamin in the inside, starting in the 11th position. Dalton Kellett will start 12th. Starting 13th is Nico DePero. 14th is Garth Ricards. And out back in the finals position, starting 15th, is Ryan Norman. We've got 2 very talented pit reporters down there on pit lane. They're going to be keeping us up to date on the storylines and how this race plays out. Let's start with Rob Howden.
Beautiful day down here. Nick Yeoman couldn't ask for much more. 78 degrees the ambient temperature, 97-degree track temp, a lot cooler than it was this morning. Remember, these guys haven't been on track since before 8 o'clock this morning. They've had a lot of time to think about this race, and they are set to go. One interesting fact, we talked about the reality that they have 4 sets of fresh tires, fresh Coopers to run throughout the weekend. Interesting to see that one driver didn't go on the fresh tires during qualifying, and that was Aaron Telitz in the Belardi Auto Racing entry. They're going to have 2 fresh sets of Cooper tires for both races, 1 for each race. The only driver on sticker tires, Nick Yeoman here, will be your pole sitter. He's held that 1 set back. That could be the difference for him winning this race.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see if Aaron Telitz can use those fresh tires to his advantage. Joining Rob Howden down on pit lane, new member of the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. He is the weekend sports anchor at WJHG-TV in Panama City, Florida. He's also traveled around with the Mazda Road to Indy a couple years ago, covering the sport and the Mazda Road to Indy ladder system. Good afternoon to Joel Sebastianelli.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. Great to be down here. A couple things that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, and one of those is that we all know, especially here at St. Pete, but any street course, it can be very tough to pass. Well, that's not something that Nico Jamin is actually all that concerned about. He qualified 11th. He says that with 15 push to pass and also with that max downforce setup, everybody down here has those wings turned all the way forward. He thinks he may be able to get up into the top 5 by the time this thing is over. We'll see if anybody else can join him, Nick.
It's a big course, 14 turns, 1.8 miles, and it is a demanding circuit. It's demanding to call, too, so I got a little help out on the racetrack. First, he's got a bird's-eye view of the action. He's going to be calling this Indy Lights race to start the 2017. Jake Query, tell us about that beautiful view you have this afternoon in St. Petersburg.
It's an interesting one, Nick, because right now I am up atop the Northern Trust Bank building. As a matter of fact, Squaremouth Travel Insurance is the company here that has loaned out, if you will, their deck for me to watch. I look out onto First Street here in St. Petersburg, and right now in the Sunshine State, it seemingly is the only area not splashed in the sun. That's because of the shade now that is presented by the skyline of St. Petersburg. There are a couple of buildings along with this Northern Trust building that have put this area underneath shade. They work their way, as you can hear the field doing right now, all the way north until they take a right-handed turn. That is turn number 4. Just after you make that turn, a left-handed turn number 5. This is their way around Pioneer Park here in St. Petersburg. Once they work their way around that park, the water then is on their left, and they come into a sun-drenched part of the track that seemingly probably changes the temperature a little bit. When they do it, they come into the view of Dave first.
Yeah, you get through the technical portion of the race course, and just for the second time during the lap, they can really put the hammer down. These 2-liter turbocharged Mazda engines will get up to full song as they drive down Bayshore Drive. To their left, $1 Million Yachts. To the right, Mahaffey Theater, the world-famous Salvador Dali Museum. It's at that point when they climb on the brake, shift down to second gear, make that 90-degree left-hand turn known as turn 10 and onto Dan Weldon Way. It's a picturesque perch up here. We're ready to go. Race number 1 in 2017.
Field is stacked up nicely out of turn number 14. Aaron Tielitz will bring him out of the final hairpin. Double green flags. We are racing in 2017 for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Early movers. They're going to go 4 wide into turn 1. And Juan Pedrojita overshoots the corner.
Wow.
We've got chaos, Davey. Dalton Kellett has spun around. About a car's going everywhere there.
Yeah,
on the
what
lap.
a mess of a start right there. Just over-aggressive down into turn 1. The smartest guy, though, is tell us he made it stick. He let them guys all fly by him. He slowed down, made the turn, and finds himself in front.
Aaron Tielitz, Jake, the leader around Pioneer Park.
He's got Lace just behind him. As a matter of fact, Tielitz was clean through turn number 3. That was the one that we wanted to watch closely. They work their way now past the St. Petersburg Yacht Club. Aaron Tielitz has about an 8-car length advantage as he works his way, Dave, towards the out of turn number 9.
Tielitz with a nice lead as they head to turn 10 and make that left-hander. Then you see the 26th and the 22, a couple of Carlin cars. Shelby Blackstock in the mix as they make their way to turn 11.
So Dalton Kellett was one of the big losers at the beginning of the race. It appears Santi Urrutia was as well. He is slow and off the pace. And Davey might have just saw one of the Carlin cars tag the outside of turn 10.
Yeah, something happened there. He backed out of it as well. And I tell you what, the 2 leaders, Kaiser and actually Pedrojita, they had a good run going there down to coming onto the front straightaway, and looks like they're going to battle some more going into turn 1.
Yeah, boy, Pedrojita just couldn't get that car slowed down, but it is Aaron Tielitz, the leader on lap number 1. Pair of Carlin teammates, Jake, going to battle it out for second. Matthias Laced is second. Neil Alberico is third.
Nice move for Lace to make up 2 spots, but he's got Alberico right there on him. As a matter of fact, just about a 2-car length gap. The leader still is Tielitz. He starts to extend out now to about a 4-car length advantage. Everybody's single file through 4, 5, and 6. Working their way around Pioneer Park. Aaron Telitz starts to get a little bit of breathing room now as he works his way through turn number 9.
We wait for that maroon-red machine. Now we see it. Aaron Telitz leads the way. A bigger gap this time. Back to Matthias Lace, the 22 of Neil Alberico. Boy, if he can come home with a podium finish, what a great way for his start to the 2017 season.
Boy, had a lot of dust kicked up at the exit of turn number 10. That looks like it might have been Nicholas DePero who caught the outside of the wall. We do see one of the championship contenders of Santi Urrutia. He has ducked onto pit lane, but up front his teammate Aaron Telitz has set sail, Davey, by about 8 or 9 car lengths.
Yeah, that Bilardi team is first, fourth, and unfortunately on pit road right now with some kind of a mechanical problem. I don't know if he got into the wall or something just happened, but unfortunately he finds himself in pit lane.
Rob Howden, you've got an eye on that championship contender, the guy second in points a year ago. Santi Urrutia, not the way he wants to start the season.
Yeah, Nick, the team looking all over the race car right now trying to diagnose it. It looks like it's going to be the right front. He got into the wall with the right front. It's a bent lower wishbone and looks to be a broken tie rod in the top left part or top right part of the car, so that's an issue. So contact for the right front for Santi Urrutia, and as you said, not the way the runner-up from last year wanted to start the 2017 season.
Davey, we haven't really had a chance to dissect the restart. All I know is
the original start. That's right. Yeah.
But all I know is we saw him going 4 wide and cars going everywhere into that first corner.
Well, that could have been what happened because I didn't see any wall contact, but you're right. Cars were going everywhere, and he may have got on that first lap incident, could have caused him that damage on the right front and put him out of this event.
So what a tough break for Santi Urrutia. He's going to fall a lap down, now 2 laps down. Aaron Telitz is your leader. Matthias Lace is second. Neil Alberico third. Shelby Blackstock is running in the 4th position. Then you've got Kyle Kaiser running 5th. Colton Herta has moved up to 6th. Then you've got the Team Pelfrey teammates running in 7th and 8th. Jake, that bright white and blue car of Colton Herta currently running in the 6th position. He's been awful fast this weekend, trying to stalk down Kyle Kaiser.
It's interesting because that front 5 has checked out just a little bit, and indeed Herta is right there trying to get in on that 5th place car of Kyle Kaiser. Then right behind him, he's got Peter Ahita, but as they work their way through that 6-7 combo, Herta seemed to have a little more speed going into the turn. Then Kaiser through 4 and 5 started to get himself just a little bit of breathing room. Dave, first they're coming at you. That 5th place machine, that green trim of Kyle Kaiser.
Well, the 26 of Matthias Lice putting a little gap on his teammate Neil Alberico. That time around, maybe a close eye. I tell you, when they come off turn 10, they cross over that left-handed curbing a little bit. That at times can really kick the car into that right wall. It's right there. I mean, they're within inches away of making contact. We saw a couple of cars there on that opening couple laps do so.
Huge lockup for Pato O'Ward, who's currently running in the 8th position, trying to get around his teammate Juan Pedro Hita. Here comes Herta, though. He'll duck to the inside, looking for that 5th spot on Kyle Kaiser. He'll take the spot away as they snake their way, Jake, through turn number 3. Colton Herta is on the move.
Okay, so now Colton Herta trying to work his way into that top 4 and perhaps see if he can't start sniffing around at a potential podium. But he's got some work to do. I believe that's Blackstock just in front of him. Kaiser now all of a sudden has both of those bright yellow Peter Ahita and Patty O'Ward cars just behind him. He's starting to slow them up just a bit, Nick.
Yeah, here they go around Pioneer Park. You're right. Colton Herta, a day first. He's going to check out by about 8 or 9 car lengths. Kyle Kaiser's going to have his hands full with a pair of nuclear yellow bananas, running them down in turn 10.
He's trying to run down Blackstock. Not going to happen right now. We see the 2 Pelfrey machines running in tandem as well. Single file through turn 10.
Here they come out of turn number 10, setting up for 11, 12, and 14. And once again, Davey, a lot of lockup from Pato O'Ward, who's trying to hold off Nico Jamini.
Yeah, he's got a lot of braking. That left front's locking up, and that's not good. You do that too much, going to heat that tire up and potentially flat spot that tire, which is not going to help him throughout this race.
5 laps in the books. It's Aaron Telitz, Matthias Luce, Neil Alberico, Shelby Blackstock, and Colton Herta, the top 5. Rob Howden, an update on the efforts to get Santi Urrutia back in this race.
Yeah, they changed the front suspension, that right front suspension, a couple of pieces on that car for Santi Urrutia. He's down and headed back out onto the racetrack. He'll be laps down, but again, you got to do it. You got to get out there. You never know what would happen, and have a couple guys get together here early on and work his way up the order a bit. As we know, you got to take every point you possibly can in Indy Lights.
Jake Query, they let Santi Urrutia rejoin the action, and boy, it was right in front of the pack.
I'll tell you what, it's interesting. To Rob Howden's point, I think Urrutia knew, and the team knows, look, you got to get out there and just simply get laps. So he let everybody get by. He knew he was off pace, wasn't trying to be competitive at all. I think he knows, Nick, he's at best right now to just go out by his lonesome, and as a result of that, he let the field pass.
Davey, how about the battle between these teammates for 7th? Juan Pedrohita has the spot, and Pato O'Ward's been locking them up the last 3 laps.
Still locking them up down that final corner before they come on this big straightaway, but those guys are battling. I think Pato he's a little faster car right now, but just can't get by his teammate.
Things picking up for 2nd. In fact, Jake Query, Neil Albarico has just moved around his teammate, Matthias Lace. He's moved into 2nd. Lace is going to have his hands full with Shelby Blackstock.
Yep, Blackstock is right there trying to get that 3rd position. As a matter of fact, he just made quick work of him. Now, all of a sudden, Shelby Blackstock has worked his way into 3rd, and now Colton Herta wants to try to get that 4th position.
Yeah, there may be issues with that 26 machine, the rookie for Carlin Racing, because, as you mentioned, he has his hands full now with Colton Herta, who is stalking him. Leader Aaron Telitz, Dave First, is already out of turn number 9, but a pack of cars heading to you in turn 10.
Man, that is a big gap from 1st to 2nd. That's where we pick up the 22. Then comes Shelby Blackstock as he tries to hold off Colton Herta. Kaiser now falling further back. That battle for 7th place between Pedrohita and Pato O'Ward still. Pato O'Ward wants it. Let's see if he can nab it in the next couple of laps.
Lace lost 3rd to Blackstock. He lost 4th to Herta. Kyle Kaiser has gone around into the 5th position. So, Davey, he's a sitting duck as of right now.
He is a sitting duck. And look at the teammates going down into turn 1 last time. Almost contact. Some curb action. Man, last thing you want to see is, oh, wow. Now we see...
That's Nico Jamin sliding in there.
Trying to slide in between those guys. Overshot. Wow, that was a close call right now. Didn't work out for him, but he laid down a risky move.
Jake, here comes Juan Pedrohita to the inside of Laced.
Laced clearly has a problem. Pedrohita just quickly made work of him, and now Pato O'Ward is going to try to do the same. Lace keeps his car to the bottom. Ward is not able to make the move past 5, but it almost feels like it's an inevitability at this point, Nick.
Matter of a lap and a half. Laced has gone from 2nd all the way back to the 7th position, and Dave First, Pato O'Ward's going to jump to the outside. Nico Jamin's going to pass him. You've got a wounded Carlin car headed your way.
And Lice isn't looking so good. All of a sudden, Pedrohita doesn't mind because he's now gapped his teammate, the 3 of Pato O'Ward. Lice continues to have issues here in St. Petersburg.
So the entire field, Davey, going to slip by that young man who had a good qualifying effort in his first race in the Indy Lights Series. That's got to be awful.
Was so impressed with him, actually, in that 2nd spot, looking good, consistent, but definitely something wrong with that Carlin car coming in pit lane right now to find out what it is.
So I know Rob Houghton and Joel Sebastianelli, they are awaiting that number 26 machine. They'll get a report soon. We can find out exactly what is wrong with that machine. Rob Houghton, some new technology, though, in the Indy Lights Series. We've always kind of had this push-to-pass technology, but things have changed a bit in 2017 for these drivers.
Yeah, I can guarantee you with the powers that be at the Indy Lights program are thrilled to see this close racing, because the adjustment to push-to-pass this year turned it into a full offensive machinery piece. It's not defensive anymore. In years past, you jump on the push-to-pass, the guy in front of you does exactly the same thing. Now it's only allowed for the guy behind the car. If you get to within 1 second of the guy in front of you in certain push-to-pass areas, you're able to get on that button, 50 horsepower, and get by. It's a 15-second boost, and they get 15 different opportunities to use it throughout the race. This is the first time these guys have used it, but with this really close racing we're seeing, I have no doubt that a number of these drivers have already been on that push-to-pass to try to make overtaking maneuvers.
Here's the problem, Davey. With 8 laps in the book, nobody's 1 second between near Aaron Telitz as Neil Albarico 1 second. The gap is 5.6 seconds.
Yeah, but so no threat there. But from 2nd on back to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, which showing Herta in 4th right now. They are all within that 1 second, so those guys can take advantage of that extra boost.
Had a young man, Matthias Lace, who looked like he was poised for a podium finish. Joel Sebastianelli, he has brought that Carlin Mazda to pit lane, wounded, getting passed by the entire field.
And they're not moving with much of a sense of urgency here either. They took the rear cowling off the back of the car, taking a look at the engine, taking a look at everything back there. They've got the laptop plugged in, and just as we say this, Laced getting out of the car, putting the steering wheel back on, but stepping out, so it would certainly appear his day is done.
It's a frustrating feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Usually when you don't see those crew members rolling around very quickly, there's something terminal.
You know, he was second best here so far, and when you're running second, he had a comfortable lead over Albarico, too, as well, so very frustrating for him.
So how about a full field rundown as we are now 10 laps in the books. In fact, Aaron Telitz just has led all 10 of them, just set his fastest lap, too, at a minute 8.437. So he is picking them up, laying them down. Telitz is your leader. Neil Albarico poised for his career best finish. He's in second. Shelby Blackstock is third. Colton Herta is fourth. We'll get to the rest of that field. Jake, second, third, and fourth, looking pretty tight as they roar to you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've been watching it closely because Blackstock had Herta all over him the last time by when they worked their way out of that 7-8 combo and then that kick. It seemed as though, Dave, first, that when they started to come past them Hackney Theater, it was at that point that Shelby Blackstock on that straight started to get a little more horsepower and get himself some distance from Colton Herta. Blackstock coming into your view right now, about a 5-car length advantage.
Yeah, Blackstock undoubtedly used a little bit of that push to pass. Herta not making a play here as they work their way through turn 10. Then we see Kyle Kaiser, Piedrahita, Pato Award, Nico Jamin, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Nico DePera, the top 10.
Appreciate that, Dave. First, those 10 running smooth and cleanly. Here comes Aaron Telitz into turn number 1. Let's go back to pit lane, though, and Joel Sebastianelli with more.
I started following Laced back into the paddock, and I was not the only one. A couple of the Carlin crew guys were running while we were walking. They say it's an issue with lack of engine power, but they're bringing Laced back out. And one of the things that they were telling them is, look, there could be an accident. There could be other cars that go out of the race. So thinking big picture, it's only race 1, but you want to get back out there, and if the opportunity arises, make up as many positions as you can, even if you're several laps down, guys.
And, Davey, that's a smart strategy and one that Carlin Racing team knows well. Hey, the day's not going well, but it's a long race. Got to get that car back out there.
Got to get it back out there and do what you can. And that's one thing that's key. You know, lap time is lap time. Every time you get a chance to go around there and learn something new and overcome adversity, sometimes that's healthy. And so you got to fight till the end of all these races.
So it's Aaron Telitz, the leader. Neil Albarico runs second. Shelby Blackstock third. Colton Herta is fourth. Kyle Kaiser runs fifth. Sixth is Juan Piedrahita. Pato Award is seventh. Jamin is eighth. Clayman DeMello ninth. DePero 10th. 11th is Ryan Norman. 12th is Rickards. 13th Kellett. 14th Laced. And 15th out of the race is Santi Urrutia. Jake Query, battle for third's picking up. In fact, Colton Herta is going to take it right away from Shelby Blackstock. Jumps to the inside. Blackstock with the crossover move. He'll hold him off, Jake, but it just may be a matter of time. Battle for third heads to you.
And all of a sudden, Albarico trying to keep them at bay. About a 25-car length advantage. Herta in fourth trying to reel in Shelby Blackstock. Blackstock got a little bit loose out of turn number 5. Herta does as well. Kyle Kaiser's right there. Kaiser running in the 6th position.
They'll make their way around Pioneer Park and set up for that long straightaway down to turn number 10 where Dave First is set up. Shelby Blackstock had his hands full. Herta slipped around him getting into turn 10. Now Dave First, that advantage looks to be about 8 car lengths.
It is a big advantage, even more so than the last lap they just had. Herta undoubtedly lost a little bit that time around. Still, I tell you, that battle between teammates for 6th, Piedrahita, Pato Award, still neck and neck.
Of course, it is a jam-packed Mazda Road to Indy weekend with the USF 2000, Pro Mazda, Indy Lights, and, of course, Verizon IndyCar Series all here at St. Petersburg competing. And, Rob Howden, you're standing by with one of the guys who's already gone to victory lane in this very early weekend.
Nick, the Mazda scholarship drivers are having a good day here at St. Petersburg. I got Oliver Askew from Cape Motorsports. Second in the first race, Oliver, you come back and you win your first USF 2000 race. You have to be absolutely thrilled. Talk to me a little bit right now about the emotion of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's really sunk in yet. You know, the plan to go into this weekend was to just get points. So to win my first on my first weekend in USF 2000 is fantastic, and with the points lead too. You know, going into Barber, I know that's a strong track for us, so I'm looking forward to the season.
You know, the move for the win on that restart, you would have had to thought Parker Thompson, the veteran driver, was going to be able to get it. He's overcooked it in turn 1. You just tucked down the inside. Was that surprising that what happened there?
Yeah, I was kind of squeezing him down there. I was on the outside, and he was on the inside. So, I think he overshot it a little bit, and I was able to tuck in. And you know, my spotter came on the radio, told me not to look back, so that's what I did, and I pulled away for the win.
Talking right now with Oliver Askew, USF 2000 race winner. You get out into the lead, and you've been like this in karting before. When you get out there and you got to knock those laps off, was that something you drew on, just the idea to focus and hit all your marks?
Yeah, for sure. I was just focusing on what I was doing. I was kind of tricked myself into thinking it was just a practice, and I was trying to be as consistent as I could, Same thing I did in karting back in the day. And, the Cape Motorsports car was fantastic. Shout out to Mazda for the opportunity.
To wrap this up, hold on. What does this do to your expectations on the season? When you come in as a rookie driver, as you said, I'm just wanting to get points. Does that change your overall aspect of the way you're going to look towards Barber, or is it still the same game plan you have?
No, it's still the same game plan. I just want to get points. The championship is the most important thing right now, and consistent finishes will get us there. I think. The goal is to win the championship again. I think that's definitely possible. With this weekend, it gives me a lot of confidence to move forward.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
He had his parents here, folks. Oliver Askew. They were loving it, and a great run for him to kick off the season with the point lead. We hear that we have a driver back on the racetrack, as Joel said. Matthias Leist coming back on track. Joel, do you have an update?
Yes, not a great start to the season, of course, for Leist, but the good news is he is back out there. So whatever the issue was with the engine, it was not terminal. They got him back in the car and refired it a minute ago. He will be about 7 laps down back out there, but we never know what's going to happen in the race.
Jake Query, that battle for third is back on. Blackstock and Herta.
I'll tell you what's interesting. For a long time, I'm watching it thinking that Herta is going to make that move for third. Then no sooner do I think that, then I think to myself, wait a minute, you can't rule Kyle Kaiser out of this trio as he's trying to get himself into that 4th position. So Herta's trying to reel in Blackstock. The entire time he's doing so, Kaiser starts to peek in and getting very, very close to that particular battle. That red machine of Shelby Blackstock running third with Herta right behind him coming at you, Dave.
Yeah, Blackstock's got his mirrors full of that white and blue number 98 of Colton Herta. Kaiser, meanwhile, in 5th, undoubtedly just kind of watching this thing play out to see if there is a mistake that's being made. Kaiser right now continues to sit in 5th.
Davey, Shelby Blackstock's having to hold on for dear life to keep that 3rd position, but not enough, I think, could be made about the days that he and Neil Alberico are having right now, poised for podium position, and those have been tough to come by for both of those drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing, we haven't mentioned Blackstock's name, Shelby's name, all weekend. You know what I mean? He's just kind of been silent in practice and qualifying. But right now, he's impressive in that 3rd position, holding off Colton Herta. And Colton's hungry right now, but we got 20 laps to go, 19 laps to go right now. And he's going to have a hard time keeping him back there, but it's a good race right now.
Yeah, boy, Colton Herta really searching all over that racetrack, trying to find some room to get around Shelby Blackstock. He appears a little bit faster, but just can't get the run when he needs it. Now they roar out of Pioneer Park. Neil Alberico is going to be the first car to pop into your view, Dave, first, but Blackstock and Herta are right there in tow.
Let's see what happens this time. That gap about 3 or maybe let's call it 2 car lengths by the time they get back on the gas and head down Dan Weldon way. Tielitz, Alberico, Blackstock still holding off Colton Herta.
Yeah, that's the top 4 as they run. Kyle Kaiser sits in that 5th position. Juan Pedrohita is 6th. Pato Award 7th. Zach Clayman de Mello sits in the 8th spot. Nico Jamin is in 9th. Nico DePero sits in the 10th position. Ryan Norman 11th. Garth Rickards is 12th. Dalton Kellett's up to 13th. Santi Rutia getting back onto the racetrack. He's picked up 1 spot, runs in the 14th position. And Matthias Leist runs in the 15th spot, Davey. But really impressed so far with Aaron Tielitz. No one's been in his area.
Yeah, Tielitz is a class of his own, 7.6 seconds in the lead, as you say. But, Kellett was the one that took the biggest blunt, I should say, at the start of the race where he spun around and he was actually kind of going the wrong way in the racetrack. No yellow flags. He was way back behind, but he moved himself into 12th position right now, that far back. So he's coming. He has some good lap times, and he's pretty impressive right now.
You did, yeah. Certainly, we don't want to completely ignore the back of the field. As you mentioned, Kellett got that car pointed in the right direction. He ran down Garth Rickards, and as you mentioned, taking that 12th spot away, so he moves himself up 1 spot. And really, all of those points matter. I mean, we've seen it year after year. This championship routinely comes down to that final race of the year. This year, of course, it's going to be at Watkins Glen.
Isn't that a fact that every point does count? You just never know it in the season. Seems like more and more of these championships are coming down to 1, 2, 3 points. And here comes Colton Herta making a dive down into turn 1 on Blackstock. Doesn't have the momentum to get the pass done. Matter of fact, probably lost just a little bit of ground, but he's still right behind him coming off of turn 3, going down into turn 4.
Jake Query, that young man, Colton Herta, is just 16 years old. I bet he's got to be awful frustrated trying to get around Shelby Blackstock.
3 weeks before his 17th birthday, as a matter of fact, for Colton Herta. At that age, I was tooling around in an 83 Mitsubishi Tredia. Not this guy. Goes out, of course, in the following in the footsteps of his very famous father, Brian Herta. And Dave, you think Colton Herta might have learned a thing or two? He looks awfully comfortable right now out there trying to get himself to that podium.
Well, the kid has some natural talent, obviously. So he's went to Europe. He's raced in Europe and spent a couple years over there. He knows how to drive these race cars, and Brian's doing all he can to bring him up to be a groomed IndyCar racer. And so far, so good.
Here they come out of turn 14. Colton Herta just about 2 to 3 car lengths behind. He is close enough to use that push to pass. It all depends on, can he get that run down into turn number 1 and clear Shelby Blackstock. Takes a look. They'll go side by side. Will they bang wheels?
Oh.
Very nearly, but Colton Herta is going to take that third spot, Jake Query. He'll get past Shelby Blackstock and move into position for that final step on the podium.
Question is, does that mean now that Kyle Kaiser can try to close in on Blackstock as well? Does he have the opportunity to pounce? You kind of had the feeling that Colton Herta was going to make that move, Nick. He waited and waited, finally was able to pounce. Now you got to see if Kyle Kaiser can close in on Blackstock.
Yeah, and with just 16 laps to go, now we'll see if Herta can maybe run down Neil Alberico. Alberico, Dave, first going to roar out of turn number 9 and head your way.
I tell you, the gap between Tielitz and Neil Alberico is so far that if you didn't know any better, you thought Alberico was leading this race. Not the case, obviously, as Herta got around Shelby Blackstock and now sets his sights on second place in Neil Alberico.
So across the line, there will be 15 laps to go, and Aaron Tielitz has led every single one of them. Let's get a couple reports from pit lane. First, we'll start with Joel Sebastianelli.
Well, Davey, to follow up on what you said about Colton Herta, yeah, he absolutely knows how to drive these cars. But one thing he doesn't have a lot of experience with wound up not being an issue at all. That's rolling starts. I talked to Brian Herta before the race, and I asked, what do you think could be interesting? What are you going to be looking for with Colton? And he seemed to think that things would be fine on track the rest of the race, but he was curious to see how Colton would handle those rolling starts. So far, so good in every aspect of his race, guys.
He has handled it very well, and as we mentioned, has driven from the 5th starting position up into 3rd. How about Rob Howden? You're down there with another winner already this season, and this is a young man that I think we've all been impressed with for a couple years now.
Yeah, I have Anthony Martin, the driver of the number 8 Cape Motorsports Pro Mazda. You did not win here last year, but you ended up winning the championship on a great season full of 7 wins. You got that done today. You're able to score a victory in Pro Mazda. That's got to feel good for you. You got the Mazda Soul Red car, and you win your first race in this program.
Yeah, for sure. It means everything, not only for myself, but the Cape Motorsport boys. Of course, Mazda and Cooper Tyres. It's great to get the Soul Red car up on the top step. And to get be on the podium, let alone the top step, definitely means a lot to me.
Let's talk about the battle you had with Victor Franzoni. He pushed you the entire way. You ended up being a little quicker near the end and were kind of stepping away a tenth at a time. But in the first half of that race, you had him in your mirrors.
Yeah, it was extremely tight. I knew I had a job to do, and I knew I just had to keep him behind me. So all I was focused on was getting to my marks, hitting my apexes, and I think I did a pretty good job of that, and just keeping him behind me.
Talking with Anthony Martin here, the winner of Pro Mazda today. You have to now wait until the very end of tomorrow, the last race of the weekend. Is that going to be any kind of an issue with you in terms of keeping your focus?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we'll have a look at some more data, tomorrow, and we'll see if we can make a few adjustments to the car to, make it a little bit quicker, and I think we can do that. And I really can't wait for the second race tomorrow to give it everything we got.
What about the variable of all that IndyCar rubber that's going to be down? You thought of that?
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of rubber, so I really can't wait to see what the track's going to be like, and it's going to change the balance of the car, but everyone's in the same boat, so I really can't wait for it.
Congratulations, you are now a St. Petersburg Grand Prix winner.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, guys, the Aussie, Anthony Martin, the champion in USF 2000 last year. Nick, I'll tell you, he's one to watch here in Pro Mazda.
Thank you so much, Rob Howden. Looks like we're going to have a change for the 4th position. Looks like Kyle Kaiser's going to muscle Shelby Blackstock out of the way. Kyle Kaiser, Jake, has now jumped in the 4th spot.
Indeed, and now all of a sudden there's a lot of yellow in the mirrors of Shelby Blackstock. That's because he's got Peter Hida right behind him. But Kaiser now going to try to get himself a little bit of separation. Blackstock still wants to get a solid finish out of this one, Nick, but you knew Herta was going to get him, and now Kyle Kaiser does the same.
Boy, you can throw a blanket over 5th through 8th right now. The driver's just running nose to tail. They're coming at you, Dave, first. Kyle Kaiser leading a train out of turn 9.
Well, we'll see what those two Pelfrey cars can do as well. Shelby Blackstock trying to hold both of them off right now. The 2 of Juan Piedrahita, the 3 of Pato O'Ward.
Davey, this is good stuff mid-pack. I mean, we got guys running nose to tail, and Pato O'Ward once again going to lock him up into 14.
Yeah, Tito's, he's embarrassed everybody really in this race. But you got to remember one thing, too. Now, this is race 1 of 2. We got another one tomorrow, and really impressive. We keep talking about Colton Herta. Well, he starts on the pole tomorrow. So, and I think Tilas starts back in like 9th, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a whole different landscape for tomorrow, I have a feeling.
And I'll tell you one thing you and I have been watching. I mean, we've been seeing some of the fastest laps of the race being laid down 23 laps into this event. That's impressive.
That tells you a lot about those tires, doesn't it? I mean, they get better as they go so far right now. And the tire smoke we've seen, they've been abused. They've been running some fast laps. These tires just get faster and faster.
Aaron Telitz is your leader. Neil Alberico runs second. Colton Herta is third, but all eyes should be squared on 4th through 7th as Kyle Kaiser once again, Dave, first leading the train out of turn number 9. Nose to tail back to Pato O'Ward.
Yeah, Kaiser's got it. Blackstock now in panic mode a little bit, trying to hold off a couple of Pelfrey cars. Still no movement there. Let's call it 2 car lengths between Piedrahita and Pato O'Ward.
I think panic mode is putting it pretty nicely because Juan Piedrahita in that number 2 car, Davey, looking pretty racy all over that bright red Bilardi car.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to get to him, one thing to pass him, but now with this 1 second gap, with that extra 50 horsepower, down this long straightaway going into turn 1's where Blackstock's been getting passed, and that's just, he didn't get it this time, but he definitely is within that 1 second to make the move.
Yeah, Blackstock moved over just a bit, and Juan Piedrahita thought better of challenging, but Jake, that battle for 5th is a good one. Blackstock and Piedrahita running in tow.
Yeah, Piedrahita right there. Blackstock not letting Kaiser in that 4th spot completely out of view. As a matter of fact, when they go in that 4-5 combo, bunches up just a little bit. Then all of a sudden, Blackstock, before they get to 6, gets himself just a little bit of breathing room. So perhaps he hits that button. They work their way now around Pioneer Park. Here comes Kyle Kaiser. Blackstock right behind him. Then Piedrahita out of turn number 9.
And Dave first, that's becoming a 5-car battle now. Clayman DeMello sneaking up there.
Yeah, let's throw the 13 into that mix. Another Carlin car as well. But I tell you what, further up front, to me, it looks like Herta's reeling in Neil Alberico. He might have a play for second before this is all said and done.
Yeah, it's a great point as they make their way down the front straightaway. Davey, Colton Herta in that bright white and blue car. The advantage or disadvantage is only about 4 or 5 car lengths.
Yeah, well, it was 3 seconds when Herta found himself in that 3rd position or got into 3rd, and now it's 1 second basically. So yeah, almost a little under a second actually, 0.7 of a second. So Colton's really catching up to Alberico.
That battle for 2nd and that battle for 4th headed your way, Jay Query.
I'm going to take a peek at that battle for 4th because it's a good one. There's Kaiser, then Blackstock right behind him and Piedrahita. You get the feeling that Blackstock is going to reel in soon Kyle Kaiser. This is a race now, Nick, where we've got a couple of good battles going on late.
Boy, around Pioneer Park a couple laps ago, it was Kyle Kaiser who muscled Shelby Blackstock out of the way. But Dave first gives Shelby a lot of credit. He has not let that green and white car chase away in 5th position.
Meanwhile, Neil Alberico with a bit of a block on Colton Herta as they made their way through turn 10. But yep, it's a 5-car battle right now for 4th place as Kyle Kaiser leads the way here at St. Pete.
Back to that battle for 2nd, Davey. Colton Herta has caught Neil Alberico, and boy, he is running him down. Here they come down the front straightaway as they head down to turn 1.
Well, he has that push to pass, and Alberico's making it hard on him, but Colton's coming down. Oh, they almost touch. Wow. I'm not sure they didn't touch, actually, a little bit, but that could have been a little dangerous right there, actually. It's our 2nd, 3rd place guy almost took each other out.
If they didn't touch, it was about as close as you're going to find it. Alberico's going to stretch that out now to about 6 or 7 seconds. Herta's going to have to be relegated to 3rd. Jake, they're still nose to tail for 4th and 5th.
And I'll tell you what, a problem for Juan Piedrahita. He just saw his teammate go flying past him, and he is starting to drop like a rock in that number 2 machine of Juan Piedrahita. What was a promising day, trying to get himself into that top 5, and it looks like something's gone wrong with that 2 machine.
Yeah, Piedrahita's been passed by Pato O'Ward. He's also been passed by Clayman DeMello, so he'll lose the 7th and 8th position and get dropped a little bit back further into the field. Let's go to pit lane with 9 laps to go and check in once again with Rob Howden.
You know, Nick, actually a really solid run here for Shelby Blackstock. You had said he got passed and is still hanging around. Talk to the team. He is complaining about a brake issue right now, and even though he's trying to go back at Kyle Kaiser, he is suffering a brake issue. So Shelby definitely stepping up his game here today as he's trying to get back into the 4th position.
Davey, here comes that battle for 4th. Kaiser's going to move all the way down to the inside of the front straightaway. That means Shelby Blackstock's going to have to look to the outside. He'll try to throw the crossover move. What a pass.
And does it.
Shelby Blackstock's going to get around Kyle Kaiser, Jake, as they head to turn 3. Can he hold them off at the exit?
Yep, as a matter of fact, Kaiser now starts to drop back just a little bit. He waits, then Award is right there as well. And I'll tell you what, speaking of Award, his teammate Juan Pedrojitas down on pit road where Rob Howden is.
Yeah, Jake, an issue here, a broken front wing. The right side of the wing broken off. They're just kind of hanging down. They're going to put a new wing on the number 2 and get him back out there. Also with some damage on the left front as well. They're hopping on the wishbone to see if they can get him back on track. Remember, Santi Arruti a couple laps down, and no, they wanted to get him back out onto the racetrack, but we have damage that they cannot repair to Juan Pedrojitas. Looking at the left side of the car, guys, he got into the wall big time. Both tires on the left side hammered hard on white-walled, so just a little push there for Pedrojitas. Issue on the car. Both left side tires damaged, suspension damage, and wing damage for Juan Pedrojitas.
Colton Herta has run Neil Albarico back down. Not going to be close enough to make the pass in turn 1, although he did take a look. They'll streak their way through turns 2 and 3. Further back, Kaiser, he's battling with the number 3 machine of Pato Award as they race through turn number 3. Jake, you got 3 cars coming at you with Kyle Kaiser holding down that 5th position, holding on for dear life.
I want to also take another look at that Albarico-Herta battle because this one's starting to get good around Pioneer Park. Dave, first, you might be a year older today, but your eyes are still serving you well. You called this one about 5 or 6 laps ago. They work their way now out of turn number 9. It's the battle for second. Albarico about a 3-car length advantage on Colton Herta.
It's not like I got 20/20 vision. I am wearing glasses as I speak, but I tell you, Colton continues to reel in Neil Albarico. When Neil looks at his mirrors, all he sees is that blue and white number 98. Herta on the charge here at St. Pete.
Up front, Aaron Tielitz's advantage is now at 11.5 seconds, but that battle for second is maybe the best one on the racetrack because Colton Herta all over the rear wing of Neil Albarico. Now they'll set up for turn number 1 once again. Herta thought about taking a peek to the inside, not able to keep close enough to that number 22 of Albarico. They'll run nose to tail, but Colton Herta ready to pounce, Jake, for that second spot.
Neil Albarico, this would be obviously a great day for him regardless, whether it be second or third. Trying to hold off Colton Herta. As a matter of fact, right now it's only about a half a car length difference between those two Californians. But Neil Albarico, Nick, let's be honest, last year I think just from a standpoint of everything that could go wrong did go wrong for him. And all of a sudden now he finds himself in position where I think there are a lot of eyes on him, but it's been a good day so far for him here.
Yeah, Davey, Jake makes a great point for Neil Albarico. Even if he's not able to hold off Colton Herta, this would be his first career podium finish. He had a tough go his rookie year, showing a lot of maturity here the way he's raced today.
Yeah, he sure is. And Colton is all over him. He has 5 laps to get it done, and there's a chance he can. He's right behind him coming onto that front straightaway again. But you're right. I mean, a podium finish in this series is good no matter what. And he's kind of weaving around trying to block Herta. Oh, there's that inside move of Herta. We'll see what happens. He does the crossover. Doesn't get it, though. I think that Herta pulled it off.
Boy, he did. Colton Herta threw it deep into turn number 1, Jake Query, but he'll take that second spot away from Neil Albarico.
Yep, and now he tries to, of course, get himself a little bit of distance, but the bottom line is he's not going to have time. He's going to have to hope for something to mechanically go wrong for Tielitz because he has flat absolutely checked out on the rest of the field. But Colton Herta, been involved in a couple of good battles today, manages to find his way now up into the second position. He's going to work his way now around the baseball stadium. Here comes Colton Herta in that second spot to you, Dave.
Yeah, Aaron Tielitz already lapping some of the back markers. That's how dominant and how impressive his performance has been here this afternoon. But a tip of the hat to Colton Herta. Here's a young man that isn't used to finishing anywhere but first. Overseas last year, he was third in the Euro Formula Open F3 Championship. He had 4 wins overseas. Brought him back to the U.S. He's still a hard charger. Looking good here this afternoon.
Yeah, still, though, the advantage is 12.4 seconds for Aaron Tielitz, Davey, which is 4 laps to go. Herta's not going to catch him unless we have a full course caution. But remember, a year ago we had some problems for one of those Belardi cars that was driven by Zach Veach, who had a race dominated.
That's right. You never know. You can't count it over till it's over. But I'll tell you right now that that 18 car, he is sliding that Kaiser. I mean, he's sliding that thing around, getting down to turn 1. Oh, man, there's a great battle from 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th right now.
Yeah, boy, that is Kyle Kaiser trying to hold off Pato O'Ward, who's trying to hold off Zachary Clayman DeMello, who's now has his fans full with the Andretti Autosport driver of Nico Jamin. Dave, first, you've got 4 cars headed at you out of turn number 9, and they're all hungry to try to grab that top 5 spot.
You know, turn 10 you would think is a good spot to make a pass, but so far this afternoon, everyone has stayed in line, although Pato O'Ward just took a peek inside to perhaps see if there was an opportunity for a pass. Didn't happen that time. We'll see if we see a good pass here the rest of the way.
3 laps to go. Rob Howden for Aaron Telitz.
Yeah, Nick, we're seeing some fantastic racing here, and I think the push to pass starting to come into play. I conferred with the guys at Andretti. That move that put Colton Herta past and into second position was indeed a push to pass. Of course, Alberico not able to defend with push to pass on his own, so the job actually getting done by that new system. Herta on the button goes to second to the inside of turn 1.
5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th making their way through turn number 3. It's a train led by Kyle Kaiser, Jake.
And they seem to have separated themselves just a little bit this time by. It's Kaiser, then he's got O'Ward just behind him, then Clayman DeMello. Now Kaiser starts to get a little bit of activity behind him. Again, trying to hold off for that 6th spot. Kyle Kaiser right now running in 5th. He's got O'Ward just behind him.
Boy, fun to watch those cars kind of slide those race cars around Pioneer Park. I'll tell you what, Pato O'Ward, he's been lighting up the brakes all day long, Dave First. He's not letting Kyle Kaiser get away from 5th.
Yeah, he took a peek inside of Kaiser the last time around and stayed right behind him this time, and that doesn't mean he's losing any ground. I think Pato O'Ward's making up some ground, if nothing else.
Just 2 laps to go now for Aaron Telitz as he comes across the stripe to complete lap number 33. He has led every single one of them. The advantage back to Colton Herta is 12 seconds. 14 seconds back to Neil Alberico and 16 and a half back to Blackstock. Here comes Pato O'Ward. He'll jump to the inside, looking for 5th. Might have touched wheels with Kyle Kaiser. Pato O'Ward slides that car sideways. He'll take that 5th spot, Jake Query, as that bright yellow car comes into turn number 3.
And actually now we've got a problem, it seems, down on the outside of the racetrack. I take that back. Not a problem at all. That, I believe, is one of the slower cars just doing the sportsmanlike thing. That's Rickards letting everybody pass. That includes Kaiser, but it's too little too late for Kaiser, it seems, on that top 5.
Davey, that was a great pass, though, by Pato O'Ward.
It was a great pass. They both sideways getting in there, but they both gave each other, about an inch. Kellett, I heard some going down the front straightaway popping. This could bring our yellow flag out.
It's on the front straightaway. The white flag now waving for Aaron Telitz. I would think if Kellett can just stop that car right there, everyone can safely get by. But here comes Aaron Telitz into turn number 1. Tugs on that steering wheel to the right, back to the left. Jake Query, this young man has absolutely dominated. He's headed your way for the final time today.
He will go down, assuming he hangs on here as the winner of this race. But the reality is, Nick, this is a win for the Mazda Road to Indy. Somebody coming up through the ladder series, and in addition to that, you look at second place in Colton Herta, somebody who had run F2000s as well. This is what it's designed to do. A couple of young Americans running right now, 1-2.
Boy, they are battling all throughout this field, but Dave First, here comes Aaron Telitz for the final time.
It's as if he's in his own little race right now. Aaron Telitz comes down through turn 10, makes the left-hander clean through there. Aaron Telitz, last year's Pro Mazda champion, starting off on a right foot here in 2017.
Davey, we'll talk about this battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th when we see the checkered flag. But all the credit in the world goes to Belardi Auto Racing and Aaron Telitz. That young man from Wisconsin leads every single lap, and he will go to victory lane here at St. Petersburg to kick off the 2017 season. Telitz wins the opener for Indy Lights. Colton Herta will come across the line in 2nd. Neil Alberico is 3rd. Shelby Blackstock 4th. Pato O'Ward is 5th. Meanwhile, for 6th, Kyle Kaiser's hanging on for dear life. Can he hold off Nico Jamin, Zachary Clayman DeMello, and Nico DePero out of the final corner? Here comes that Yunko car. He will. Kaiser will hold off Jamin. He'll take the 6th position. Jamin will have to settle for 7th. Clayman DeMello comes home 8th, and Nico DePero will finish in 9th. Rob Howden, what a race throughout the field. It wasn't all that entertaining for Aaron Telitz up front, but boy, what a race here at Indy Lights.
Nick, this Bilardi Auto Racing team was the best team over the second half of the season, scoring the most points. I got Kent Boyer here. What is it like to start this season off with a win with this young kid?
He makes it easy. I don't have to do. I mean, even if I make a mistake, he's amazing. He does a great job.
We always talk about this being that little team that could. You guys stepped it up. A great offseason, and man, give me your thoughts really on the whole team as a whole.
Well, we have 3 great drivers instead of just 2. So we're able to build on each other's successes. Qualifying, I mean, it was amazing. All 3 of us were able to use each other's information.
Obviously trouble for Santi, but what a run for Shelby as well.
Yeah. I'm little disappointed. I really expect him to be 3rd, maybe even 2nd. So just watch all 3 of our cars. It's going to be good.
Well done. Hey, guys, these guys have lots of expectations here right now. Nick, you can hear it. Kent Boyer wanted his man in 2nd place as well. These guys are pumped up.
Congratulations to Aaron Telitz. He's going to slowly bring that Soul Red Mazda back to pit lane. His first career victory and his first career start. That's the way to do it. Davey Hamilton, if you pull up on IndyCar.com or IndyLights.com and you read the box score, you're going to read that Aaron Telitz led all 35 laps. He won by 11 seconds. And you're going to think, boy, that race was boring. Yeah. That was anything but boring. That was a great race from 2nd all the way back to the field.
Unbelievable. That last lap there was banging, touching cars touching each other, one into the wall. And I think that was, I'm not sure, but I'm almost sure it was Kaiser actually got in the wall pretty hard off at turn 3, and he held his way and got that 6th spot. But it was great racing.
Here's the finishing order. 35 laps in the books. Aaron Telitz picks up career win number 1. He'll tug that car onto pit lane, and he will certainly celebrate momentarily. Telitz picks up the win. Colton Herta with a great run. He started in the 5th position, runs all the way up to 2nd. He's the pole sitter tomorrow, and I think may be the favorite for that race because he was fast catching Telitz in the closing laps. Herta finishes 2nd. Neil Alberico, his first career podium finishes. He finishes 3rd. Shelby Blackstock with a great run. He'll take home the 4th position. Pato Award is 5th. Kyle Kaiser comes home 6th. Nico Jamin finishes 7th. Clayman DeMello was 8th. Nico DePero finished 9th. Ryan Norman had a clean race. He came home in 10th. Garth Rickards did the very sportsmanlike move, moved over for the field. He comes home in the 11th position. Dalton Kellett finishes 12th, Davey. We saw him come to a stop on the inside of the front straightaway there on the final lap, but he'll take home the 12th position. Santi Urrutia, a disappointing day. He finishes 13th. 5 laps down. Juan Pedrohita had a broken front wing. He finishes in 14th. 8 laps down, and Matthias Lace will come home in the 15th place, 20 laps down. Rob Howden, you are standing by with our winner to kick off the 2017 season.
Right out of the car, a little drink of water. Aaron Telitz, you just won your Indy Lights debut.
Oh, it's incredible. I don't even know where to start. The car was amazing. The Bilardi Auto Racing guys have done such an incredible job all weekend. Start was a little hectic. I think everybody used their push to pass, and I didn't. And so I was getting passed down into turn 1, but ended up all right for me in the end.
Pretty nice over-under to get that lead.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Juan coming up the inside and let him go for it and hoped he ran wide, and sure enough he did, and sailed off from there.
You obviously had some great runs like this in Pro Mazda last year to win the championship. Did you draw back on that? Because when you're running by yourself on the racetrack, you got to stay focused. That's when you can make that small mistake, and here at St. Petersburg, it'll always bite.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I knew I couldn't let up or give up. I think I kept running at approximately the same lap time almost the whole race because I knew that if I backed off it too much, that's when you have some mistakes. So you just got to keep on it.
Hey, congratulations.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great win for this guy. Aaron Telitz scoring the victory here today. We had some other amazing drivers down here in pit lane and video, or rather in the top 3 as well. Let's go over to Joel Sebastianelli.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. An outstanding run. P2 today for Colton Herta. Colton, take us through the race from your perspective. You must be feeling pretty great right now.
Oh, yeah, it was a great race. Had a okay start, dropped down a position from 5th to 6th, and just moved my way up from there. The push to pass worked amazingly, and all the overtakes were perfect. So up to P2, it's great points, and starting on pole tomorrow, let's go for the win.
This is the first race in Indy Lights for the new Andretti-Steinbrenner partnership as well. So does that make this a little bit sweeter, knowing that this is race number 1 and you started off like this?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it being down here in St. Pete, their training facilities, spring training facilities right up in Clearwater, and a lot of the family. Oh, thank you. A lot of the family out here. So, it's an amazing result, and try to capitalize on one more position tomorrow.
As you said, starting on pole, we saw how great your car was today. Do you feel like anyone can catch you?
It's It's hard to say because we're running in the morning on completely different tires, and there's a ton to find tomorrow as well. So yeah, it's going to be good. I think we set the fastest lap pretty late in the race as well, so it shows that I think we could have been even faster and cleaner air earlier.
All right, congratulations, Herb.
Thanks.
Rob is standing by with Neil Alberico.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joel. Neil Alberico was a rough season in 2016. Way to come out of the box strongly here in 2017. This is, I think, the result that you needed to get back to where you were in USF 2000 and Pro Mazda race winner.
Congratulations.
Great to get back here on the podium. Give me your thoughts on today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we knew the competition's super stiff this year. The field's deep. All the Indy Lights drivers, even the rookies that came up, are really tough. So starting mid-pack, just get a good start, collect the points, starting 7th, so able to get on the podium. So we'll take that, move on to tomorrow where we start in the same spot. And, yeah, for sure, the Cooper tires held up the whole time. Mazda engine was good, so one more to go.
Let's talk about that start a little bit. Hectic for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just on the inside, kind of protecting the inside, and then a car just went flying down the outside, made a huge hole, and I got right to 3rd right away. So I was right behind my teammate, and we just kind of cruised and tried not to let the leader get away too much, and that's where we sat.
Were you able to identify any issues with the car that maybe you can change? Is there some minor issues that you can maybe eradicate and repair?
Yeah, tires might be a factor tomorrow with the hour-long race, but you know, the car held in pretty much start to finish really, really good. So hopefully much the same tomorrow and just more consistency and hopefully another podium.
Neil, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Rob.
Neil Alberico finally onto the podium in this Indy Lights program. He brings the number 22 Carlin entry into P3. Nick Yeoman, there's a guy with a big sigh of relief down here in Victory Lane.
Amen, brother. Fantastic job by Rob Howden and Joel Sebastianelli down on pit lane. Equally great job by Dave First and Jake Query out on the course. Davey Hamilton as well in the booth with me. Congratulations, Aaron Telitz. He's your winner here in Indy Lights. Lots to look forward to tomorrow. We're going to kick off the day at 9 o'clock local time for the IndyCar warm-up session. I hope you'll join Mark Janes, Dave First, and myself. We'll go racing shortly after, in fact. It's going to be back-to-back shows. Indy Lights race number 2. We'll have that entire crew that you just heard call that race a little bit later after that IndyCar warm-up session. Then it all leads up to the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. We'll take the air at noon local time here in St. Petersburg, Florida. And again, congratulations, Aaron Telitz. He goes to Victory Lane and race number 1 in Indy Lights at St. Petersburg.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
White flag is in the hands of